Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, baby, at where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It's time for the greatest challenger region that currently exists. Yes, one of our teams did win the last major, so I'm counting it as a W for all of us. Well, my name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn, as we go into stage 2 of the Elite.
I mean, it's just, it's so often that we're on top, Ricey, that you sounded surprised when you introduced it. I wasn't surprised. No, after a fantastic result for Rock Esports in Dallas, we are back for stage 2 here in EMEA, and we are kicking things off with a hell of a day. Really excited to get into things, though, mate. We should be getting cracking very, very shortly.
Yeah, we certainly should. A new glut of teams will be jumping on, but first of all, let's see at how we're going to be watching them here so far. If you are new to this and you haven't been looking at the last stage, there are a lot of games going on. We've got 6 of them across various streams, but here on Alpha we'll be covering Orgless versus Treaty 1 Gaming and jumping into any of the other games we can do whenever they are available.
Yeah, and just for information for anybody who is unaware, Orgless, formerly Clutch Rain, unchanged roster, poor placing in Dallas. They'll be wanting to kick things off nicely against the Treaty 1 Gaming roster, who look relatively decent over their stage in the previous iteration of Challengers, and of course not too bad of a placement when they did go over. But of course, for both those two teams, that's not just what they're fighting for. It's not just about the very first game you go into, it's about every other one and getting through this group stage. The top 4 teams advance into playoffs at the back end of next week. You've got to play everybody once, see how you go from there before all these teams through thick and thin. Doesn't matter how you do it, top 4 is the objective.
It certainly is, and of course we do say that these first couple of days it's a little bit of stretching into it. You can have a bad day or two, but it is about the marathon, it's about qualifying, and it's getting into that bracket at the end here. Some high expectations, of course, in these groups here. Tom, a couple of these teams, like I said, are Orgless looking to have a better run at the next major, but first they have to get through Elite. For Rock Esports, all eyes on them.
Yep, very much so. Rock Esports will have a target on their back. Of course, didn't go on to win EMEA Series 1 in Challengers Elite. Of course, that was Clutch Rain. But then Rock Esports surprising everybody when we did head over towards Dallas. Us, their coaching staff themselves included, all very surprised at how well they did perform. But as mentioned, it kind of does put a bit of a target on their back now to try and get something running. On the other side of things, though, you look at some of the other teams from the region. Project 7 had a really good run, top 3 place from them. But outside of them and Rock Esports, really not a fantastic performance for a lot of the teams from the EMEA region. So it's about stepping it up for that next Open, which is in Birmingham in a few weeks' time.
It certainly is. Well, our first game, Orgless versus Treaty 1, should certainly help set the tone. Orgless, a team that we've already spoken about a little bit here on the screens, but if you are forgetting who they are, Cobra, Linz, Brezzy, and Melko, a team that is heavy favourites to do an awful lot of damage in this region. Some disappointing results for them, but redemption is only ever a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, and online in EMEA has not been a problem for them, but a top 12 placement in Dallas is. They would be expecting to be challenging for that title, never mind finishing top 12. Very, very disappointing result for them, but they'll be looking to step it back up again. And, well, staying in their region will help things along the way. And I think that's an important factor, and maybe another story that we can talk about for EMEA over this season. You've got a local LAN coming up very, very shortly. No travel over the Atlantic. Either way, their opponent for this game will be Treaty 1 Gaming, a team who finished top 16 over in Dallas, which I don't think is, out of the equation for them. They have made a little bit of a change up, though. Henry is no longer on the roster. Lampy coming in. Lampy, an exciting player that we've seen kind of in and around the scene for a couple of years now. Let's see how he's going to do in this iteration of this team, because there has been a bit of a shake-up across Europe, but only just a little bit here and there. It's going to be interesting to see how things do pan out.
It certainly is, and, well, looking forward to it. I mean, we always speak about with the Elite stages, Ton, that the new faces are sometimes the ones we keep an eye on. The old dogs or the veterans of this one seem to always put in a performance, but truthfully, who comes out on top? I'll tell you this. Things like Orgless not doing well at the major was not expected, but Rock Esports taking the whole thing, that definitely was an underdog, and I am looking forward to seeing it now, because realistically, some of these teams have big shoes to fill.
Oh, big time. I think, the expectation will be there for Rock to go back-to-back. Is it going to be that easy? I don't think so. I think for them, now coming in with that expectation, is that going to hurt them? I'm not 100% sure. It's the very first LAN event for some of them. I don't think anything else can really phase them. But for both these two teams specifically, it's about them stepping it up and try and bring something different to the table when it is going to come down to the second season. Maybe not so much for Orgless. I'd imagine they'd like an Org to help them along that way. But with some performances here online, I'd imagine that won't be far away from calling up their mobile phones. But yeah, look, it should be an interesting game. This is one that you would expect Orgless to come out the gates with a convincing performance. But if you remember rightly, Bryce, we casted over their very first game in Stage 1, and it was very, very far from convincing. So is that going to be the same case when we head into this first game of Stage 2? I'm not too sure, but you would say they're favourites for this one.
Certainly would, and this is how we're going to rock through it. If you've been playing rank play, you'll be familiar with these ones, but this is how the series is going to go. Blackheart, Hardpoint, then Den, Search and Destroy, Scar, Overload, Colossus, Hardpoint, and then a Raid, Search and Destroy if we get that far.
Yep, should be interesting for these teams. I think for Treaty 1, it's a case of, trying it out with the new player in Lampy, Kez Overlay and Rush all sticking together. Typically for them, again, going up against Orgless is going to be difficult. But for us, it's about really reigniting where we're at with EMEA, where everyone's kind of sitting. That's what these first couple of games over the first couple of days are really about. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play out. Of course, we do have 5 other games going on at the same time. You can keep an eye out on the YouTube channel. We'll be dipping in and out, kind of like a little bit of a red zone, Brycey, to see how everything is going on across every single game. We've got a second game coming up after this as well. I do want to put a small caveat in on this one. There has been a couple of little issues with some servers, obviously, over in the Middle Eastern region after everything that's going on over there. And we aren't going to be concentrating on those games on alpha whilst those issues do persist, just purely to keep us rolling with a game that isn't having server issues, etc., etc. So I'm sure everybody can understand that. We'll be keeping it on board mostly with European teams until we get confirmation that it's absolutely fine to do so. So, Orgless against Treaty 1 Gaming coming up now. We have another game coming up, obviously, after this as well. Another 6, in fact, of course, on this Challengers YouTube channel. Excited to see how things are going to break down this season, though, Brycey. I'm wondering if any league players kind of been going on for some of them. Have they been, cruising around, causing me issues? More than likely. If any of you be running the Rock Esports boys as well, though, that's never fun. I was talking to Steve about him being playing with them as well, and I wouldn't want to run into Vortex. He hasn't actually played any with me yet. So,
well, they've got this thing where they lock it off at Crimson, so it's probably a little bit difficult for you to get in some of Steve's games, to be honest with you. But yes, we are just waiting for one of these players to finally get into the lobby. But any game that starts up, we will be jumping over to as soon as possible. But we'll also try to keep you up to date with as many scores as we can here. So if you do want to watch another game, you are free to go over and open up another tab. Don't cut us off. Open another tab, watch that game. Come back and check. This will be the best place to find all of the action and all of the results and as much gameplay as possible, as those other streams aren't really cast and they don't have all the fanciness that we do. But saying that, these games coming on, and if that's not enough for you, if that's not enough, well, first of all, lower your expectations, but second of all, North America is coming up after this as well. So you've got a good 6, 7, 8 hours of Call of Duty winging its way towards you. So it should be a very good night as some of these teams look to put their stamp on the Elite Series.
That was very optimistic of you saying only a 6-hour broadcast, Brycey. That's not usually something you would come into.
That's why I said 678 hours of COD.
8 hours, yes, okay, yeah. All right, I like how you caveat it with that. Yeah, no, look, it's gonna be a busy night, of course, over in North America as well. A lot of change up over there. But I mean, look, has that always been the case though, Brycey? Ever since we've been around amongst challengers, of course, I mean, way back. It always seems as if Europe would stick their teams together and it'll work out well for them. But over in North America, there's a lot of change. There's a lot of players being poached up into the league, causing a bit of a ripple effect amongst the challenger squads, as you would imagine. So interesting to see how things are going to shape up there this season as well.
It certainly is. Well, while we're waiting for these players, let's have a little recap for everybody at home and how some of this stuff works. Well, This is the Pro Point results, and obviously these are very important if you want a good seed come the majors. So if you get first, 15,000, second is 10,000, third is 7,500, fourth is 5,000, fifth and sixth, 4,000 each, 7th and 8th, 3,000, 9th and 12th, 2,500, and of course those four will share. But that's not all, Tan. It's not just pro points, because points do mean prizes, and speaking of prizes, here we go. Another $20,000 for first, Tan.
Yeah, big chunk on the line as per usual here in Challengers Elite. $20,000 last time around, going over to Cut Train, now known as Orgless. Second place was Rock. It was it wasn't Rock. It was Project 7, sorry, going up against Cut Train. And then, of course, Rock in that position, third, was a disappointment for them. But kind of made up for that when they went over towards Dallas. We should be loading into the very first game very shortly. We're just waiting on the players getting themselves sorted in the lobby. You know how it is. They usually like to take their time, much to Bryce's fury, if anything. Yeah, but we should be loading in really shortly. I'm excited, though, mate. Dallas feels like a long time ago, and it really wasn't. But we're straight back into it.
We certainly are, and of course, I think this one feels even a little bit better because we know that at the end of this, the major that follows the Elite is happening on our home soil. Birmingham is just a little while away. But let's find out how our teams are, of course, getting on. Orgless and Treaty 1 Gaming about to throw down onto this hardpoint. There's a quick caveat over here. I tried several times to get some of these teams to name themselves We Hate Ton, and nobody took me up on it.
It's actually a bit of a shock that they haven't. I'm sure we could get somebody at the very to change it over towards that. I don't think your offer was good enough, though, to be fair, Brycey. Some of these gamers make good money these days, and you offering 20 quid is not quite enough.
No, apparently not, especially not with the prize pools available in the Elite. But speaking of Elite here, it looks like already Orgless starting off hot.
Yeah, and typically for Orgless, this is the normal performance we'll be seeing out of them. They were starting to blow teams away towards the back end of Stage 1, but realistically, the start of their stage was tough against, I believe it was Dark Horse was their very first one they went up against in their very first stage. And it was really poor performance on the Hardpoint specifically, but this has been anything but so far, with 30 seconds or so gone. The rotation now starting to come through. Treaty 1 Gaming could be finding a couple of kills over towards the backside of lanes. It's here! Can't find the second. Kills will come through for Overlay. He'll lock down these spawns momentarily here for Treaty 1 Gaming. They are finding themselves behind, but not that far.
So far so good. Just looking to try and break through here a little bit. Some of the issues being, well, the kills. And it sounds really simple, but even with Rush trying to hold this back spawn for as long as possible, that they just are not winning the gunfights. This is a big one coming up here. Presley looking for Overlay towards the back. Overlay going high, going sliding, trying to get it down. A bit scrappy, but maybe just good enough. Orgless will take control of the back again.
Taking control, but yet to really get a plethora of points, but they might get them now. Just falling their way. Lynn's Brezzy doing well towards the backside. New member of Treaty 1 Gaming and Lampy. He can find one and set up Overlay. Well, for the two towards the backside. And that should be some decent time, but still close spawns here for Orgless. I think they may well combat these, knowing that Treaty 1 Gaming probably do have this rotation over towards P3. It's going to be a bit of a split spawn over towards that side. Last couple of kills going to fall Orgless' way. The time is not. We've got play on Overlay over towards the back of P2. Go for the positioning over towards P3. Hasn't worked. Rush shuts them down. A nice, consistent performance across these last two heals here from Treaty 1 Gaming. Put themselves in a better position. Spawns towards the back, though. Going to influence this.
A bit of pressure coming through, and you can see it happening already. Treaty 1 really just continuing to pile it on here. Melko out towards the back. He's not going to get the spawn for his teammates, and will be shut down very, very quickly. At the moment, a bit of a headbutt coming through. If you've played this, you know it can be difficult to get into it, but so far, Lynn's flying through. It's going to be a huge kill if he can make the second. Cobra will get it for him, but those spawns come in clutch, and they have really pushed them out.
Working out well here for Treaty 1 Gaming. Honestly, for me, I look towards Orgless and what they did over towards the back end of that P2. They left Overlay to get the time, really committing for the rotation. Didn't work out. Has now, though, 4 dead, but for 15 seconds, you really had to work for that. Now the spawns are going to be there for Treaty 1 Gaming. The pressure will be here as well, though, from Melko. It's Treaty 1 with a little lead. Anticipated by the time we head over towards P4, and that's a wonderful rotation out of Orgless. Exactly what they needed to do at the exact right time. You spawn Treaty 1 over towards the backside, you've got a full 60 potentially on the cards.
There they go. You can already see the pressure now mounting around the side and towards the back. Headbutting this is not very effective, but Kez is going to try and be the one player to make sure this pinch comes through here. Unfortunately, does get shut down before he can put too much pressure on. Already going to be out of this point here. They know they have to fight for the back Orgless, and that's exactly what they do. Spawns for Trinity 1 Gaming are going to put them in a bit of a bad position. They now either have to headbutt, go straight through the front door, or spend their time trying to hit the flank.
It was a little 1-by-1, but it kind of had to be. You lose a couple of gunfights in there, you're trying to force it if you're Treaty 1 Gaming, looking for the plays to be made. And honestly, that's kind of what happened over towards P2. They didn't necessarily have the numbers, but a couple of big plays from individual players, making your life a little bit easier. But that's been a lot of time gone over towards Orgless, pretty much a full 60 towards P4, and the rotation over towards P5. Well, Melko's not going to be involved in it. He will get taken down by Rush. They need to find some decent time here because they've led a lot of it over the last couple of hills. Treaty 1 Gaming still only 25 seconds or so behind Brycey, but they need to stop this bleeding big time.
Overlay is just trying to hold off, but not going to get quite enough here. They have it. A bit of a pinch coming through. Cobra could prove detrimental to everything they do. He gets one. Not going to be quite enough. The battle towards the back again. You can see this on many of these hills. It's very much a back spawn is what you want to get, no matter where the hill is going to be. Obviously, for P1, you can on a P2 spawn ready for P2, but for everybody else, it's just the rule of thumb here.
This time out of the way for Orgless, though. These are just easy kills coming through from Brezzy. And performing how we have come to expect him, everybody here on this Orgless team. And again, I don't want to harp on about it, but a very, very disappointing result in that top 12 placement over in Dallas. You really expect them to be challenging for the big prizes. I would have said top 4 at a minimum. I think especially they would have looked at P7 and Rock, right? The other two teams who finished in the top 3 in this EMEA region, well above them in Dallas when it really did matter. So far, though, not going too bad. They're in their very first map of stage 240 and rising. 50 seconds remaining at P1. They found a hat load of a time on the very first rotation, looking to find some more here as well. Treaty 1 Gaming after that, well, first, second, and third hill, to be honest with you, have fallen off the fillet some cliff.
Well, P1 still being held. You can already see positioning here. Melko is hoping to find it, but calls that one correctly. Knew a player was coming behind him. And this will jump into it as well here for Treaty 1 Gaming. They're just not really having an awful lot of luck when it comes down to these position fights. And now Melko will try and push the tempo. Can he find a player out towards the front? Knows where he's going to be. Easy clean-up for them. Not only P1, but the P2 rotation for Orgless.
Yeah, wonderful from Melko once again. Centering over towards the back side. Finds 2 massive kills to lock down the spawn for his team. 160. Is now going to be hit by Orgless. Treaty 1 Gaming still not too far behind. It's a good hold somewhere, but they need to try and materialize one. Cobra holding it down. Finding the cuts where he needs to. If you're going to push him 1 by 1, they're going to find the kills just as easy as that. Orgless starting and running up now. 45 seconds over towards P2. They could break 200.
Cobra just holding it down and nobody getting through. Here comes a player. Can he get any more than one? Finds the first. Lampy looking to break this stranglehold they've had on it the entire time, and there's a huge headbutt coming through. That's allowed 3 players to come through the front, but Melko gets 2 with a grenade. Linz cleans house, and that'll be the full 60-ton.
Yeah, feels a little desperate there from Treaty 1 Gaming. They still could have taken their time, but now they've got to run away with their tail between their legs and over towards P3. They've got to hold this down for some decent time, find a brilliant transition over towards the other side of the map, and try and do what Orgless did last time around, finding 60 over towards P4, but it's easier said than done. 200 points is now being broken from Orgless. They have a 100-point lead. And a couple of kills on transition, but for now, Treaty 1 Gaming just about holding on.
Cobra out towards the back. Again, these back spawns, everybody plays for them over and over again. Cobra knows somebody's going to challenge him and finds the player, but doesn't get the kill, but doesn't matter. Brezzy comes through with 2, and, well, this hill might be broken here off the back of this one gunfight, and it's done. 2 for Cobra, 2 for Brezzy. Hill broken.
4 in a row from Cobra. Just breaks them wide open, as you mentioned. It's just a little bit too easy. You know, we can talk about fundamentals, we can talk about knowing when to rotate, but when the team is just going to cut through you that easily, what is the answer? Let's get your gun up, which is seemingly a bit of a struggle here for Treaty 1 Gaming right now. Kez and Overlay, though, have done really well to find those kills at the right moment. 10 seconds to go here over towards P3. Lampy needs to pop off here. Needs the rest of his team around him. They need to find the break over towards this backside, but Orgless can take their time. They just sat back. They can all wait for the pressure to come and try and strike, but is it going to work? Kez over towards the backside. Could do with finding the kill and does so. Spawn's going to be over towards this backside now for Treaty 1 Gaming. Need to find a way through.
They're trying. It's a bit of a mix-up, and they do find 3. Okay, we're going to find 1 as well. Okay, we're not going to find any more, though, and that's a spawn out for Orgless. 40 seconds on the board here for Treaty 1. It would put them back within spitting distance, but they still have to hold against a wave of players pouring down from Orgless, and there are a few of them that already managed to break it. Lampy, 6 health, has to get this regen through before he takes a gunfight, finds the first. Ducks out, knows more players are coming towards him. Not going to be able to find the second, though, and reinforcements for Orgless will stop the dream.
That 20 seconds would have been massive. It would have put them in around 160 to, 220, and you start to think to yourself, maybe the comeback could be on. But it could be done and dusted now. Orgless can't quite finish it here over towards P4, but they may well have done. 15 seconds or so for Orgless. They'll pick up the scrap time, and it's going to be a little run over towards P5 now. But they are merely 10 seconds away from finding the very first map of Stage 2.
Still going to break this one. Melko already going to fall. Players can afford to take their time a little bit here. Orgless do have some options. They only need 11 seconds. Already 2 towards the back. Kez will take down Cobra, but pressure's already mounting. Down he goes, and, well, nobody into the point here. All going towards Orgless. Rush trying to get back into it here. They now cannot afford to take their time. 2-1 Gaming desperately trying to get towards this point. They have to chow for every single second, and this is going down to the wire with a real finish here. I say that it ends. Orgless clean house, and that is a dominant statement to open their elite journey.
Fantastic work once again from Orgless. And just came out the gates, kind of firing. A little bit of a rebuttal there from Treaty 1 Gaming throughout the first few hills, but after that, it was just control center, essentially, for Orgless all the way through. It was that transition over towards P4. They found that 60. They never let that gap go. They never let that pressure or pace go either. Fantastic performance from our current champions here in EMEA, doing a fantastic job up against Treaty 1 Gaming. 1-0 to the good for them. Treaty 1, again, it just felt like one of those moments where they were a little bit 1-by-1 on occasion. I mean, look, the non-trader kills are pretty high there for Orgless, doing really well across the board. The objective kills are there. The kills per hill, everything that you need to see that kind of shows a really good hardpoint team is being shown here. A lot of time on the board for Linz. He was big feet up and chilling inside of the hill. 250 to 158 is a very, very comfortable win.
They certainly are. Well, I said there were many games that we can keep an eye on, and, well, we're jumping across straight away here. Rock are defending Major 1 champions against the Vicious, and, well, it's kind of a tight game.
For Rock Esports, I think. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table. The expectations will be there now, and all of a sudden, they're up by 40, and we're questioning it, but I think, going up against the Vicious, which are formerly Lutey's Lions, pretty much the same squad as far as I'm aware as well. So interesting to see how they're going to do over the season, trying to progress as a team, trying to get things going. And not too bad of a start, as mentioned. Over on map number 1 here up against Rick's 29 from him, but Faisal Disarray will just combine so well over towards P2, and they'll lock down potentially another 40 seconds here. The Vicious in a good spot to maybe take the lead.
Well, this is a really good position for them. You can see they've already pushed out a little bit. Rocky Sports trying to go around. Connor will find the first. Not going to get the second here. A little bit of pressure now coming through. Numbers for Rocky Sports. Already looks like they should have this spawn block. They do, and that'll allow them to take this 20 seconds away. I was going to say, lead should go straight back to them, but they will let the hill for a few seconds. Now everybody over to P3. The Vicious know this is not really worth retallying over towards P2. You can see they're holding underneath. They have a few opportunities. They are a little bit spread out, waiting for the flank.
Continuing where he left off. Yes, he is. And a couple more this way. And Yusuf will shut him down. I'm just really interested as a whole to see how some of these teams who have stuck together are going to progress this season. You would expect them to go on and do okay, right? I mean, I don't think, if I'm looking at the Vicious, that they're going to go on and finish in the top 2 or 3, but maybe they'll make a little bit of a run based on, well, what we're seeing over the space of this last 90 seconds at least. Pricey, that's my evidence that I'm taking, and, well, presenting my case right now, because the Vicious have found themselves in the lead. 30 seconds to go here, over towards P3. They're holding it down fairly well here. Position over towards P4, not quite there yet, but they can try and force its way through. Still spawns over towards the backside here for Rock. Fight from Disarray, though. He's going to take down Kicks, and all of a sudden, this may well break wide open over towards P4 as well.
Going towards the back here. I mean, Decimate, that's a huge kill on the 5 streak he's on. Still all about the pressure now. Going to go straight through it as well. Decimate will go down before he gets his 6th. Couple more players slowly getting squeezed into this point, but Rock are now making the kills. They will have control of this to begin with. They have secured the spawns, and they're pushing out mid-map. Got to be careful. You can already see Decimate going for a long flank.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Delicious. Put yourself in a good position when you lose a couple of gunfights over towards his backside. But still a little bit of pressure. You find even more gunfights over towards the back. Faisal from the top rope. He can find 2, but so can Dom. There's 4 in a row from him. The rest of his team not going to be too far away. He will continue to slide over towards the backside and continue to find kills as well. Desiree will eventually shut him down, but Domek's inside of the point. 20 seconds to go here for Rocky Esports. They find them, and they find themselves in ever so slight lead, but still being very hardly fought over by the Vicious. They'll find a way through. 15 seconds to go.
Still a very good position for them. Well, into this P1 here. Kicks, trying to push it out. Almost survives, but can't quite get away. The railing is not made of stern stuff. And now Darx just making sure to hold this one down. Refusing to let them in. And they are looking maybe to gain this lead back onto this point. It's actually a really good situation for them at the moment. Not only do they have P1, but the spawns for P2 are still technically theirs. But they have lost a few players here, even with Rixel getting 2. Oh, 3.
He seems to have come into this season with a bit of a vengeance, sir. Everybody on that Rocky Esports team has had their moment, but Rixold was hanging about doing his job, but to see him coming in with 28 and 19, it's quite the statement. Still finding themselves behind, though. 20 seconds to play for. Managed to find anything here. Still inside of P1, they've got spawns for P2, still looking pretty good. They're only 10 seconds behind here. They need to maybe just take their time for a second. You need to gun hole through the middle of the map. You need to try and find something like Faisal just has. There's 2 going to be found. Now can you use that pressure to try and find a break over towards P2?
They're still shooting every single direction, and well, this is all Rexel right now. This P2 is upon them. A 15-second difference. Rexel even knows where they're going to be. He is absolutely on it. Kicks backing up at the same time. They have cleaned their half of the map. 10 seconds away from regaining the lead. The battle lines are going to be reset. This time the Vicious have actually got quite close, but it's a double nade. Domex takes down 2. This push is already stalled.
Just stops it dead in its tracks, and all of a sudden Rocky Esports, yeah, starting to do a little bit better. Can they continue to get things rolling here? 2:10 and rising. 30 seconds remaining over towards P2 as well, and Kick's starting to light it up. He's on a 4 spree. It was Dom on a 5 spree that maybe just set them up in this position. And this position is something that you can continue to watch over on the youtube.com/COD Challenges. This one over on Charlie, I'm going to hazard a guess at, but we are going back over towards Alpha, and Orgless taking on Treaty 1 Gaming. Into the Search and Destroy we go.
Well, we can see this round's already started here, and Lampy has lost his life and the bomb here. Brazil already going to be pushed up. Knows where Overlay's going to be. Does he stay here? He knows there's going to be a lot of pressure onto him as well. Lynn's trying to help him because it's a little bit of a tenuous situation. All the nades and everything that could fly in here if he gets double chowed. But they've got the bomb out, Treaty 1. What they don't have is map control.
What's the play? Well, it just has to be here, doesn't it? There's no other way to it. Orgless have positioned themselves very well. And now we're starting to get very aggressive. We're on the backside. Oh, and Kez is going to get a little bit of information. I'll tell you what, he's well jumped off the map. So not ideal. But he slowed them down and found the information. Kez will find one. Melko will take him down. No, Overlay on the other way around. He's done well. Now is left in a 1 versus 2. Let's go over Melko. No time at all.
Just a little bit of an interesting first round, really. With that rotation coming through, neither team feeling entirely comfortable, I would say. That first blood, well, that was enough to kind of decide the pace of the round. You could already tell Treaty 1, their entire first kind of thing was just to get the bomb away, and with no map control, you start to worry about every corner.
I think it's one of them. Obviously, we came into the round late, but they lose a little bit of mid-map control by the looks of things, and that puts them in a, well, a little bit of a difficult position as far as wanting to go over towards the B side of the map, wanting to maybe just hold down mid and dictate what you want to do. You can't do that if you lose the opening gunfight through the middle of the map, and while somebody who is pretty proficient with the sniper, well, it's typically Melko, but Lampy says thank you very much. He'll find the opening blood in the second round.
And again, now that they've lost that first blood ton, how do they react? In for a bit of it here. Rush might have perfect timing onto Linz. Linz gets away with his life. Still running, still trying to get out of this one. Rush goes back to where he was, just hiding up broken.
Kaz is going to back down from A here. So they lose a little bit of control, but they have that mid-map control. I think, no, let's looking to maybe wrap this through over towards B. I'm not sure it computes in my brain as to why they would do this, but they're going to go for it either way. Kez will get taken down, and now if you treat one gaming, you're like, okay, well, they push through lobby. So wants to play, well, Linz is waiting. Side of control, gets gunned by Kez. Everybody else here from Treaty 1 Gaming is also going to fall. 2 versus 2.
Resi for a little time, but a little bit of luck. He's not going to be able to snap quite enough for it, Ton. And Treaty 1 Gaming, they get around back on the board. These rounds are scrappy.
I just think Orgless overcomplicate that, right? I mean, you have complete control over towards A side, and you're like, yeah, cool, just farm it. And they're like, no, we are going to wrap through lobby and go to the other side. I think just one of those moments. I mean, it's easy for me to say I can see everybody in the map, but they would have ran through the site. They would have ran through it. Complete control. Could have left somebody to watch the flank. And it could have been a bomb down with a man advantage, but as it goes, you lose the round and it's 1 apiece. I don't know how you say scratch your head in French, but that's what I would be, especially if I'm Lampy, because Melko's just taken it off.
Oh, a little bit of info for Linz, but stays alive. Moko now backing up furiously. That is not a close range weapon. Tries to make it work, and now Lampy ready for Cobra, but Cobra gives him a bit of a tickle. And Linz will find it as well. Brings it back to a 3 versus 2. Cobra backing up from the smoke. It makes this a bit chaotic here. He's going to find Kez as well. There's going to be a double chow through the doorway. And it's a 1 versus 2 for Rush. There's 1. There's 2! A double chow is just a chow too much.
I got scary for a second for Orgless, but work it well. The opening blood really being influential in that one. After finding a piece, then all of a sudden you've got one room to run riot. Cobra's there to finish that one off. 2-1 now. To Orgless will want to continue this winning form. I think for them this season as well, it's just about coming back in, finding out exactly what went wrong in Dallas, doing what you did online, and then just converting that to a decent performance in a, well, non-jet-lagged Birmingham, you would like to think, for some of these teams. That's going to be a factor. Something we'll talk about maybe when we have some downtime at some stage. Pricey for a lot of these EMEA teams. It's an advantage to not having to, well, fly 10 hours to Dallas.
Wow. Who knows what damage they will do if that does occur. The old jet lag question has popped its head into COD Esports over and over again. I don't suffer from it as much as many people.
No, well, that's because your sleeping pattern is degenerate at the best of times anyway. Bomb down. Over towards A.
Very true.
And right now, 3-1 Gaming need to try this retake in the 3v4 scenario. And this is a nice setup from Orgless, almost like what they should have done in round number 2. I'll not try and hop on about that, but I feel like I might. Kez will get taken down, overlay and Rush. Need to produce some magic. Kez can find 1. Find a second. It's Rush who actually found the 2. Shout out the scoreboard. Cobra and Melko locking it down. Orgless will find another round. 3-1 to the good. And cruising right now.
Well, that was pretty clinical. They've managed to just hold off enough. And you're all right. That's the benefit here, really. If you get control of a bomb site like that, you can force the team to try and trade their way through. And when they don't have the numbers, it doesn't work very well. Orgless feeling pretty good right now. 3-1 in S&D. Lampy's actually died twice first in these rounds, and we're looking maybe to stay alive in this one. Moko there with that sniper. Looking to open proceedings once again. Nobody will be the top broken. Looking like an A push here for Treaty 1.
I suppose that's the double-edged sword of being the scope player for your team. You're often going to die first. This time around it was Rush. Oh, it was Lampy actually again. Honestly, it's going to kill me off one day, this podcaster. Either way, Rush will get this bomb down for his team. Melko needed to hit the shot and did. Kez will be the first one to fall, and you go, oh yeah, let's keep challenging him. Finds 2. Inkez will be picked up as well. Cobra will find that, and that'll be the round. Thank you very much, Melko, for that one. 2 with the scope, and that's another round over towards Orgless.
Well, that could have been even more highlight worthy. Melko could have had all 3. And probably got that clip put in the GA chat from the pros. But hey, if you challenge 1v1 down a corridor, you kind of expect to get taken out if a sniper's watching there, and Orgless to say, right, okay, that's easier than we probably expected to finish that round.
Into the next round we go. Treaty 1 Gaming, it's just a case of trying to find these first bloods a little more often. When you found one, you got the round. Albeit Orgless. No, I'm not gonna. Overlay with the snipe out. This feels like more than 2 rounds, but who am I to question? Rush will shut it down. And now all of a sudden, Orgless. 2 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 3. Chat, am I seeing things? Am I counting correctly, Brycey? I don't know.
We don't mention the G8s.
Well, I know, but we kind of have to. Lampy around the backside, you'll find it.
Well, I'll tell you what. That's only a question for.
Am I being stupid though? Are you on the same wavelength as me?
Well, yeah, maybe, but here's the thing. I just assume they know better. So I just gotta let it go.
No, okay.
I just kind of let it go and just assume that it'll all work itself out in a wonderful way.
Yeah. I'll wait to see what guns get brought out if they did do it, though.
That would be very interesting. But at the moment, everything seems pretty even. Nobody doing anything too egregious. Melko with a sniper up top here and switches out. Decides doesn't want that. Not going to go for the early pick. Was Prezi spotted there? I think he might have been as well. You can already see. Players backing up. Forming a battle line. They've split the map horizontally this time. Kez finds one.
Let's spawn him. Oh, Linz is actually just going to find a way through. Dips in and out like a ninja. And all of a sudden, you're questioning how much control you really do have if you're Treaty 1 Gaming. I'll be with bomb in hand. Pressure going to come in from Dojo. And Linz has got a little bit of backup as well. And this is just preventing Treaty 1 Gaming from, well, doing anything. Got eyes on the bomb. We'll have to back it on down. Should have a freebie here, though. Your team do. The sniper shot's not ringing true here for Overlay. Momentarily left on his zone. Has cares for company, though. He's done so well to survive and not just survive and find the kill. Melko, Overlay, 1v1.
I was going to say Overlay probably quite upset. He missed that snipe. Caused his teammate to go down. He's now going to have to redeem himself and... Well, hits a couple with the pistol. He's going to chow this. He's going for it. This is a pistol shot and... Oh my goodness! No movement! No worries! Treaty 1 Gaming win that one off the back of a pistol.
That may well have been an ace. It's at least 3. And great aggression comes out with the pistol as well. Melko can do absolutely nothing. Guesses incorrectly. The pressure comes through. Melko just needs to survive that. And the round is done. Great work from Overlay. Finds 3 in the round. And Treaty 1 Gaming now find themselves only 1 round away. It felt like Orgless were running away with this one. Brycey. 4-3 now. Very, very doable here for Treaty 1.
Such a big round for them. Melko's going to find the first. Prezi will find the second.
Okay.
Let's find the third. Overlay misses his shot on the return. And now finds himself in a 1 versus 4. And it looks like on the wrong side of the map.
3 spree already as well, though. I'm going to maybe just try and find a pick if they jump in over towards A. I actually don't mind the positioning. You may well be able to hold your gunfire, but as it goes, they end here. Up towards B we go. Orgless will get it down. Orgless will find the kill. And Orgless will find themselves a round away from going 2-0 up in this series.
Do they have it in them, Treaty 1 Gaming? Felt like a potential comeback, but 5-3 never feels particularly fun for them. We'll see just how this one goes. Here comes the sniper again, Melko. Checking it. Does he switch out one more time? Well, overlay. Has missed a couple of shots here so far with the sniper. Could change some of these rounds, but they will get the first blood regardless.
Russian code trying to get something going over towards the safe side. Bomb not going to be going down just yet. And not going to be going down with Lampy on the scoreboard. No alive to protect it. Melko over towards the backside. Lampy will get the better of him and takes him down. Overlay. Great shots coming through as well from him. Fantastic work here from Treaty 1 Gaming. They'll find another round.
Well, well, well. All good. So far. Couple more rounds. This is definitely not over. Even though Orgless only have to win 1, Trinity have to win 2.
Well, they managed to put it back into the realm of possibility. Can they find something back here, though? And then straight through the middle of the map. It's really being where a lot of these rounds are being won and lost. Kez going to take a couple of shots. It's going to have to be backed on down. So that's mid-map control now for Orgless. They can control where they want to go. And it's getting aggressive through the middle of the map, and Overlay just backed on down over towards the backside of B. It's looking like A is going to be the more likely route. Lampy dipping and diving around. Just trying to look for a little bit of information, but he finds none of it. And Orgless will get this bomb down. 4v4 retake going to be needed by Treaty 1 Gaming.
Oh, Rush is going to lose that gunfight. Linz, a massive, massive flank. This could be huge. Finds one. Looks for the second. Oh my goodness. A tickling of the toes. Not able to quite get it. Linz dives in through the smoke. It's chaos and now Cobra's left alone. 1 versus 2. Kez is actually defusing in his face. He's defusing in his face, but he stood up. And now Cobra going around the side here. It's being defused again. Cobra looking for it, and he clutches up. What a ridiculous round. Kez stood up. Kez said, all right, I'll take a few more of those bullets in the face. I think I can take it. I'm not entirely certain what happened.
I mean, I suppose he's looking for info for his teammate, but if I'm your teammate, I'm saying just sit down, son. I've got you covered. It's one of those moments. I mean, great shots from Cobra. You have to give the credit towards the player who finds that 1v2. If you cares, you just got to keep your head down there and go and stick the defuse and trust in your teammate to find the kill. 6-4 is the scoreline here for Orgless. 2-0 now in the series. That's a tough one because there was definitely rounds that Treaty 1 Gaming could have brought back, but ultimately Orgless will walk away with that one just about a 6-4 victory. 2-0 up now in this series. They'd like to see this one out in 3, Bracey, and, well, based on what we've seen so far, you wouldn't put it past them.
You certainly wouldn't. And speaking of action, that is indeed was great. Let's jump over to another one. We have another game for us as well. As you can see, Tane is going to get our wonderful kills. This is 4-3 so far in this game, Ton, and, well, it's looking a little bit close.
Looking over to who we're covering now. I believe it's going to be 4 Fun Esports, yes. Detain, Denza, Sykes, and Mighty. Going up against R8 Esports, a team we actually haven't seen anything of over this general elite and throughout challenges so far. A Saudi Arabian team beating Light Unlimited to find themselves qualified. So R8 Esports new to the blocks, so to speak. So let's see what they can bring to the table. For fun, though. 1-0 down currently in this series. 4-3 up in the Search and Destroy, though. And this is the kind of game, though, if you are a team like 4Fun, you need to be winning. This is the one you need to solidify. Top 4 is the objective, of course, for a team like this. And 1-0 down up against one of the teams you would expect to probably not qualify for playoffs is not necessarily an ideal position to be in. This bomb is now going down. 4 versus 1 up against Sway. And 4 Fun should find themselves in a 5-3 lead.
Sway throwing a few bullets out. This is not the greatest scenario. Everybody knows where you are. Tries to get something going with it. Not able to really lock much down. For Fun Esports, 5-3. Just a round away now. I think they are, you know, the favourite coming into this one, to be fair, Tom.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, I believe they're finding themselves 1-0 down in this one, Bruce. It's one of those that you would expect them to be able to take this one relatively comfortably. I mean, alright, Esports are coming in as the 6th seed in their group. For Fun, well, very much number 2. As you would expect with their experience, they're able to get this one. It's going to be a tight group as well. We've got Able Esports in there, the Vicious, who we've seen primarily a little bit about Rock Esports. You would expect to take the group. MAJIN are another team we haven't really spoke about. Henry, Twisted, Whalers, and Legend in there. I mean, that guy now knows what he's doing. Trying to buy his trade down in EMEA Challengers. Let's see how he does, but it's a tough group. Really interesting one. And every single win is going to be crucial. 3 versus 3. 3 versus 2 now as Denzel will find a kill onto Abdul. And now all of a sudden this bomb that is now down for Right Esports is looking likely to be defused. So we will find one to detain. 2v2.
2v1. A little bit of a late coming across this bomb side. It was the other side of the map here, but... Oh, this could be enough. It's going to be found. That is unfortunate. Stood up, had to try and check the bomb, but... did not work. And that's going to be game.
On a piece in that series for Fun, finding the search and destroy. Put them in a good spot in the series, looking to try and bring this one back. Nicely done. Sykes 11-4. He's a player who has excited me when we have seen him. Good performance from him. But this one, of course, you can keep an eye on youtube.com/Challenges. We have every single game being streamed. You can keep an eye on how things are going. But back over towards Alpha. Orgless 2-0 to the good. Looking to close it out here on Scar Overload.
See a bit of fighting going back and forth. This is where you want to pick up some tips for ranked play. Although I don't know how to deal with teammates being unaware of how to play, which is something I keep running into.
Have you tried looking within?
Yeah, and I found it was perfect, so... it really is. At the moment, both teams really just playing for positioning here. There might be a pickup here for Trudy 1. Are they confident enough?
It's bold. Maybe they like their positioning. Just going to find one with Brezzy. And Kez one onto Malco as well, so still this war of attrition in the map, which Linz is going to, well, notch it down, overlay. Able to turn and burn there. He's done extremely well, but still. A lot of I's to be dotted and a lot of T's to be crossed. Before you do find yourself in a position to whack the overload through. Not going to happen. And now all of a sudden you can be countered very, very quickly. Brezzy hasn't got to cut through the street, but he may well get aggressive on the spawn. And it's aggressive enough, not quite to land it. The rest of this team are here to hopefully get this one over the line, but Overlay can find one, Kez with another. And ever so slightly, just a little too far away there for Orgless, but that was a big opportunity.
Nothing more upsetting than getting stopped that close to the point. And then just trying to keep this play alive, keeping players back onto the respawn and not able to do any more damage here. You can see Trudy 1, they're already moving it through P2, but Overlay doesn't have any blockers. They don't have the positioning, and this is a worry. That's gone down without players in position, and, well, fortunately, to the rescue comes Linz. That is a massive two-piece for him to try and stop it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, and Orgless, well, they've done enough here to already put that one home.
Looking to find a couple more if they can, though. The positioning is good here. Spawning over towards the field so they can start to run this one pretty quickly. And Brezzy and Melko are shooting like that together. Cobra with a setup. Leading the point, if you like. Brezzy and Cobra going to have to slow down, though, with Cobra dying. Lynn's now going to assume that position. 6 in a row from him. He's going to go for the big flank behind here. This is going to cause absolute havoc with the spawns as well. But the kills ringing through. And is anyone here to stop it? Not looking likely. Orgless 2 to the good. And just so seamless. They just flow so well. Everybody filling in the positions where they need to. It's not necessarily anybody doing one job. It's everybody doing every job. And now all of a sudden they can start to run it up. Third, potentially on the cards here with 1:50 to go.
Well, they're really, really laying a bit of the smackdown here on them. Haven't really let them out of their spawn properly to get control of this map here. Players are actually going down. Melko look for one. Not going to find the second here. Opportunity for Trinity One Gaming to at least break this middle of the map control. And, well, there's going to be the one down here. They're going to move this. Nades and guns to the fore. They don't have it clear yet. There will be a lot of tacticals and a lot of nades jumping straight over that truck, trying to get this one locked, and it's too much for Trinity One Gaming.
Nicely done from Orgless. Good defense, but it's a defense that you would expect to be able to hold on that side of things. And now they're going to start running down the field, maybe seeing a little bit of an opening. If they can get this kill across the cut, then maybe that does open things up, but not quite yet. But it's just slowing the game down. A minute to go. EMP in limbo. Nothing necessarily to worry about here. 1 minute. And Trinity One Gaming maybe find something on, well, what is typically the less favourable side. We have seen teams start to, well, do a little bit more work over towards A side of things, if you like, on this map in particular. And, well, I've done it over towards B this time around. Really good job. Just find the kills in the middle of the map, and now can they keep this pressure on?
They're looking for it. They do have some positioning here. Overlay! Who's going to get that kill? That's huge. Unfortunately, they did lose their carrier of the EMP. Now, Overlay has to go back. Almost feels like a reset for him. He really wants to do something, but almost paralyzed by indecision. Does he push forward? Does he try to get a kill? Does he try and move the EMP? Time is ticking away from them. And all those decisions swirling around him meant he really didn't do any of them. You can see now, maybe somebody grabs this for the last hurrah. I suspect Trinity One Gaming may grab it as we go into the little bit of overtime on this side.
Oh, Linz, I thought he was just going to hold his fire there, but Kez just about going to get away with it. So they will be the ones with the opportunity to potentially close this gap, but Kez just very much needs to stay alive. 17 seconds to go, not going to happen. Linz will not give him that opportunity. Focus. Looking like they want this 3-0 done and dusted. 3-1 up after the half, but as mentioned, look, they were on the more beneficial side, a little bit easier to attack over towards Akroma's side of the map, but it can quickly change. But of course, Trinity One Gaming now having their opportunity. I was going to say Clutch One having their opportunity, but I mean, that's two different orgs, Bricey. It's first game of the week, mate. I'll allow myself. I've got a bad back, you know. I don't know if I mentioned
yeah, you have a couple of times actually. Yeah, don't know what that has to do.
I'm
with
currently
the casting,
standing up.
but
Nobody can see me. I am currently standing up. Sitting down is painful. I am a butt of 33 years of age, and this is what happens.
Yeah, we're gonna start thinking we're old, Tanner. We start talking about back issues too much on broadcast, but
well, I can't help it, mate. I tell you, it's been like this since Christmas. I feel old.
Sorry, that's not me laughing at your misery. That's just me being jolly. Anyway, as we go into this, you already see Orgless looking to make a bit of a move here. They're going to switch sides with it. I think they are, but losing a couple of key gunfights will stall this push completely. Trinity One just throwing up the defensive lines. Trying to push this one down, and, well, Cobra's going to make a kill with a pistol. Anyway, still deadly.
His way forward now. I tell you what, he's found a second. They could layer this up in a couple of different directions. Okay, everybody run at me. I've got my pistol out, and you're all getting gunned. Cobra doing it all on his own, but the rest of the team not quite up to scratch. Even with the M15s out. Melko just trying to stem this tide of Trinity One game players who are going to run through the middle of the map now. Start to get a little bit of control. Orgless still in a good position. 1 minute has been dwindled down. Trinity One Gaming yet to really get out their half.
This is where it gets a little bit tight for them, because Trinity One Gaming, this is not a bad position. 2 down, lots of time left onto the clock. Looking to move it forward. They've already taken a couple down. Can they get enough to get into position? Unfortunately, losing the gunfights that they needed to move this EMP forward. And for now, it's all about stalling. Lampy will hold this one, check his corners. The rest of the team now needs to go to work.
In a great position to get something going here. Brezzy's called this Hellstorm in. It's not going to be quick enough. It's going to clear them out, and it's going to probably prevent a great deal from happening, but he calls that in. The rest of his teammates die at the same time, and Trinity One Gaming have just got to get there before, well, the ballistic missile does, and they do a good job at that. So they get one on the board. The only thing that Brezzy has really gained with that Hellstorm is the fact that his team still have a little bit of control, or did have a bit of control through mid-map. They've lost it now.
Again, 3-1 game. Looking to move the EMP. Does have a blocker this time as well. It's going to be overlaying. He's trying to make magic happen. It's not going to be enough. Cobra swoops in and shuts it down. This is a 1-point game, Ton, and 3-1 Gaming are treating it exactly like that. They know they can get this back to even with just a little bit of luck and an awful lot of skill.
Cobra now just trying to keep this pressure on. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and every single time that Orgless move that ball forward, it's beneficial to them. 3-1 Gaming have got to get it back, and they've got to get it moving. They've already done so. Lampy found a little bit of a route, hasn't found the second quite yet. And there's no way that Malco's won that gunfight over the top. He's done so well. Brazzy were there to pick up the pieces, and now all of a sudden Orgless have got the EMP, and they're going to be able to run this one out, and well, only one direction, to be honest with you. The gunfight's in the middle map of went Treaty 1's way, but Linz will shut that down rather quickly, and Orgless potentially have something on the cards here.
Nobody moving the EMP forward, though. That's the issue. Full wipe. Everybody basically back to 0, except Kez, who is deep in enemy territory. He's setting it up for his teammates to push this. Problem is, they've got to get there first, and Kez will be... Oh, he's going to be found. He's going to be found. All this positioning, all this time, and it all comes to nothing. And Orgless, they must make 3-1 Gaming just feel awful at that point. Like, they were so close to a perfect position for a run.
I mean, it's one of those moments, though, where he puts himself in that spot and he's given information as to where Orgless aren't, right? So they could have made that run through, but whilst you're given that information, you aren't seeing anyone. You ain't shooting anyone either. It doesn't make things that much easier for 3-1 Gaming, and ultimately, it will all fall apart. EMP down over towards the field side, and now Orgless have 55 seconds just pretty much to defend, but they may well just get themselves on the attack just to maybe keep Treaty 1 Gaming that little bit further away. Brezzy, good gunfight win. Him and Cobra combining well there. 40 seconds or so away from tying the series up 3-0.
Treaty 1 looking for this reset. In a good position. They need to get this in and then get the reset perfectly. This is not over quite yet. Needs to be perfect. Lampy already going for one as well. Got one. Looking for it, not going to be able to get it as well. Overlay going to go down at the same time, and they were hoping for one of those magical runs back-to-back. Unfortunately, they did not do enough, and Treaty 1 Gaming, well, they would need more than a miracle to get this one done, as it will be over. Orgless are going to win this overload, and they are going to win the series 3-1.
Nicely done from Orgless. A clean sweep to start things off to defend their title here in EMEA and Challengers Elite. And against a pretty decent roster in Treaty 1 Gaming, who I do think will get better as time goes on. But Orgless looking like the real deal once again when it's coming down to these online elites. But they want to convert them into results online. They're going to have the opportunity to do so in a few weeks' time. But that's a good start. That's exactly what they would have wanted. Comfortable in map number 1. Okay, relatively comfortable in map number 2, barring a couple of shaky rounds. And in the end, a comfortable overload. Treaty 1 Gaming did make them work for it, but not quite hard enough.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there for Treaty 1 Gaming, realistically. Certainly not a bad showing for them, and the biggest kind of unfortunate downside of it is that it won't show in the scoreboard. That'll look like a 3-0, and people won't look too deeply, but we will know that it was a little bit of a different game for them, and there were some opportunities to overtake what is one of the big teams in the Elite this stage.
Just overall a really good performance from Orgless, though. They do what they need to do on the more beneficial side. They really flowed well on this overload. It's all about just sort of filling the gap that you are closest to on occasion, and they do a really good job at doing that to Orgless. Really good overload team, and showed it off that fantastic work as they will now find themselves heading in their second series after a 3-0. That's got to be a nice feeling. Up against Treaty 1, who are going to be a roster who realistically are going to be challenging at the very top of things. You'd imagine that they're going to be finishing in and around the top 4, you would think, to head themselves over towards playoffs, and that's what they'll be wanting to do. But this is how things worked out, all in Orgless' favour. 250 to 158, 6-4, 4-2. Not a bad series to kick things off.
Pretty good from them. Looking for a good start as they go through here as well. And I say this, realistically, I am always kind of looking towards the future here. we know some of these teams are heavy favorites to not only make it through the Elite, but do very, very well. And it always gives us a great benchmark when we see two big teams like this, Trinity One and Orgless, play against each other. Like, how well have they come in to the Elite this stage? We've had, obviously, all the big tournaments. We've had a little bit of a break. There's been scrims. There's been some changes, not obviously with some of these teams this time, but it's almost like a how is their journey starting to the next major? And for Orgless, it's looking pretty good.
That's what they would have wanted. No need for us heading over to Colossus or Raid. That one is done. But plenty of other games still ongoing here in Challengers. As mentioned, every single game on broadcast. We've got another set of 6 coming up after these ones are done. But still a few ringing on through at this moment in time, Brycey. It's going to be an interesting season, as mentioned, for these EMEA teams. You've got a really big prize at the end of the line. That is going to be Birmingham. We're heading over towards DreamHack. That's going to be really interesting. But plenty of Challengers Elite still to get through.
There certainly is. While we wait for our next game to be ready, we're going to go to a quick break here in Challengers Elite. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and back, and we are ready for more games. I thought we were going to go to the second set. We are not. We are, in fact, going to go into more games from our first set. We said we will give you all the coverage we can, and, well, overloads are ready to rock. I believe Charlie's first on the board, Ton.
Yep, we've got plenty going on here. The Vicious up against Rock Esports, and the Vicious trying to bring this one back, presumably in the very first half. 19 kills for Tom 15 X as well. This has been a hell of a start for Rockies, but this is the second half. Okay, I have no idea what's going on. It's been a low scorer, to say the least. The Vicious got one over the board, and, well, I have found the kills in the middle of the map. Oh, no, it's the first half. It's trolling me, it's fine.
You were right, Ton. That's the crazy thing.
You know what? That is the crazy thing.
And speaking of crazy, they're going to try and make a run here, but this is just difficult. I've already got one. This way probably won't see the player, and that's half-time. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The absolute suddenness that it goes to half-time when that bomb drops. I feel like it should just be... It should be subtler. It should have, you know, almost like the end of the game, just sort of graying out and saying half-time, not, yo, it's the end, tough. But it is going to go into the second half, and it does mean 2-1 for Rock Esports. They're not having the easiest time so far on what it should be almost a victory lap for them.
I mean, look, realistically, they are finding themselves 2-1 up on the less favourable side. So now they have the opportunity to really put the sword down, if you like. And kills, I mean, Dom managed to find 20 in the first half. That's quite something. So I'd imagine they're going to essentially just keep the foot down. Got some nice nades off the rip, though. That's a deep one, to say the least. With a little bit of an advantage in the middle of the map, which is going to be wiped out pretty much immediately by Rixel, and of course Dom and Domex just combining well. Looking to try and set something up, and look, there's your lead blocker and Domex. We're going to get something going here on the fence, and it's just such a difficult position. And honestly, Telluride's probably put himself in a good spot here, but it's flying through, gets a little bit of help, but the progress is being made through the middle of the map.
Just mounting, but they've got people flagging them as well. And, well, they won't be able to do much against this one. Fatal taking down so many members of it as well. The way could be clear here. Unfortunately, the spawners will be close. Say they cannot run in that direction. We're going to take control of top. Try and get some more. 4 streak for Fatal, but too many bodies. Too little time. And now, with the running going on and all the kills falling towards Rock, I don't think much more is going to go towards them. There is just so much horsepower in this Rock Esports team that it is difficult to ever kind of shut them down.
And that's the thing. I think, you know, there was comments about it online that it is just raw horsepower out of Rock at all given times. It's not necessarily... We said that their fundamentals are something they're going to have to work on. If they come to fruition, if they start to become a very well-oiled team, then all of a sudden they become extremely dangerous because they have got the gunny in absolute spades. They are a well-oiled team. That's going to be offensive. But you know what I mean. It's the sense of that there is still room for improvement for Rock Esports, and they just won the last Open. It's a scary thought. Rixel moving forward, can't find the third. As he set his team up for a little bit of success, Kicks can't quite do it on his own. Good defense here by the Vicious, but all this defense that's having to be done is detracting time away from you being able to find one to wrap things up here.
Well, at the moment they do have the EMP, but they are trying to find a way through. Not the easiest, they're just not able to make as many kills as they would like. Again, Rock Esports strike. There's going to be a full wipe there, but respawns will be close for them. Huge nade from Connor. Kicks around the back here. He's looking to try and cut down the reinforcement. He's going to score regardless. There's never really a gunfight for that one.
So free. I mean, he literally is just played with them and just quite literally got around Grandmas without being detected. That's a poor one for Vicious to give away.
Oh, could be an opportunity for a counter here. Look at where the spawn's coming in. It's almost guaranteed this one's going through with by the left looking over the top, and well, the nade will go down, but that player's not going to get it. Shot out of the sky. Domex says no, and that's a little bit of a surprise. I thought that one was done.
Still 3-1 lead for Rock Esports though. Just trying to put the pedal down if they can. It is surprising to see them one apiece here. The Vicious look like they are getting blown out of the water, but right now this could be 4-1, and this could pretty much be the overload done and dusted, and it may well be so. Minute and 54 to find 3 at minimum back for the Vicious is going to be difficult, especially on this side. Get a little bit of mid-map control, but that might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
There they go. Every journey starts with the first step, but that first step has had his legs broken as they just cannot get the body through. Fatal finds a kill here, but it's the wrong side of the spawns that they wanted, and all that work, all those kills reduced to nothing as Dom moves forward, looking for their own relay.
Faisal thought he had a freebie. Eventually we'll find Dom. Slippy little character. So Domex combining well in Kicks. Once again, just showing why he's one of, well, probably the hottest properties in COD Esports at the moment. 30 and 18 out of him, Rock Esports with a minute to go. Pretty much the victory parade before we head into a map number 4.
And this is just a bit of a chaotic run here as well. Everybody's just picking up the EMP. He can't get it in. Oh my goodness. Bullets flying everywhere into that point here, and all that's really done is burn time that the Vicious need desperately to get through. Dom finds his man, flies back out towards it as well. Rick's all going for the pre-fire around the corner, and there's just so little they can do here. It's all about pride and practice, really, because this game is done in all but name.
This one's done. Vicious, 20 seconds to go. Not going to be able to get anything going here in this second half. Rock Esports, well, kind of did as expected. They move over towards the more beneficial side. They find as much as an advantage as they possibly could and run with it. Pretty much a carbon copy of what Rock Esports do to a lot of teams in Overload, and that is when fairly comfortably 2-1 up in the series.
There are opportunities, but I feel like we just saw more consistently Rock Esports find those two pieces, find those big kills to really shut down any of the push. So we will see. Obviously, this series isn't over. It's still 2-1, so it's at least going to go to the Hardpoint next.
Nice job, though, from Rock Esports, looking to try and get that first series over the line. Still plenty of these first series ongoing across the board all the way through to from Alpha to FOXTROT. Well, not quite an Alpha. That one was done, well, in pretty quick time, Bryce. I didn't realize how quick it was actually done. I know it was a 3-0. I checked down at the time, 45 minutes or so. We take those all day long, but heading over towards the other games, they are pretty much all still ongoing. We have another game lined up for Alpha, very much coming after this first set of games, but we are heading over towards Echo now. Between two other teams, let's have a look. It's going to be Full Fun EU taking on R8 Esports. Full Fun now 2-1 up in this series. They won't want the 0 down, Brycey. They brought it right back.
Oh, so far, I was just saying so far so good. So far, really good for them. 2-1 up. Have a bit of positioning here. They'll be looking to maybe move this one in the next couple of seconds as, well, they are getting time. P2 is almost upon us. You can see Z-Clocks going around the back here. Looking for a bit of pressure moving forward. Still winning out on the slaying front, though.
See what Abdul and Co can do. And the rotation over towards P2. Fun with a really nice start there, Bryce. You're right. 30 seconds or so over towards P1. Looking to really put the sword down now. What can you do if you're R8 Esports? You just got to stop this bleeding very, very quickly, and yeah, looks like you're going to be able to do so. 50 seconds on off air at P2. They could very much take the lead.
Looking for it as well. Mike looking for it. Sykes getting one as well. Mike is absolutely not backing down. just reloaded in the open, and I'm just going to continue to pre-aim. This will be fine. But they are certainly increasing that lead as time goes on, Tom.
Yeah, looking good. Nice roster. Honestly, it does look impressive right now when you're watching from Sykes' POV anyway. There's 5 in a row from him. Finds 3 over towards P2. They've broken this one wide open, 60-9. And very much rising as we head over towards P3. Detain and Co, though, have done a fantastic job. He'll soak up that time. How's the break going to look for Bindy and Co? And then find a way through. It's going to be, well, one-dimensional by the looks of things until the rest of the teammates come off the back of P2, and they are now very much on their way. Utility on its way as well. R8 Esports trying to defend this as best they can. They've got Church spawn so they can watch over it, but Sykes is there to pick up the pieces once again. Wonderful break for Full Fun.
Now in a good position for this one. You can already see him pushing out each way, and well, I mean, when you're going 14-4, you're now on a 4 streak and barely even get a bullet in reply. It's starting to look one way indeed. Sykes is just holding these gates. Now on a 5 streak. Who's next? Doesn't matter. Teammates can take that one away. They are starting to put the squeeze on. They're actually going to look for this rotation with barely having taken a bruise.
This is pretty easy so far for Fun, isn't it? Sykes 16-5. Incredible work so far. R8 Esports just yet to really find themselves online, so we can find 2. Get anything going here. Full 60 will put them back in a conversation, but so far they've had 17 seconds over 3 hills. I don't see it likely.
Things just keep going from kind of bad to worse here. For Fun of You are having their fun. Eventually a bit of a break coming through, and the tank will stay alive. Even goes for a reach out with it. And that's when you can tell a player is confident or feeling quite relaxed, as most of the time would have stayed alive there, done, and just gone back up the stairs.
It's hard work though, isn't it? Trying to fight for every single point. 20 seconds to go over towards P4, and okay, well, it's looking like we're going to get the majority of this time. It's good work from R8. Can you find this transition? Now over towards P5, over towards the church. For Fun already here. They are going to spawn out momentarily, though. They'll pick up a tiny amount of that scrap time. And they're going to start falling in the kill feed in the wrong direction. Alright, Esports, seemingly starting to wake up here, Brycey.
This is what they need. Maybe just a big hold. An opportunity. They're still fighting for this one from a pretty good position, and they should be able to get a decent amount of time as this one, but the nade rain puts paid to their numerical advantage, and already going to be taken down a little bit more. 30 seconds left to go. Time they desperately need before we reset these rotations, Ton, and at the moment, if anything, For Fun of You maybe have just slowed down a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy to do, though, right? Because Sykes was absolutely frying. The fact that he's now sitting at 21 and 11... he's arguably slowed down. I think it's one of those moments where you really were firing on every single end that you needed to, and For Fun were finding the points because of that. Now they are going to find a break over towards his backside, but it's not sustainable to be able to do that consistently to teams, and things have slowed down for them. Alright, Esports get some really decent time from back end of 3 and 4. Put themselves, well, only 80 behind. That's the problem, right? It's been a really good performance from For Fun so far. Already Esports have brought it back ever so slightly, but still a long way to go in this comeback.
We'll talk a little bit about Sykes. I mean, 23 and 11, 24 and 11. Continues to really just put the pain down. And even then, I mean, the rest of the team are just doing okay. So that is a standout performance for him in this game at the moment. But maybe the whole team's looking a little bit more easier to take down as R8 Esports look to get a bit of time here, and you can already see they're setting up for P2. Potential is here.
Need a good 60 somewhere. 40 or 50 pretty much uncontested is important. For Fun though with about 150 points and still in a very commanding position. This kind of gap all map long would be fantastic for them if they can find it. See if it continues.
Huge flank towards the back here. They managed to get it, and that is perfect play. They have broken this one, and we've said this many, many times. A good hold here gets this team back into the game. And so far, so good. You see the pressure coming in from both sides. They're trying to do a little bit of something here, but they're just not winning as many gunfights as they would like. Axel going to fly out with a pistol, and will get another one. Unfortunately, there are no teammates to back him up, and the trade won't be there for them.
Closing the gap, but that gap is still 60. It was at 100 at one stage though, and they have closed it. For Fun now just need to start chipping away, trying to find themselves a little bit of control. It's not the easiest thing to do across P1 and P2, of course. P3 may be a little easier. Can they find a way through? Alright, Esports are going to be the first ones there, and they aren't going to break 100 points. The gap is 70. You can find a good amount of time here, then all of a sudden you're cooking on gas. Couple of kills going to fall their way. They're going to find a little bit of control over towards Top Church. Alright, Esports are going to make For Fun start to panic here shortly, Brycey. That gap now down to 50.
Oh, they are doing well. And this game has turned. It doesn't even want to move. Here he goes. Makes a little bit of a push now. And now they need to get over to this next point at the same time, and, well, it will take a bit of scrap time away from them. Obviously more devastating in their hands, but this next rotation, moving into P4, is going to be critical as well. Detain managing to snap and burn, but players in abundance here.
They can find the break. I tell you what, that's a big kill as well. Mighty will fall. Brycey. The gap is down to 30. For fun, fumbling the bag to say the least here. Sway will find a big gunfight over towards this side, and it just feels as if it is maybe panic stations for them. Kills now once again going R8 Esports' way, and if you're for fun, you are now only 20 seconds in the lead. It was, what, 80 or 90 at one stage, Bryce? It might well have been 100. R8 Esports have come screaming back into this one.
Try and hold it. Abdul just making sure he can lock down that door here. Doesn't have the reinforcements he needs, but has done maybe just enough. Bringing it back towards 5 points. It does look like they might lose out on this scrap time, but as they try to desperately fight their way back into it, actually finding one. Well, they're getting back in. They've managed to get it here, but we're over to P5.
Yeah, man, we'll just take the lead here, Brycey. Incredible. Falcons was so far away. And R8 Esports do take a lead, albeit a very slender one now. One player will have to go back for Falcons and get into the point because they have barely held onto any semblance of a hard point over the past 5 minutes. Well, that's at least how it feels like. 5 spree though, forward to 10. Or for Mighty, I should say. Doing a really good job to just try and hold this down, but Sway's in top just completely uncontested. And it's a good job the stun landed, because that could have been a couple of kills, but as it goes for fun with 30 seconds to play for, are in a good position.
Here comes the pressure. R8 Esports knows they want to break this and break it now. They've split up. They've gone every single direction for it, but can they find the gunfights? Players going back and forth into the point. That's a big gunfight towards the front, but it will be traded out eventually. And scrap time here for R8 Esports. We are going into our second set of rotation with about as close of a game as you can expect.
It's been incredibly close, and to be honest, it's just surprising, to be honest with you, considering how it started. You kind of thought it would go in one direction. It may well still do so. For fun. Still find themselves in the lead and trying to get some good time. Remember, over towards P1 on the first rotation, found themselves 30 to 40 seconds in the lead before we even touch P2. And now can they continue to hold this down? They need to get rid of Detain if you're R8, and you do so. But is it too little too late? The time now ticking up for fun for the first time in quite some time. 233 to 230 seconds remaining at P1 here, Brycey. R8 Esports could do with some time.
Fully off the respawn as well. No map control. Kind of want to make it scrappy. They will have to go through the choke points to get this one back here. Already one trade. Right, he's going to be in... Oh, that's a 3-piece. That is an unbelievable 3 coming through. I think it was split between 2 players. Our scoreboard is a little bit broken, but they will get back into P1 here, and more kills raining down. 3 for Denza, 2 for Sykes, and, well, we're into the P2 with first control away for fun, but they might lose this. Sykes desperately trying to play for his life. He's going to go down. Opportunity here for R8 Esports.
How on earth has this happened if you're for fun? If you walk away with this win, there'll still be an inquest because you were so far in the lead. Sway will find 2. Both teams can, of course, win it here. For fun, only need 4 seconds. They need to find one break. All 4 players are up, and here they go.
Oh, huge. There's a 5-2, and wow, there's the break. A full wipe will do it. It will put them over the line, but everybody, a little bit sweaty palms in that one for fun. That was certainly not fun for them at all. 18 points is the difference at the end of that one, Ton, and that is ridiculous considering how it was.
I mean, what did I say it was? It was like 90 at one stage?
Yeah.
I know I said 100. Maybe I was just being a bit overzealous, but it was definitely 80 or 90. And the fact that there's barely anything in it towards the end is a question for fun to ask themselves when they go to review that one. They'll be telling me to shut up. But I really don't care. That's one of those moments where you need to put teams to the sword just for your confidence. But ultimately, they will get the win, and they probably won't really care how they did it. That's a 3-1 victory for Fun Esports. That's going to be one that's going to bother me all season long. Yeah, really good job. And just to kind of mention for this roster, it was obviously a Dark Horse Aspect moving out and going, obviously, of course, over to a different roster on the P7 side of things. Pretty much a straight swap for him and Denza. So interesting to see how that is going to impact both these two teams. Aspect very much hot property here in EMEA. Denza just seemingly always gets it done. So it's going to be interesting for both these two teams how they adapt. But for fun, we'll get their first win.
Well, that's a good start for them as well, as everybody tries to get this one. But I believe game's still going on. We've got a map 4 coming up between these two squads, and I'm very certain we saw that overload end about 20 minutes ago. So who knows what they've been doing in the meantime?
No, who knows? Who knows? But Well, Rock Esports for the first 40 seconds have been soaking up time. P2 is going to belong to them as well, so Decimate, Faisal, Connor, and Yusuf going to have to try and find a way around. Kicks and Coda doing a good job over towards P2, trying to lock down this initial time.
So far, Rock having a pretty good time from their P1 to P2, but it will be the Vicious eventually getting some score onto this board. Going to be a little bit hesitant to give this one away, even with the rotation of P3 coming up very shortly. They do have a bit of mid-map control. Rock Esports still trying to force that front door. Hasn't really worked out for them. Here comes the contest. Just running a bit of trouble, but bodies in abundance for the Vicious will allow them to hold this.
Just trying to keep this comeback ongoing. Continue our way over towards P3. It's kicking into gear now. Kick's just trying to keep this mid-map control. Full line of Rock Esports players across the board here. Going to make it difficult for the Vicious to find their way through. Just trying to chip away though, because they want to try and push through P3. They want to try and get a hold of Gromos as quickly as they can. 40 seconds to play for though. And Rock Esports in a nice spot.
Oh, Disarray comes flying in, looks for the last one as well. Knows Clay's going to be weak, but does lose that gunfight. Fortunately, most of his teammates ready on that heady. And now they're in control. Wouldn't really put it against them to take the remainder of this time. Kick's already trying to clear out a few battle lines. It looks like they're going to swing for it again now that they know they've got the spawn. Well, they're making a couple of kills. They're keeping the bodies off of this point. And, well, with P4 abundance, that's about as textbook as you could make it, Tom.
Yeah, Rock Esports, you don't find a plethora of time over towards P3, but the rotation over towards P4 guaranteed. And now can you set yourself up for success over towards Grandma's Kicks? Just has the angles, doesn't it? Has the patience, has the time. The gunny, windy for him. You'll find one on the Disarray, but Yusuf over the top, he can find another. Trying to get a little bit of control, and Rock Esports just shut it down almost immediately. Rexall doing a really nice job inside of Grandma's. He'll find those kills, and the second wave may well be falling their way as well. Kicks just once again. This time the gunny looking laser-like as ever. Jeez.
They're still trying to hold on to the door there, and at the moment, this game's still very much in play. Rock Esports do have a good lead, but it will be less than a hard point's worth of points. You already see them backing up here. They are not going to make a play for any of this scrap time. They'll be looking for exit kills. So what Kicks is doing is to try and stagger the other team as much as he can.
Just holding it down over towards this side, just trying to keep them at bay. As mentioned now, the rotation happening over towards P5, and how do Rock read it? Difficult to do with Kicks over towards that backside. Gonna have him under lock and keep. Kicks. Steve will pick up his pad. No,
Here we go. Holding it down so far. They have got good positioning for this one. Plays every single side, and, well, the Vicious are not actually that close in terms of making this a real push yet. Here goes the first one, Faisal. All alone, though. A little bit of squeeze coming through. They are managing to make these kills here for this scrap time as Faisal finds a second, and they're in. That was pretty much perfect. I thought it was a little bit slow, but slow works.
And well, to just find a breakthrough. The Vicious keeping themselves in touch and distance, though, and I mean, what we've seen from our previous map, when we were over on Scott, it truly isn't over until the fat lady stops singing. Dom X now inside of the point over towards P1. Did I get this right pricing? I don't know. Let's continue. As Rock Esports trying to get some time over towards P1. It was very fruitful for them on the kickoff of this map number 4. Can it be once again?
There's a bit of a bloodbath around this as well, but that's really good for the Vicious. Pretty much a full wipe. They'll be looking to convert this now into a P2 rotation, but there is a lot of time left before they can do so. Oh, Connor looking to shoot in toes, but maybe just a little bit slow there as his teammate does go down because of it. They're staying alive. They're taking these points. Might not be of a strong position for P2 as they would have wanted, but hey, you take those points, you get this game right back to almost even.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, just how competitive the Vicious have been when we've been watching is very much got my attention. As mentioned, this team did not split up, they did not change from, well, not necessarily the best of performances over the very first stage. And now they're going toe-to-toe with the Dallas champions. 138 is, well, pretty much been the scoreline for Rock Esports for quite some time. The Vicious starting to run it up and find themselves around 15 behind. Good look over towards P2. Can they continue to hold this? Rock Esports trying to find a way through. The Motel site can get it as well. 3 kills will fall their way. And that's some decent time on offer now for Rock.
I'm just trying to get through and cause a bit of an issue on the flank here, but gets shut down. And now 5LF will do the same the other side. Already kicks, finds 2 here. Does get traded down towards the point. Rick's going to try and help this one out, but there's just too many bodies everywhere. Does quite a good job, though. Finding these kills where he needs to. Has been a little bit quieter on this respawn than some of the others we've seen. As we go towards P3 here, game is still only going to be about 30 to 40 points away.
And that's a big gunfight win for Rixel to get a hold of, and now they've got complete control. Over towards this P3 side, the Vicious know what they need to do. Rock Esports have done well, though. As soon as they find that break over towards P2, they make sure they soak up every single second of the transition to 3. It's been somewhat flawless as well. And the hold so far, looking similar. Thumb over the top. Looking to try and hold this down if he can. Faisal, Yusuf doing well. Faisal doing brilliantly to find a way through over towards P3. 30 seconds to go now. It's a nice break from the Vicious, but it's time they absolutely need.
Just holding, trying to make the kill, but Dom goes over the top and a little bit of athleticism allows them to get that kill as well. And you are right, the Vicious, it's starting to feel like the time they need is not just to equalize, but to stay in this game. Rixel out towards the back. I know he's going to be here now. He's playing his life.
Managed to get rid of him. It's a good job they did so, because the rest of Rock Esports are also on the way, and they need to have their guns up pretty quickly if you're the Vicious. 50 seconds to play it for here. Big gunfight win from Kicks. And it's the break over towards the back side. The Vicious, yeah, threatened the comeback, but are starting to fall apart at the seams. Really good job from Rock Esports to find the break. They can't quite close it out here over towards Grandmas, but they won't be far away from doing so.
That's right, trying to destroy this fence panel. Not worked out for him as is would like, but goes over the top with the pistol. Spins, misses, dies. Just not quite the way he saw that one playing out of his head here as they try to stay into it. Kicks is going to be on 5. Dom-X 1 on 2. He's all going to go down. Rixel trying to stem the tide towards the front here. It's only 10 seconds up for grabs, but everybody's throwing everything at it.
And I think if you're the Vicious, you absolutely have to. And you've really kept Rock Esports pinned back, and you will do so a little bit more. Big gunfight to win to be won from Connor. Keep an eye on where the spawns are here for Rock Esports, just outside of the point, so they're on their way. But it's pretty much going to be 10 seconds uncontested for the Vicious, maybe even a little bit more. It's going to put them back within touching distance. But they need this time. They need it desperately, Brycey.
Just hiding. He's in the building. Will grab one with the Dom-X, but everybody else forced inside for a few seconds. The Vicious can just find a way to rebuff the pressure here from Rock Esports. Yeah. They have a chance.
Spawning towards the back now. It's going to be one-dimensional. They've got to go quickly, Bryce.
Yeah, well, that's a full wipe. Are we going to be out here? And, well, for the Vicious, they might take a swing at it. They might take a little bit of a poke. With P1 calling, they are not in the best position to win this game.
Not a great spot. But can they turn around? It's only 17 seconds or so needed for Rock Esports. And they got P1 control. Again, the Vicious have put up a really good fight, but they're going to have to be at their very best if they want to bring this comeback into the, well, realms of reality. 8 seconds or so for Rock Esports. They're running this one up. It's looking like it's their game.
Pressure. Rixel is going to find a gunfight with the help of his teammates there as well as he stays alive. Goes round, and that'll be game. Rock Esports will walk away with the hard point. It was not easy. The Vicious did fight valiantly from behind the entire game, but unfortunately were just not able to step over Rock at any point. And, well, that become the issue. You can go for even, but when you're already behind, even is still losing.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? You're always kind of fighting that uphill battle. And up against a team like Rock, that's always going to be difficult because you know they're going to just pull a couple of gunfights out of anything, and then all of a sudden your 20 or 30 seconds is going to go the other direction because of it. You can't make mistakes against this team, and okay, you find yourself in that position where you're immediately behind. It's never an easy thing to find the comeback, but decent performance from Vicious. 3-1 victory for Rock, but we're very much made to work for it. But our current Dallas champions, our current Open champions, looking good to kick things off, Bryce.
It certainly is. Well, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, though, round 2 of today's stage is beginning, and our next Alpha game will be ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are ready for our second set of games here in the EMEA region. The first set's been pretty good. Maybe set 2 even better, son.
Yeah, well, we're still trying to get the lay of the land, aren't we, to understand where things are kind of going to go this season. I mean, we have some expectations, Pricey, but, well, the games will tell us exactly how things are going to go. But let's dive in to our next game. Decimate taking on Orgless. As mentioned, we're going to stay on board with some of the European teams today. Orgless with a really nice start. But going up against Decimate, this is basically signs from last season, but Alpha obviously went stateside. They brought in Danny Codd, so for this team, they, have probably lost their talisman, their so-called best player in a certain kind of way. He was putting up plenty of kills, Bryce. We know that for a good reason. We were seeing what he was doing on the map, and it was, well, clinical enough to get him a spot over in North America. Teams were calling out for him. Let's see how that does work out for Alpha. I know there's been a bit of confusion over the past few days where he really is lying. But irrelevant of that, this Decimate team, as mentioned, formally signed D3, Danny Codd, Deppa, and Nadox, looked like the kind of team that could definitely find a break into that top 3 or 4, but just missing that final piece of the puzzle. Going up against the champions from the first season in EMEA is a hard second game to come into for Decimate.
Well, we'll find out just how it works out for them. This is one of those games, again, I mean, we always said, right, when we come into these, and for people at home, these first few days are about benchmarking, about finding out what teams have come in strong, and you can have a bit of a bad day or time. Realistically, if we're being honest, it's about being consistent over the length of this kind of group stage, so you make sure you get into the bracket, and then when it gets in the bracket, obviously a little bit more tenuous, you kind of have to step your game up. But having a bad loss or anything here doesn't mean you're doomed. And for me, with some of these teams, it's almost a little cathartic because we get to kind of watch them against many different teams. We get to kind of see where they're sitting benchmark-wise, and it'll give us kind of an idea of how we expect them to perform when it comes to the next major. Now, there are a few times where this hasn't gone exactly as we thought, but if you cast your minds back to stage 1 here, Rock Esports did end up going flawless in their group. Obviously didn't have as great of a time in the bracket, but hey, maybe that gave us an indication of how good they are because they end up going to win the first major. So this is always kind of a very good benchmark for us to keep an eye on some of these teams and how we think they'll do.
Yeah, it is. It's always interesting at the start of the season to sort of see where the teams are there, and then when we get the playoffs, try and reference back to see how they did it against each other in group stage, if they did meet at any stage, and how that is going to transpire when playoffs do come around at the back end of next week. We've got today, tomorrow, one more day on the Wednesday next week. Then, of course, the Thursday, we head into the first day of playoffs. Then the week after that, we have 2 days of playoff action. It's a jam-packed 3 weeks, and then all culminating when we head over to Birmingham in a few weeks' time, which should be an interesting. There hasn't been a LAN in the UK for quite some time, Pricey. Can't say I'm not excited for it. It's going to be a good one.
Wow. I think I'm looking forward to it almost as much as you are, because you've been kind of obsessed with it for a while.
Almost.
I'm just saying that your level of expectation is way above normality. Me, I'm way more chill.
You're telling me they are not going to run out of certain beverages by 2 p.m. every single day? Actually, I set everybody who was listening who was going to be able to make it sooner than 2 p.m.
We will see. UK events have an awful lot to live up to, and sometimes they do not disappoint. We'll have to see how it all gets on. But at the moment, speaking of not disappointing here, it's going to be the P1 mixer for both teams. A few points scored, but more about that positioning on the next one.
And for Decimate, signs last season they were a really, really good hardpoint team. Electric, full of kills, slaying ability is very much there. Are they going to be able to bring it to the table up against Orgless, though? Very tough game to come into for your second match. But let's see if they're going to be able to bring it to the table. Maddox are 4 in a row already. He'll eventually get cut down. No French battle here, for the most part, between these two squads. And right now, it's Decimate leading that with 20 seconds or so over towards P1 and P2 controllers.
I think a bit of a slow start with this, but they can hold this. They're in a good position. You already see the split spawns come in. That may prove a bit of an issue for them. He's just trying to do a bit of damage here, but what he's done has been a distraction for them. Presley looking to help them out, and that's going to be a full wipe. That's huge for Orgless. They will now commit resources over towards P3, and so will Decimate.
6 Prezi. Big reason as to why this, well, not necessarily a comeback, but Orgless have found themselves with some decent time, more than decent time actually. That's almost a full wipe. Or is it going to cause a little bit of havoc over towards his backside? He'd like his Hellstorm, I tell you what, when it comes down to Scar. You definitely want as many of them as you can possibly get, and there's a massive opportunity for Prezi to, well, maybe just put him on the side of the hill, soak up some time, but it's a dangerous place to do it, and yeah, searching for a kill, not able to find it. If anything, he kind of messed the spawns up and confused his team as to where everybody was. Orgless with an ever so slight lead, but Decimate are going to close that gap pretty.
Here comes a missile. Should be pretty simple to grab them. Does do so, but how much has actually worked out? You can already tell they're losing a couple of players over the point. And Linz will dive onto it here, but he won't be alive for long, and that's not what you want to see after a missile comes in, Ton.
Difficult, to be honest with you. That's some good time, though. A relevant of that for Decimate. A time that you would have expected. I mean, it just feels as if how many times do you see players do so well to get themselves on a spree, find 6 or 7 in a row, and then play so differently to find the one to secure the Hellstorm? You just play the same way. And they kind of did disrupt Orgless over towards P3, and now all of a sudden it might be disrupting them here. Decimate in control.
Maslightel's back, isn't able to find anything here as well as Prezi goes down and tries to desperately snap onto somebody, but nobody into his sights as he does so. At the moment, they are feeling a little one by one. There's no real consistent push for them. They're being staggered on the respawn, and to Decimate, this is looking easier and easier as time goes on.
I was wondering, like, what this squad would look like without Alpha. Never really had the answer to that whilst they're competing last season. So far, so good. Orgless struggling to get things rolling here. Over towards P5. Find themselves pretty significantly behind. Honestly, ever since Bressy kind of went on that spree and then stopped, kind of messed with the spawns and everything as he really did try to find that final kill, they have just been kind of out of kilter a little bit. I feel like that's a very specific saying, but it just feels as if they're a little bit off the pace in a certain kind of way. The timing's not working in their favour. Can they maybe try and find a way through the middle of this map? 40 seconds to go here. Decimate looking more likely that they're going to be the one picking up that time.
This is just going so well for them. There's a kill. There's a second kill. And, I mean, Linz does go down to a trophy system, but trades slowly but surely turning into Orgless' direction. But with 18 seconds, all that's really up for grabs here. It's more of a staunching of the wound than stopping it completely. And they're not even getting the scrap time done. Kind of lost their player on the point. And what they also don't have is map control for P1.
I just feel a little bit lost here, Orgless, to be honest with you. Don't have a read on what Decimate are doing, and maybe the proof is in the pudding that Decimate are forcing them into these positions. They're the ones that are creating this chaos right now. Orgless struggling to get a hold. Kiwi, 4 in a row from him. 19 and 15, somewhere to make, well, your debut on Alpha, at least anyway, for this roster as well. Nabax can't find that kill over towards the backside. Decimate are just throwing bodies into things, and it's working out for them so far. 30 seconds to go here over towards P1. P2 rotation's going to be there again for Decimate in 25 seconds or so time. Keep a hold of this side of the map. Big kill from Linz, though. And they maybe find a breakthrough on the back of that.
There goes D3. And you are right. This is being kept really chaotic. Orgless are probably maybe more than a little flustered until this point. They just don't seem to be able to have any kind of battle line, any kind of strategy working for them. And now a 100-point lead for Decimate. The silver lining for Orgless is that they are onto P2. Can they hold off?
They need some good time somewhere. And this might be a good opportunity to do so. Find themselves so behind Bricey. It's just not what you would expect for Orgless at this stage of the game. Trying to get something going. He cannot, but Brezzy can. Really good work here from Orgless. Brezzy on another 5 spree. Likes P2 by the looks of things. And once again, Orgless finding some profit over towards P2. This is where they really did step things up in the previous, on the first rotation of Hills. But after that, it was a little bit weak, but doing pretty well so far. 15 seconds to go here. Orgless could do with this time.
I mean, this is exactly what they needed. We've spoke about this before. Sometimes when a team's down, just a full rotation can almost be kind of a relaxing of some of the pressure. It's not over yet. Still going to be down by 47 points. But that is an unbelievable rotation. P2 to P3. Here in numbers. Lin's staying alive for as long as he can. The issue is going to be is that they've got bodies from both directions.
Well, we're trying to hold this down. Setup, yeah, not much better. They lose a couple of gunfights on the transition, and all of a sudden puts you in this spot. Cobra's done well to find one. Honestly, he might be more effective with the pistol than he is with his M15, which is saying something. Malco now, trying to put that pressure on. They could do with a bit of church control, really, if they want total control over this, but they're not going to get that. They're going to just have to fight with their backs up against the wall. But they have the spawn for in 20 seconds or so time. So they could do with just holding on to P3 and hopefully finding good rotation over towards P4. It's not quite been there for them so far, but they have very much closed that gap.
Here comes the setup. Brazil will want to take at least one here. Needs to take at least one. Oh, he's spraying around and gets nothing. And now pressure on. See players getting into this now. Every single side going towards Decimate. Malco, alone on the stairs, alone in the house.
Has to be patient. Has to be patient. Oh, he gets caught out. Just on the wall hop, trying to find a way around. Now, Brezzy And Co just have to try and find a way through without Melko, who was quite literally behind enemy lines. Kiva will fall. Nadix and Deppa inside of the point, though, just soaking up this time and finding the kills as well. Crucial moment in the game that Decimate seem to be taking very much in their stride. 200 points has been broken. Orgless still finding themselves 50 or so down.
Yeah, but just holding the front door for a few seconds, and Orgless will find the scrap time. Kiwi's going to try and take it away from them. And almost does so. Finds the first 15 health in a dream. Still finding kills. And they can't take him down. He had no health and still got away with it. Here comes the rotation across the other side of the map here. Orgless give up the scrap time. They know they need to go to keep this chaotic before it gets locked in.
Try and find this transition. Kiwi very much at the forefront of that. Finds an incredible gunfight through the middle of the map. And that's a perfect break for Decimate. Orgless letting this happen just a little bit too easily. Just zero backbone on some of these holds. And they need to try and now find a way back through. Decimate could just about win it. Not anymore, as Orgless will find a way through just about. But Decimate in a good position still to win this game. Orgless need this time.
Melko knows pressure's on. Going to try and go up top. A little bit of movement. Unfortunately, he finds nobody with it. And now being this weak and stunned, unfortunately, he's going to have to get back into the fight. But nobody is even... They've kind of just played around him. They've played him out of the game by not engaging with him. And Decimate will take this time to go back towards P1. It's a bad time for Orgless again. All that lead, all that work they look to really reduce has almost been wiped away.
It's crazy to think that after the P2, when we first kicked things off, yeah, Bretty was on, what, a 6 or a 7 spree. Wasn't able to secure it. And ever since then, Decimate have been in control. Orgless could very well pull this one back absolutely, but Decimate only need 21 seconds, Brycey. Orgless need to be, well, not perfect over towards P1, but they need to be almost flawless over towards P2 in 30 seconds time. They can't allow Decimate to chip away at this, which is not going to be happy to do so.
Oh, this is feeling like it's done. Decimate just winning all the kills. I mean, he's actually just pushing out. Kiwi says, all right, get back in here, spawn, and stay there. P1 is but a distant dream, a distant memory. It's something you cannot even get to in time. And that's going to be map 1 in a commanding lead for Decimate, Ton.
And nicely done. They just stayed steady away, to be honest with you, and kept that pressure up. Just complete chaos across the map, and it worked out in their favor. Really good job from Decimate to take that one. A map number 1 win up against Orgless, and a big one at that as well.
Well, something we weren't quite expecting. Decimate setting some serious pace against Orgless, and Orgless did look lost hill after hill for a lot of that game, and you got to question why. Decimate winning some big gunfights on those rotations as well, and really sets us up for an incredible series.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't have ever put it past them to go on to win that map, but to do it in the fashion that they did is the question mark, to be honest with you, because 250 to 182, that's pretty convincing, and deservedly so. Big damage coming out from Kiwi. It's a brilliant way for him to start. Nicely done from this Decimate squad, who, as mentioned, kind of lost their talisman in Alpha. Lost the guy that was going to put up those big numbers. They've replaced him with somebody who's able to do just the same thing up against the consensus best team in EMEA right now when it comes down to online competition. Orgless going to have to try and bring this one back. It's not been a good start here in this series in particular.
No, it really hasn't. Like I said, that almost just kind of felt like Decimate were dictating the tempo of that game. I think is the best way to put it. Every move that they made seemed like they knew where they wanted to go, and Orgless were reacting to it over and over again. And for that reason, they never really felt like they were going to catch up. Of course, that was the Scar Hardpoint. We're going to move on now to the Den, Search and Destroy. After that Scar Overload, and potentially Exposure and Raid coming up next time.
Long way to go in this series, though, isn't it? I think Decimate will know that, as will Orgless. Find a way to bring this one back. You would expect them to be able to do so. But again, look, I think, you know, when you come into this season, we kind of don't know what the phone book is like as far as everybody across the board. Of course, Orgless won it in the EMEA region last season in playoffs. Rock went on to win in Dallas. Orgless had a terrible time in Dallas. It's hard to really ascertain where everybody's at.
Well, we can find out where everybody's in the group standings, unfortunately, as the first round has officially ended, as we're now into stage 2. But this is the updated scores. At the moment, Able, Rock, and For Fun EU, all with the 1-0 in Group A. In Group B, Orgless, Project 7, and Decimate, all 1-0. Well, with Orgless and Decimate, one of those two teams will be going even, and one will be going 2-0 and leading the pack. But who does which? And at the moment, not an awful lot to talk about, as we've only had one game.
Yeah, it's very early in the day. Imagine losing their first game, though, is something to keep an eye out on. I think that must have been up against Able Esports, to be honest with you. So, not sure what's went down there. Imagine, obviously, a team that we expect to maybe do a little bit. At least finishing in the top 4. That's a big result for Able Esports. Looking over towards Able. Able is Blade, Clutch, Scythe, and Doctor. I mean, that's one that you would expect. Scythe was formerly with Whalers and Hybrid Nation, so that's going to be a nice win for him to get a hold of up against MAJIN. So, yeah, look, that's something we can maybe worry about when we get later on in the tournament. But every single game is important. When you've only got 6 to kind of play through, or 5, sorry, to play through, you really want to make sure you're finishing that top 4. You don't have many games to really solidify that, so make sure you do it very, very quickly.
Yeah, we certainly will. Well, of course, with those first losers, of course, you are right, though, actually. I want to go back and talk about it a little bit. That MAJIN, and we were kind of highlighting them, right? We were expecting this team. The names on this team are quite storied, and
yes,
certainly one of our teams that we wanted to keep an eye on going throughout this competition. And when we get an opportunity, we'll watch them live and kind of go through their maps and modes and see where they're weak and see where they're strong. But to lose that game against Able, no, Able aren't a bad team. You know, they've had some success with some of their players beforehand, but an interesting one. Certainly an interesting one to kind of give us that benchmark of how this new squad's shaping up.
Yeah, and that's kind of what this first day is about. It's kind of what the first 2 days are about, to really benchmark teams and see where you're sitting at. But realistically, when it comes down to that second day, that's when things really do, the cogs start to turn. You start to figure out everybody and where they're really sitting. You need to figure out what you're doing very, very quickly if you are some of these rosters who lost your first game. But look, I mean, there's still plenty of Call of Duty left to be played. But heading into map number 2 between the two teams here on Alpha, though, Orgless be looking for a step up, realistically. I think they would have known going up against Decimate. Look, they're a team who can very much hang. But to win it in the fashion they did, I already said this, but I'll reiterate. Decimate should not be beating Orgless by, what was it, 70 points or so? That's a pretty much a walk in the park. So that's something Orgless are going to have to turn around very, very quickly. Their Search and Destroy up against Trinity 1 Gaming wasn't necessarily the cleanest either. So if Decimate can bring something to the table here, they could be 2-0 up in the blink of an eye.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I've always said, like I said, this first day, it's a good benchmark. We see some teams that have some of their harder games today. Some of them have some of the easier games today. If you have a bad day, you don't need to worry about it. It's when it starts getting to the point where we start seeing the delineation of where all these teams start stacking, go, oh, actually, this team is fighting for 4th place. They now need to win every game. Or, you know, this team is now looking for the number 1 seed. Hopefully they haven't lost too much in the kind of momentum to get there. And it's almost like there's kind of 2 kind of schools of thought for these ones. There's the elite teams that we kind of expect to do very, very well and fighting for kind of winning their group, and the other teams who are fighting to get to the bracket. And at the moment, it's too early to really tell which ones are which, although it is always starting to shape up.
Well, here we go. To the Search and Destroy. Oh, hit marker around number 1. Is that going to be just indication of how things are going to go? And oh my word, Decimate have ran at them through the middle of the map. Yeah, you want to take your sniper, you're going to shoot us in the legs, you're going to find very little else with it. Kiwi will find Cobra. A wonderful start from Decimate.
We're trying to back up here. There are so many players on him, but Lynn's backing him up with a sniper. They're going out. Is that the right timing? Cobra has got his health back, but there are just too many bodies. Malco's out towards mid-map, and, well, they all jump him at once. Aggression works.
Straight through the middle of the map, with snipers in play, is very much a bold thing to do out of Decimate, and something I don't imagine they'll get away with too often. If Malco lands one of those bullets just a little higher, he finds the fight, and all of a sudden, yeah, you're looking like you may well find the round if you're Orgless, but he doesn't, and all of a sudden you've got 4 members of Decimate running down the middle of the map, and Kiwi finds 3. Difficult one answers. As mentioned, if Malco finds that gunfight, it's a potential different story. Round number 2. I can't imagine Decimate will try the same thing on attack. No, they are trying the same thing on the attack. And Melko is just going to be the one to soak up the pressure. Look at this. They're just like, all rolls, all mid. Brycey, you know what I'm talking about. Melko's going to have to back on down.
Melko's just screaming. It's not actually call-outs coming from him. He's just wailing him. Oh, my God.
Help me, help
after me. Dude trying to react to him. He's got a sniper backed up all the way into his spawn. And funny enough, Orgless have come out on top in terms of numbers. Decimate did a good job to take map control here, but they did lose some bodies in doing so.
And now what's the play? It's shock and awe behavior, if you like, from Decimate. And it's really just put a spanner in the works of the round. Like, nobody really knows where anybody else is. Orgless are hunting the Decimate. Oh, did they see him? They may well have done. Yeah, they're chasing Nadox down, but he turns around at the right time. You'll find one. Won't be expecting the second to come almost immediately. Brezzy chooses to back down. Goes on the second time of asking, and Nadox will have that no problem. Cobra now left in 1 versus 2. He's been spotted as well by Nadox. On D3, he'll just find the wraparound. Should be an easy kill, and it is. Wonderful work from Nadox specifically. Decimate will find the win.
And Decimate is really kind of finding some success here. Obviously, even though their initial push didn't work out, getting into the round on the board here, and I wonder when the adjustment comes through. For Melko with that sniper rifle in the last round, he had a potential. If he found a pick early in the middle, maybe he could have slowed down that initial push and given them a bit more map control. But for Orgless, this is definitely not the end. They will adjust to this aggression from Decimate, and well, this is going to be aggression again. They are going to fly through, aren't they? Yeah, they're sending it.
I mean, it must be just a pure game plan from Decimate. Aggression at all times. Nadox. Oh, you sneaky little beaver. Just holding tight. Okay, we'll find first blood on the flank as well, and is that going to be the opportunity for Nadox to maybe strike? Gets the Q, finds one. Smoke down, get me out of there, or get me in there. What is it? Nadox. Oh, he just invites them in. Decimate another round win.
Oh,
it's unorthodox, but it's bloody working.
Orgless don't know what to do. Just like, what? How do you counter this? I mean, obviously, you can throw up the
where
barrel
are
line,
they? Yes.
try to make some kills, but they were not expecting the flank that fast, and that's exactly what it's for, right? The player on point reacted. Nadox stood up at that exact time, found the kill, and then all of a sudden, Orgless like, we've lost 2. We've got to shoot 8 different directions. It is working 4 and 1 for 3 members of Decimate. Depa's actually not really been in the fight very much, but
Nice, John,
this is one of those ones where they now have to work this one out. So
Alex going to be back down here though, because Orgless have, well, chosen to fight fire with fire. They get aggressive through over towards the B side, but it's given Decimate the reason to push over towards B. They pushed up, they have control, but their bomb carrier is in Narnia. This will get taken down though. Going to be traded. We will fall, but another goes the way of Decimate. Another first blood actually fell their way. 3v2 in their favour.
Oh, 1v1. Big here for Orgless if they can make it. Oh, it might have the wrong timing. Down they go. Oh, sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and Orgless just cannot find it. 4-0.
I mean, this... As mentioned, look, I mean, we did see Orgless on this map go up against Treaty 1. It was far from convincing. But I don't think they had to deal with Decimate flying at them for 4 rounds in that one, did they? It was more of a typical search and destroy. They just can't deal with the pressure right now. What is the plan for Orgless? 4-0 down, and I feel like we've been on Den for about 4 minutes.
Here we go. Here's the pusher again. Decimate going straight for his Limbs will be calling out. Oh my goodness. They're all here. It's still a 3 versus 3. It's still very much a game. But there must be a bit of frustration on Orgless' side because there's just so much pressure winging their way.
I mean, every single gunfight. Orgless look clueless. And Decimate are just saying thank you very much. 5-0 up. They are cruising. Cruising at quite the speed, Bricey.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, adjustments here for Orgless. But then there was a round, just 2 rounds ago. They didn't do it. Like, well, it is a reckless strategy, and it doesn't work every time, or at least it's not supposed to work every time. And it could go wrong, but for Orgless, they're probably frantically talking about a counter. For Decimate, they might just run it. There's already 3 going towards A. This might be just an absolute blitz again.
Double hold down the flank. Expected the aggression. We'll say thank you very much. Decimate have got the bug out of Orgless' S&D strats, and they're going to go, okay, well, they're going to do this. Maybe they didn't have this on the cards, though. They've actually managed to find themselves in a negative position. Deborah on a force spree is going to have to do a little bit better. D3 will find one. They found another on the outside. There's just no way. Cobra needs the 1v2 to prevent the 6-0.
It's maybe one of the fastest S&Ds we've seen. Cobra gets bad timing. Cobra is going... Oh, I thought he was going to go all the way. The old round the world flank.
He has it within him. Pull this one off, though. Needs to isolate both these gunfights, and Decimate just want nothing to do with it. Very different to how the round has been playing out when everything's aggression. But D3 will be caught with his pants down. Depper now left in the 1v1.
Well, Depper might go for this reach out. Here he goes with the slide. Cobra takes the bomb. Uses it for a little bit here. Cobra goes for the tower with a pistol. It won't be enough this time around. Decimate 6-0 Orgless 2-0 up in the series. We are witnessing a very one-sided game.
Very, very comfortable map number 1 and flawless in map number 2. A Decimate 2 to the gut here. Up against Orgless, which is not what I necessarily expected. I mean, it wouldn't have entirely surprised me if they came out and won those 2 maps in close fashion. But to do it how they have done, Bricey, didn't see it coming, to say the least. Impressive S&D performance from Decimate. Orgless just didn't have a single answer.
Well, yeah, I think impressive is the only way to go for it. I mean, you know, they put Depper on what I like to call the hook position. You leave somebody on the flank in a position just to get that kill trade to slow them down. The rest of the time, they hit points with numbers. They won gunfights, and they basically shattered Orgless' setup over and over again. We even saw, you know, Melko went towards mid. He didn't even get really a chance to give them information. He was just backpedaling so fast. They were trying to react, and if anything, that kind of reminds me of how the Hardpoint went. Decimate set the tempo, Orgless react. And that was the issue once again here. Orgless were forced into reacting to every single round.
They just couldn't deal with them. Could not deal with them. Really, really good work from Decimate to find the win. Now have themselves up 2-0. Vicious taking on R at Esports. Another kind of interesting one towards the bottom half of things, realistically. The Vicious, you know, didn't perform badly up against Rock Esports. Going up against R8, you'd expect them to find a win.
Well, this game's still going on, and it is a big game for these two teams to get these points onto the board. It'll be one they both expect they can win. It's just so far looking good, but you can continue to catch this on one of the second stream. COD Challengers will have every single game on the YouTube, so you can kind of browse at your leisure for any of the games you are a bit of a fan of. At the moment, as we go back into this P1, the Vicious still having the lead, but for how long?
How long indeed? Still with some good control over towards P1. 6-13. Faisal Connor trying to just control over towards P2 as quickly as they can. Doing well. And have some P2 control now as well. This is looking good for the Vicious, exactly where they want to be.
looking to try and now push through. They broke the P1. Sway now looking for that back spawn. You can already see the spawn out has come from the Vicious. He's fighting for his life out towards the back here. Eventually will go down, but what that has done is give the rest of his team a little bit of breathing room. Not a lot, because they've lost a lot of the gunfights, but to keep this at least competitive.
Yeah, they need some good time. 45 seconds or so remaining. And well, you can continue to watch the stream on one of our other channels. Fantastic work here from the Vicious so far, but can they keep it up? Back over towards Alpha we go. Never mind, we're staying here.
We're trying to get that one loaded up and ready to go, and as soon as it is, we will jump across. A couple of false starts over there on that lobby, so while that one is going, we'll keep you with the gameplay here. Vicious just managed to get the last few points into this one. Will they make a good push towards P3? It looks like they're going to lose it, so they certainly should. And with that gunfight out there by Faisal, they will have control.
Trying to find a bit of control over towards P3. Vicious do seem to be running away with this one, though. Every single time they've had the opportunity of finding some good time, they have done so. 170 and rising. Already Esports are going to find themselves 100 points behind. If they're not very, very careful here, Brycey and Connor. There's a Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. Never a bad thing to have, heading over towards P4 in 40 seconds.
Fourth at least at the moment. A lot of bodies here for R8 Esports. They should be able to grab this one away. But why? They've seen the flank come through here. The Vicious just holding down what should have been a very successful push for R8. And now, with the time ticking down as well, they will have to hit this one and push through. They'll be looking to get towards that back spawn for P4, so scrap time for them. That's the first step done. The next step is trying to get all the way through all these choke points against the Vicious, who are holding them.
It's just, again, that back's against the wall hardpoint, right? So difficult to do a great deal with Connor. Fantastic work there to find the kills over towards this outside. Looking like the Vicious are going to wrap up number one. But we are definitely, for real, going back towards Alpha now. And can Decimate continue this? 2-0 up against Orgless. Current champions here in EMEA being put to the sword by the Frenchman.
Is this going to be enough? So far, we've seen a quiet Orgless. The EMP still hasn't moved yet. They're not committing to it. Decimate are still playing this TDM game in their own spawn. Not actually going very well for them, but that EMP isn't moving. It isn't a threat until it starts moving. Here it goes. Melko has it. Oh, he's worried. His teammates have lost the kills when he needs them the most. Going through with the pistol. Finds it. Puts it in as well. Huge play from Melko. Patience pays off.
Impressive work. And Orgless are an impressive overload team. And this is probably where I would expect Decimate to potentially slow down in this series, to be honest with you. I say that. Have they lined it up here for a pushover towards the A side? Not quite. And that is always the risky one. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go, though. They see the gap and they nearly ran through it.
There we go. Melko just holding the line. That EMP still going to be all the way home. It's a long way to get this one out, and Kiwi could be the problem. Oh, Kiwi almost gets it delivered to him on a platter. But August doing just enough here. They will eventually take down that carrier. And they haven't moved this one very far, Ton. Decimate's still looking for a revenge score.
Three of the shots in. Trying to get something going. But Orgless still keeping this pressure on. A couple of kills from this position. And then all of a sudden, there's another one coming in. Resident Code just being patient here, though. Decimate are the ones who have to move. They are technically behind, even with 7.5 minutes of overload to play.
Melko almost in a position good enough to get that one done. This is really stalling out here, but Orgless are looking to make a move once again. EMP going to be moving. They've got bodies for this one as well. Deba takes down one. Well, he's getting through here at this point. It's going to be stopped. We are talking millimeters away. And that is just the worst one. When you're already in the slide, you think it's going to go through. That bomb does not have momentum. Once it stops, it stops.
Minute 50 to go. To be honest with you, though, Decimate are on the weaker side, and they've only bled one so far. Don't get me wrong, there is time. EMP reset, probably at the right time for Decimate, to be honest with you. Melkonko trying to get something going. Ends up play here from Depper. Brezzy trying to keep some pressure on the Spuns. Can find a kill, but only the one. Now Decimate can, well, could reset. Linz is going to shut that down pretty quickly.
This has really just been both teams trading across the map. A goal early, and 3 minutes of almost just a trade fest going through. Melko looking to try to make it work again, but this is work from the backfield. Oh, almost throws it into the bin here, but on a 3 streak. EMP's been moved by Decimate. They don't like the way it's going.
Trying to find something through the middle of the map, though. 50 seconds to go here. If you can get a capture, you're not far off, to be honest, if you're Kiwi. If you could have got a capture there, then all of a sudden, very much game on. Orgless still only one to the gun, and as mentioned, on the more beneficial side, they would have won more than one, Bricey. I don't think Decimate will be too upset by this at the moment, but it could change very, very quickly. Still 25 seconds to go, and then overtime.
Hanox with the first. Looking to make this move. He's not going to pick up the EMP yet. He will grab it if he needs to in the dying seconds. They just do not have the bodies to move this forward properly. As Cobra takes another one. Depper's going to go down as well. The Cobra didn't react in time. It will be reset. And I'll tell you something. Orgless might go for a second here. They're going to grab it. We get a little bit of extra 30 seconds. Will they convert?
They have an opportunity. Well, they don't really have much of a one right this second. Malco going to back down, going to be chased down. Should be dead to rights. Somehow surviving with 10 seconds to go. Needs to get his foot down. Cobra and Co here to back this up. They need to kill Melko very, very quickly. He's going to find the shots. Does he have time to convert this one? Yes, he does. Just in time and in the nick of it as well. Orgless find themselves 2-0 up. That could be a massive point.
Well, well, well. They took the risk. They went for it. And they have put themselves in a good position. Now, look at that stop, by the way. Unbelievable. Is this a potential reversal for Orgless? Can they hold this 2-score lead on the second half?
Not a bad lead to have. That extra one, they'll definitely helping them put themselves in a better position. Now Decimate on this more beneficial side. What can they do with it? A little bit harder when you're already behind up. Brezzy finding 2 through the middle of the map as well. They really want to extend this series.
Well, they're going to be trying. Oh, T3. Tries to get a bit of poetry and motion going there, but who moves the EMP? You can already see players spreading out behind it. Are they waiting for the reset? There's the reset. Cobra just stopping this push in his tracks.
They're just trying to back them down. Finding these gunfights in the middle of the map is so crucial for Orgless to just slow down the opportunities that Decimate are going to have, no doubt. They find a couple of gunfights in the middle of the map, though. That will help them out. Here we go. Kiwi, he's found a brilliant position. He's found 2, found 3. Breaks it wide open, all on his own. Oh, and the 4th as well. Phenomenal from Kiwi. 14 and 21, and they can maybe run another one in.
An unbelievable ace. 5 now for Kiwi, and he's like, well, somebody's got to go get it. Fine, I'll do this myself. It was 10 and 21 before this started. But with 5 kills, having a great time. It's going to go down again. Cobra cleaning house eventually. Just one small mistake. One player who flanked through. Lost them a point and brings us to a 1-point game.
That was good pressure from Decimate, but you got to make the most of it. Haven't been able to, but still have plenty of time. That is crucial for Decimate. Now the AP over towards the motel, and it can get caught in no man's land for a little bit here, especially if you're Brazzy. Just try and slow things down. You can't do so merely more than a second. Depper now starting to get aggressive. He's that lead blocker for the team. He's going to get cut down though by Linz. So all of a sudden, an opportunity for Orgless to now start to run it up the motel side.
Cobra looking so dangerous with that pistol all day today. Marco. Slowly as tries to use a bit of movement to get away with this one. Pistol's not going to be quite enough in that scenario. D3, that flank will not last long. Devin's going to get caught here. He goes to switch it to the other side, and there's a player already here, Melko. Melko, I thought he was going to have a player challenge almost immediately, but finds a second, and now opportunities in abundance. Melko's going to move forward. Look for the players off the respawn here. EMP's now moving towards them in the hands of Cobra as Cobra will go for it as well, and it goes to the reset from where he jumped. Melko will put it in eventually, does it himself. 3-1 now to the good for Orgless.
And it's just one of those moments you see one player, top church, kind of waiting for the EMP to get moving. It's just a little bit too late. Now all of a sudden, Orgless, a minute and a half to go, 3-1 up. It is very much their map to lose.
EMP's moving. They have absolutely shut this one down. This game is not going to over. Orgless, this one should go in. Well, the EMP is actually... That's 9 now for Melko. He's actually gone from one side of the map to the other and has continued a reign of terror. 4-1 now for them. Now 10. Melko still alive. Chance with the pistol. Not going to get it. How much further can he fly? Oh, he's just having a great time. Here comes out. He's going to call in a hellstorm from their spawn.
That's egregious, if anything. It's actually going to spawn them in a better position. They may well be able to get this one in. Never mind. Linz is quick enough on the trigger. There's another 2.
Doesn't count towards his total. It's a technical 12.
Technically.
Someone's come back for him. He doesn't care. That's 11.
Nice and easy for Orgless in the map that they needed, though, Brycey. 30 seconds to go. This one is done.
Give him his position away. It doesn't matter. He can't even continue his streak. There's nobody here from the fight. Eventually will go down, but that's about as much calling game as you could possibly see. To be alive and the enemy team spawn on overload for that length of time and watch 2 scores as well. Orgless alive, kicking, and taking us to a map 4.
As expected, in a certain kind of way, when we headed over towards Overload, you would have, well, not necessarily guaranteed an Orgless win, but you would have fancied them and they get it done pretty comfortably. Now are they going to be able to answer back in this series? They're still 2-1 down, but the potential to bring it back, Brycey, very much on the cards now.
It certainly is. And just a little bit of life there in the some of the signs of Orgless, who in the first 2 maps really didn't have a good time at all. And for Decimate, maybe they'll just try and get to that next respawn on the Hardpoint, where it did go a bit better for them on map number 1. But hey, there was a time when I thought, there's no way surely Orgless is going to be 3-0'd here, and it looked like it could have been on the cards. But well, we'll find out how those 2 teams continue. The rest of our game still underway as well, Ton, as we are now getting deep into our second round.
Very deep into the second round, and all of a sudden, things will start to get spicy for some of these teams. You need to find wins as quickly as you can, as I say. When it, obviously, the later we go, the more intense it does get. But some of these teams, when you have an opportunity to find the win, you've got to be able to get it. And that was maybe an opportunity for Decimate. When you seen them bring one back at the very start of that half, you thought they may be able to run it up, especially with the position they were finding themselves in, especially with Kiwi finding 4 in the moment that he did. You would have thought they were able to relay it. And bear in mind, this was what went in at 1.5 seconds left in the overtime to make it 2 for Orgless. Then Kiwi finds a brilliant flank. 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. Nicely done. All 4 members of Orgless wiped off the face of the map by 1 player. But then, yeah, Melko solidifies that third one for Orgless through the not so traditional route over towards A, and that pretty much calls game. Good job from Orgless.
Wow. Just a huge run for them in the end. You thought maybe the game would be a little bit close at some point, but we'll see. Obviously, that 6-0 insertion destroy. I almost forgot how once that was by Decimate as we get into this series. We're watching so much Call of Duty tonight. Some of these things can pass you by, but hey, going into the exposure hardpoint, I'm looking forward to seeing how these two teams match up. The first two were very much for Decimate, but the Scar Overload was more like the Orgless we were expecting. But speaking of moving on, I've been told Charlie is ready to take a little bit of a look.
Vitalize Esports going up against Avently. For both these two teams, a very, very crucial game. Teams who are really going to have to fight for every single win. And going up against each other, this is one that you need to make sure you try and find. Avently, I mean, obviously we've seen them last season as 95s. There's been a slight change up as Gentle. Of course, has resumed his spot. Oh my god, okay. Smallzilla, that was absolutely ridiculous. 4 spree for him. That's going to lock down some very good time for Vitalize Esports. We'll keep an eye on him throughout the rest of the series, Brycey.
So how it goes for these two. I think you're right as well. Talking about, you know, points you can't really afford to miss. That is the crucial thing here. These two teams, if they want the opportunity to make the bracket, this is definitely one of the games that can give them that opportunity to at least put them in somewhat contention.
Try and find a way through if you can. Vitalize. Oh, well, we're doing a good job at holding on over towards the backside, and there you go. 4 dead in the blink of an eye. Definitely trying to find a way through. Now they have done, and now we'll have to find a way over towards P3. Smallzilla, dead to rights. Infinity 10 and 4. He's currently sitting at 0 and 4. His team are well by 20. I was like, my rank place.
That's a big fight win. There's an opportunity to take some more points here, Vitalize. That's a nade, running it close. Shay looking to go underneath here, and we'll find one. The second will react to him as well, but he finds it. Will be taken down by a nade and some pre-fire. Synergy going to go down at the same time, and Vitalize still in a commanding position on this. Well, if you want to continue to watch this game, you can of course find out one of our side channels. Charlie will be the one you are looking for this one. But I believe our alpha game is ready to rumble as we go into map 4.
Well, can Decimate continue their good form in these respawns? Not necessarily through the overload, but looked solid throughout the first hardpoint. It was a comfortable win. We'll go over towards exposure. Can Orgless now start to turn this series around? Do we head to a map number 5? And is the reverse sweep potentially on the cards? No, on Orgless, they're very, very well tuned roster. Absolutely have it within them. But Decimate's pace is something they're going to just have to try and deal with. But fundamentals are going to have to be there for both these two teams, Bryce.
Stunned slow, lasting an absolute age. As he slowly walks around the block. Eventually he is going to go down between them, but everybody knows going into P1 here is almost a guaranteed death sentence. Everybody will be flanking it from all angles, and that's why there's very few points going to be scored here at this juncture. As we move over to P2, there's the opportunity.
Position here for Decimate, to get some good time. It's all going to be about the rotation over towards P3 in a second. As he's on this flank, and this flank is being read perfectly from Nadox. Holding it down, very deep anchor. He can help his team out with a little bit of utility. We'll continue to watch his flank, but momentarily Decimate will be in the 3v4 on site. CABAL and Co holding it down. This is a great time for Decimate.
Tries to find enough here. Decimate still in the driving. And he's going through. Kiwi goes to make his move here and catches bullets for his trouble. Just not being able to get much really moving there as well. And keep it on that mini-map here because Lindsay's already ready for that next rotation. This is very good by Orgless.
Resi on a 6 spree. Usually this is the beginning of the end for Orgless, really. When he manages to actually find himself a Hellstorm this time around, though, Bryce up. maybe it is a little bit of a different story. P3 over towards the back, though. Going to try and find a way through. Depper inside the front, in through the front window. He can find one. Now that should be there, just about for the trade. Not before Melko does find Depper, though. So a little bit of parallel spawns coming through. Depper's going to have to keep an eye to his left. Does so well read by Decimate. And this is an opportunity to find a good 25 seconds. Now Alex holding tight. Hard break to try and find if you're Orgless.
Really moving in this one. Unfortunately, not able to win that second gunfight. And now, Kiwi just looking to continue a little bit of pressure. Now, this is where they want to go all the way towards the back. It's a long route, but it's a good route if you can find it. Kiwi knows where Cobra's going to be. Waiting for a bit of reinforcements here. They're just trying to take this fight towards the back and get the spawns here. It's not going quite as well as they lose a couple of gunfights in Melko. Over and over again, the main man.
Yep, had to find something there. A lot of pressure coming through from Decimate after what was a relatively decent hold. But Brizzy sitting at 13 at 5. There's a Hellstone for when we go over towards Dirt. But right now, Orgless doing a relatively decent job at holding all where Decimate will find a breakthrough. Pretty even game here, though, on Exposure Bryce. Not a great deal in it. This Hellstone from Brizzy, when it does come through, could be a great equalizer, but ultimately, Decimate have found a break over towards the back of P4 and are getting some good time.
Straight back into it they go. Game still very much balanced. Not that big of a difference they'll want as everybody looks towards P5. Mid-map control absolutely crucial here. Cobra finding some as well. Okay, playing a bit of peekaboo. Who the player's going to be? Nobody can get a clean shot. Melko dives away from it. They're just playing with it. Playing with it still. Neither of these two players are in the fight. Eventually, Melko will go down. Been a P5 for quite some time, but yeah, just playing with him right there at the back. Brizzy calling in the missile. And finds two with it at the same time. Orgless back on the points.
Yeah, but the thing is that Brizzy's had to bring that in to try and bring this back to contention, if you like, for Orgless after losing some time towards the back end of P4 there. And ultimately, they haven't got control over towards P5 either, so the Hellstorm does get you a little bit of time back, but you don't find a great deal with it. Still, Brizzy sitting at 16 and 9. P3 trying to answer back to that as quickly as he can. Big win in the middle up against Melko. This P1 is going to start to ensue in around 5 to 10 seconds. What can they do here, Decimate? Can Orgless try and turn this one round? Oh, Decimate just going to continue to be so aggressive. It's working out for them so far.
At the moment, just continue to put the pressure on here. We keep seeing two pieces by Cobra, but still in the negative. Still not quite enough. And Decimate, what they do really well is get points when they can. Kiwi now running around looking for this third fight. He isn't going to be able to get it either, but players still back onto the point. Depper looking for the players. He knows going to be nearby as well. Melko will clean that one up pretty easily. 30 seconds left to grab here on the P1. Orgless could do with bleeding a little bit of time out of this. They just haven't really got anything on P1 at all.
Any time here for Decimate is brilliant time. I don't know what. Quick maths. 70-point lead right now. Chip away at that if you're Orgless, yeah, that would be great. You've got the rotation over towards P2, but once again, it's the same story. It just feels like they need a good hold somewhere, and they don't typically get it. It's just been a scrappy old hardpoint every single time that these two teams have met so far, albeit only the one that we have an example to run from. But this one is kind of rang true to from what we've seen in map number 1. Alex doing a good job over towards that backside. Debenko just trying to get a little bit of control. It was the rotation for Orgless and the break for Decimate. A tale as old as, well, these last 3 maps.
Orgless looking for this one. They've gone to the middle here to try and find it back to back with the two players, and they work out with it. Nox goes high and a little bit of hit fire helps him out at the end, but will fall. Still, though, reinforcements from both sides are starting to pile into this point here. D3 comes out on top, and that's what they wanted here, Decimate. Continue to put the pressure on, play this high-tempo, aggressive game style that Orgless have been struggling to match.
D3 with some really good shots there as the transition towards P3, starting into Melko with a couple of gunfight wins, though. Help out from his teammates. They knew they had to win those gunfights, but somebody slipped the net. Somebody is dead. That was Depper, trying to find a way through on the flank. Decimate now in danger because Orgless, if they find a good amount of time here, right within touching distance. He finds one from the front, one player making the flank. You've seen him, and Cobra still gets gunned by Nalox, but Melko and Brezzy have to do their work inside of the point, and can they do so? Just about, if you're Brezzy. Just about and a little bit more. 3 spree for him. Everybody else from Orgless on their way through. Decimate spawning over towards the backside.
He's trying to hold this one as well. Melko out towards the back, and easy too. Nobody turns.
There's no way.
And they are making a case for this ton. Here we go. Hot feet, ready to the other side of the map here. Okay, there's nobody out there, but he does the sun check anyway. They're looking for this one. Lynn's checking his corners. Unfortunately, did not check that one. Cobra getting taken down as well. Decimate doing a really good job of pushing Orgless as far away from P4 as they can.
It's another opportunity over towards P4. Big wins from Brezzy, but not quite the last one that he needed. He's having a hell of a game. He's 29 and 18 in his team are, well, down 50. Tells you the story, yeah. Orgless have just not been able to string it together in the right kind of way. They may well actually be ever so slightly outslaying and find themselves down 60. Clever towards this backside. Needs to stay alive. Now it's inside of the point. Had to win it. Does. Wins the second as well. The third on the block. Oh my word. Nanox does it all on his own. The reinforcements are on the way. Might have overheated with that gunfight, but either way, Decimate in control of P4.
And here they go again, pushing out, making things problems for Orgless. Just taking those gunfights as far away from the point as possible and not really allowing them to get the tempo. At the moment, they are slightly late here to P5, but will that be enough? Orgless will have this first flurry. They are looking for that mid-map control. Players going to be everywhere around here. Orgless fighting the good fight for mid-map control. So far, doing quite well at it.
Oh. 50 seconds remaining here. If you're Orgless, you need this time. And it's looking like you're going to get it. Melko and Co doing really well to just batter them away from the middle of the map. And Decimate, a little one by one now. It feels like they're not thinking about P5, but there's 30 seconds remaining, and Orgless are just soaking this up for free.
Should be a little bit better here from Decimate. See if they get control of that mid-map and one of the sides. They can certainly start putting the squeeze on, and, well, almost had it. Almost, but not quite good enough. Orgless with a commanding P5. Bringing themselves back into this one. Brezzy has been a force of nature as he goes on his 5 spree. They know where this was going to be as well. They need time on P1. Last time around, it wasn't there for them. They kept letting Decimate get it. This time, they have to do the same thing.
Decimate just freely allowed them so much time at P5, though. Incredible work from Orgless. You take that all day long, and all of a sudden, you get yourself a 30-point game. Cobra and Co, though, need to all start stepping up. Brezzy got 37 kills, and you're still finding yourself behind. And you convert these kills into points, which they've been really struggling to do so. But 30 seconds on offer here over towards P1. Brezzy just going to have to soak this up as best he can.
Goes for the chow! Almost has it as well. Melko coming in to clean up for his teammate as well. Pre-fire going down. Deppa gets a second. There is still 20 points spare here, and you can see Orgless, they are really piling bodies into this. They are bleeding P1 for everything it's worth as Linz goes huge. Turn and burn there as we now look towards P2. Melko is being isolated. They've got players waiting for him as well, but he catches the first. A little bit of luck here going Orgless' way. They're bringing this game back, Ton.
They found a way. Probably going to call in a Hellstorm. It's the second of the game from Orgless. Finds nothing with it, but he has forced Decimate away. 50 seconds remaining here over towards P2. It's just popped, and Orgless currently in control, and even more so now after Cobra finds 3. Incredible work from him, and Orgless have broke this game wide open. It was an 80-point game at one stage. We're now dead even.
Cobra on his 4. More pressure mounting on the other side. P2 under siege. Cobra coming for the reinforcements as well as the trades start happening. The Cobra's like, where are they? Why are they being so slow? They're not really pushing it. Goes for the contest spot. Cobra now onto 5. Holding still. I don't think they've got the tick for this. I think the contest was too much. It does mean we're going to go towards P3 at the very least for these two teams. But what a hold by Orgless. They have pushed back Decimate at every juncture.
Decimate are flopping them. They've just been far too aggressive one by one by one. But can they get a bit of good timing here on the spawns? They're not going to. Orgless are going to know that this pressure is coming in. Depper over towards the backside. We'll take some shots. We'll take some pressure away from the point, but Orgless only need 8 more seconds. You got to move if you're Decimate. You got to move now.
Everybody in. Malco has found 2, though. Nox is going to have to dive into this one. He's going to get out by Pressy. That's too far. It's too little. And Orgless will send us to a map 5. We thought the fight was out of them. We thought Decimate had it, but they did not. And now we go. There is talking in the game chat, Ton.
Well, they'll be speaking French, Pricey, so I won't have a word of it in my ears. But honestly, for me, I look towards that last P5, over towards Dirt, and it just felt as if Decimate didn't have a plan. And if you're Orgless, you soaked up every single second. You take that all day long. Fantastic work from them. They bring themselves back into it. Wonderful work from Cobra to drag them over the line. But Brezzy, 4,500 damage, 42 and 25. Hell of a game.
Yeah, I was going to say, the damage only just a little bit off there by Cobra, who was certainly putting the bullets in, but that was just a reversal of fortune. Brezzy kicked things off to give them an opportunity. Cobra made sure nobody was coming through that middle of the map and kept jumping back in to save them. What a ridiculous hard point as they go to a map 5 and we go over to Bravo.
First half of Overload. Aaron Scott and Project 7 won a piece up against Trinity 1. A game you would probably expect Project 7 to take away, and right now, in the first half, they all find themselves up 1-0. Have an opportunity to potentially make this 2. Maybe not. Just waited until it came through. 1-0 now. Heading into the second half, you take that all day long.
Well, we knew this one was going to be a close game. Which team do you have winning it, Ton?
I would imagine P7, to be honest with you. I'm very curious to see what the switch-up's going to be like. Aspect and Denza, pretty different players, I want to say. You know, Aspect is a really interesting player who a lot of people talk about in the EMEA region, in Europe specifically, I should say. But he hasn't really hit the ground running this year. Last year, there was potential. This year, I'm curious to see if he's going to make that step up. And Project 7's a team who he could do it with. They finished top 3, remember, in Dallas. And now, could they go a step further with a player like Aspect instead of Denzel? The pressure's going to be on his shoulders.
Oh, that's the question. At the moment, the EMP is going to start to move here as Rush runs straight into FDOT. He was waiting for it. They've got a player forward here, but will be easily picked up by Lucifer. I think you're right as well. Yeah, I think Project 7 probably have a lot of pressure on them at this point, but EMEA region has been unbelievably competitive for so many of these teams doing well. Mythics has made a really big move here. Can he find some kills off the back of it? There's one. Looking for the second, and they haven't reacted to him very well at all. Mythics finds 3. That's an easy score for Project 7.
Take it all day. Oh, it's a 5th for Mythics. And this guy's someone who hasn't necessarily relented from the pressure, has he? Been incredible. This Project 7 side really did step it up online as well, which is what you like to see. Project 7 looking very, very good here in this Overload. Treaty 1, though, what's the answer? They just haven't necessarily shown a great deal, to be honest with you. Project 7 are running this Overload right now.
Only just holding on to this EMP, but I'll be honest with you, that's not a great position. That could very much be a score of the fact they've just lost that there as well. FDOT going to stand in the way. Rush will find him. Going to try to find a second one and goes for the jump off the wall. Isn't going to be quite enough, but a very dangerous spot for Project 7.
Just about defended though. Pressure going to come through here. Thought I hit a Hellstorm coming in. Oh, I did hear a Hellstorm coming in. It was FDOT calling it through, and that might just have opened up the door for his team to run another one in. This should be 3-0 and is well worked from Project 7. FDOT doing the dangerous work with the Hellstorm in the sky. And they're just running that Overload through. Just Nice and easily. The EMP lands 3-0 Project 7. This one's pretty much done, Bryce. You would like to think, unless Treaty 1 can get maybe a bit of a relay going. Doesn't feel likely at the moment.
Well, that's the kind of the key here sometimes on these overload games is you don't see them very often. It is a lot of work to move that EMP around. Not only do you have to make waves and successive kills, but you can be stopped so easily with those close spawns coming through. So 3 down with 2 minutes, it's doable, but it becomes a monumental task, especially if the momentum is already against you.
Aspect, good shots. Unable to land the second. FDOT's found 2 though, and it feels like Treaty 1 have just got their backs up against the wall, and Project 7 add a 4th. Detonated over towards B once again, which has been the route of success from Project 7 so much. 2 for FDOT, 1 for Lucifer, and Aspect apiece. Been a really good performance, but a minute and a half to go. I mean, I felt like this one was done in a minute and a half ago, Brycey. I can't see Treaty 1 Gaming bring this one back now.
Now, I think this has just kind of been Project 7's game. There's not been an awful lot to kind of write home about for Treaty 1 Gaming in it either. They're just sort of going back and forth with almost emotions now onto it, but you can even tell, right, the tempo of this game is a little bit down to what it would normally be. Project 7 know they have this game. Treaty 1 know Project 7 have this game. They're just sort of playing it out here, and for Project 7, maybe they'll go and get another point.
It's looking that way. This game will continue into a map number 4 on one of our other channels, but we're going to stick it about for Alpha. Heading over there in just a second to map number 5, by the way. Here we go. Decimate against Orgless. It will be the reverse sweep for Orgless if they can pull it off, or can Decimate upset the odds with the map number 5 win?
Let's see. Smoke everywhere. Back into bar, but already finds Kiwi. And this is definitely not the same as it was before. Cast your mind back to that first S&D. Decimate destroyed Orgless. Oh, now looks to bring this back to a 2 versus 2, and he should do. There's one. Unfortunately, teammate went down at the same time. Melko almost catches that nade in the face, but not quite. Nadok's still alive. This is possible, and well, there it goes. There's the first round. Orgless have 1 and 2 S&Ds.
I was about to say, their first one. I don't think Decimate will have it quite as easy on raid. I mean, there's a lot to be said about getting that mid-map control and working your game from there, but I don't think they're going to be able to just sprint at them on raid. It's not quite that easy. It's just a little bit easier to place that utility in a good spot, to maybe slow it down. Sniper angles that are going to present itself. And Orgless, in the end, will win a relatively comfortable round. Nadox finds 2. But Orgless get the round. Now onto the attacking side for them. And over from Linz, Melka will find 1. Another first blood for Orgless.
Oh, absolutely drilled. Needed it as well. Linz knows where it's going to be. Does back off for a second. Brady's actually going to go for it as well, and they get the timing on him. A 1 versus 3. Cobra finds him already a shut down ton, and well, for Orgless, this is working much better. If I was Decimate right now, I'd be sitting there going, maybe we should just run at them. Just pile up in a big squad and just run at them.
Send it. It worked really well on Den.
This is feeling more kind of the typical S&D plays that we're seeing here. Not the absolute blitz that we saw beforehand.
But I just wonder if Decimate have run out of gas. After what was a really, really brilliant first 2 maps. Nearly brought it back in the third to a certain degree. Should have won it at 4. And they're questioning of their opportunities just run out. Marco anticipating the aggression which does come in this round. Decimate getting aggressive through the middle of the map. They're running route to really do so. Which is going to open up things over towards A. This should be a plan. It's underway. Any utility available for Orgless to stop this from happening? The answer is no. Coupled with another first blood though. Navax will give his life away. And now Deppa does have D3 for company, but they're the only 2 left remaining. They get picked apart like in shooting fish in a barrel. Really good work. Orgless, another clean retake, 3-0.
I'm wondering if Decimate are feeling it. You said they're running out of gas, but maybe they're just kind of filled with that dread about this reverse that could have gone wrong. You got to remember, they lost that hardpoint in quite a fashion. And after having such a good first 2 maps here, we've got all the way to map 5. To Decimate adjust themselves. Orgless were not able to do it in the first S&D. Decimate need to do it in the second S&D.
You need to try and find a way around. 2 6-0s in the searches would be quite something. Look at this. Aggression through over towards statue. And I wonder if that's the problem for Decimate. That all they know is quite literally pace. Not working for them so far. D3, some really good shots over towards the pool side. Is going to back a couple down. Gains information. And Decimate can reposition based off that.
Okay, looking for a pixel. A lot of fire still being exchanged here, and nobody giving Melko time of day yet. For Orgless, they've given up an awful lot of map control. They'll now have to work to slowly retake this with their dwindling clock.
This first round, that really Decimate have looked like winning. Oh, good shots from Depper. Followed up his first with a brilliant second. Cobra and Melko. Cobra answers back with just as good shots, but Melko whiffs that one, which would have put them in a 2 versus 1. Cobra's spinning very, very quickly, but 20 seconds to go for the attacking team is not ideal.
Nanox has no idea.
Gotta play your life as long as you can. Information gain. D3, what's the play?
I don't know if Cobra can get there. I don't know if he can. I don't think he can.
Oh, it was very close. No, didn't get it. Not convinced. No,
Wait.
D3 just needs to stay alive, and that is the round.
Oh my goodness. I thought they had it in the 2 versus 1. There was a couple of plays that could have gone either way, but it must have just occurred to Cobra's like, oh, wait a minute. I actually have to plant this. I literally cannot get there. And well, defeated by the clock on the attacking side. That's not normally the case.
What can they find here? Another round. It's not going to be a back-to-back 6-0. Melko will find D3. Really nice shot coming through. He's been a lot better in the search and destroy. The sniper shots are being landed. I'm down here for Decimate, though. Orgless will try to find a way through 4v3 scenario. Make it 3v3. Big win coming through from Depper. Probably going to get taken down. We will find another. This is brilliant defense from Decimate. Now Brezzy left in a 1v2.
There's a little bit as well. Looking for them. They're just not going to give him the time. They're not going to allow him to really do much here. To try and find a kill isn't going to be good enough, and that's always one of the kind of worst case scenarios. The other team literally has to try to lose. But hey, Decimate not going quietly in this. We were worried for a second there, Ton, that realistically this could have been a 6-0. Orgless looked like they were dictating the tempo, but Decimate have adjusted, and they've got themselves 2 rounds back on the board.
Brought themselves back into contention now. For all the first series on Alpha was an absolute blowout, 3-0. This one has not been that. 3-2 here in map number 5. Falcon coach starting to position themselves over towards A. Sniper on Overwatch chooses to get rid of it last second. D3 and Co being back down. This should be a plant over towards A, pretty much for free for Orgless. Choosing to take their time. They did this in their previous series, where they look to try and find a little bit more, but what they've done by doing that is get a little bit of control over towards Laundry. They plant for that side and just set up shop. Hard retake for Decimate this.
Did D3 see that player in the corner? I think he might have done. Well, Cobra's already found one. He's having to watch the other way. He's seen the second player slide through. Cobra picks it up as well. Nanox is looking for him with a sniper here, and unfortunately he's now alone to 1 versus 2, and Cobra says, all right, thank you very much. I'll take that one easily. And that was a little bit of an anticlimax, Ton. Cobra just said, all right, if they're going to keep running at me and not shooting, well, I'll just take them all.
Yeah, thank you very much. The way that he's been shooting the last 2 maps, probably not wise. Maddox trying to find the pick, finds nothing but a grey screen. 4-2 now, I believe. It's a Clutch Rain. Oh, okay, to Orgless. Sorry to Clutch Rain owners, if you are listening. They were Clutch Rain. It's an easy mistake.
I was going to say muscle memory, but we've cast Clutch Rain about 3 weeks.
I don't think we've cast in 3 weeks, in fairness, mate. Maybe it was just the last time, you know? Linz takes down Nadox. Another first blood for Orgless. It's feeling like they're just finding them pretty well at the moment. 3 and 5 for Brezzy. Linz will find another on a D3. Orgless really starting to ascend now. Looking like the team that won here last season, but Kiwi now makes it a 1 versus 2 for himself. Taking down his teammate, unfortunately. Oh, he would have been in a really good position, but as it goes, he is dead. Orgless, 1 round away from the reverse sweep.
Oh, that's such a kind of mad stat there for Decimate. Such a strong start to the series. Find themselves quite far away.
Match point. And to be honest, since probably round number 2, it's really looked like one winner here in this search and destroy. Relatively comfortable overload. Hell of a comeback in map number 4. It's put the wind beneath their sails, hasn't it, for Orgless? 5-2 up here on Raid. They need 1 more round, but finally Decimate and Co. are, well, going to find themselves some first bloods, and it's now a 4 versus 2 in their favour.
Well, I think I could be pretty certain this might go to another round. Melko was backed up with a bomb all the way into his spawn. Oh, did he see a feet? I think he did. Finds one. Unfortunately, he's so weak here. Are they going to get Chowls in? 3 health and a dream. Brezzy coming back to maybe try and help here as well, and he does find it. They've brought this back. A 2 versus 2. Surely not like this.
And this is where it gets scary. They hunt Melko down because he knew he's back garage, and they know where Brezzy is as well. Yeah, well played. Decimate just kind of dot their I's and cross their T's. Make sure to push out 1. Find themselves in that advantageous position. Find the round. 5-3 now. There's definitely a threat here from Decimate, but it just feels as if some of these rounds, if they don't get first blood, that's the round, and Orgless will take it.
Is there potential for Decimate? That's the question we're now asking. Can they stop this reverse sweep?
Look at this aggression. He just ran straight through the middle of the map, and Cobra says thank you very much. And 2 kills will fall his way. Orgless now find themselves in a 3v1. Nadox on his own.
Finds one, but not going to be any more, and that'll be it. Orgless will take it away. And I was going to say, that's what normally happens when you get super aggressive, is that you kind of run into somebody and they get 1 or 2. And that just happened to be Cobra this time. Cobra, who really had a standout performance in these last 3 maps. Just being everything they needed to be. That and Melko. Just a ridiculous turn of fortune, but Orgless with the reverse sweep. The first one in Elite so far for EMEA at this stage. Wow.
Yeah, and it's kind of a strange one because for all that Orgless have come into this, probably as the favourites, absolutely as the favourites in this match. In the fashion that it kind of came, you got to tip it to them for finding that comeback. That's a really a good show of character for a team. It has been questioned of in the past. But to find that reverse sweep is massive for them. For Decimate, on the other hand, you can kind of say, right, well, look, they looked good in the maps that they won, but to give away that advantage in map number 4 is really going to sting. But the fact that they're shoving a team like Orgless all the way to a map number 5, it shows a lot of promise for them. They very well could have won that series, Bracey. They'll be kicking themselves they didn't. And, well, that says a lot about potentially some improvement from Decimate.
Yeah, that's maybe the key for this one. I think it's just I'm really struggling to see how it kind of turned against them. Did Orgless just have a bit of a slow start? Were they just so unprepared for that first S&D? Even in the first Hardpoint, they just looked like such a good squad. Obviously, when we got on to the overload, Orgless took over. The exposure Hardpoint, Decimate could have ended the series there. Realistically, they had the opportunity, they had the lead. But a turn-up of epic proportions from some members of Orgless shut it down. And maybe, just maybe, going into that raid S&D, Decimate had their heads down a little bit.
It feels that way. Came out really cold, didn't they? Well, they were 3-0 down in the blink of an eye, and then all of a sudden, you trade rounds from there, and be mathing, you lose the game. 6-3 in that raid search and destroy. You can't really tell, but it was a reverse sweep for Orgless. They were 2-0 down. And after that den search and destroy, honestly, I was really worried for them, but feeling that the overload would go their way, it did so relatively comfortably. But I think if you Decimate, the real thing you look at in this one is that, 70-80 point lead that you had in that map number 4, to then lose it by 30. It's got to sting a lot.
Yeah, I think so. But hey, for Orgless, it is all silver linings. Getting that reverse sweep certainly will be a bit of a difficult one, but we still have some games ongoing, but we will be jumping to them shortly. But first, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. There is still more action here in EMEA Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're jumping straight into the action here. Rock Esports versus Able Esports. And at the moment, Able have managed to get one onto the board here, but Rock leading in the Hardpoint.
Standard Rock behavior when it comes down to online. Lose maps, but still win the series. That's, well, typically was their way last season. I mean, what was it? When we looked at the map counts, they were like barely up. But like, what they went perfect over their group stage. Incredible work, really. Getting it done through thick and thin. Right now, find themselves in a relatively decent position here. Over towards P5 we go. They've got themselves a 40-point lead. Looking to build on it here, Bryce.
So I'm just trying to wait for the chow that isn't quite there yet. Throws a shoulder, knows the player's going to be. Back and forth. Takes a couple of bullets and still goes for the chow with a teammate. Have a good time here, Rock Esports. Just trying to hold this down for the most amount of time they can. Give themselves a good lead as we go into the second set of rotations, but Domex feeling a little bit of pressure. Unfortunately, his teammates are killing everybody, so he's not actually shooting.
For a route over back end of Grandma's, just to maybe try and get a bit of a better spy on over towards P1 as we reset and go in to another rotation of hills. Again, this is the kind of match I think realistically, look, we are expecting Rock Esports to be dropping maps as they did last season, but it's the kind of match you would love to see them win a 3-0, but it's difficult for them apparently. Kicks and I mean, to be fair, Bryce, they won 3-0 over in Dallas, which is all they'll really care about.
Just really hindered online, as it turns out.
I was told it was the other way.
Well, at the moment, Able Esports doing a pretty good job of keeping this somewhat even for them as they do manage to get back onto this point ton, and now they have an opportunity. You can see them spread out across the map here, ready for this P2. One of the gunfights they would hope to win as Dom just takes down 2 as well, as everybody looks towards this P2 here. Blade in a good position, but he's going to be cut down by Kicks as well. Still very much up for grabs here. A little bit of a better position for Rock Esports. They are quicker.
Clutch and Kogan have to try and find a way through, but that deficit, only 40 seconds. Not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. And remember, Able found themselves a really good win in their first series, so a team to keep an eye on here. Especially in this map, only, as mentioned, 35 seconds or so behind. If they can continue to hold this P2, they're well and truly back into this game. Rock trying to find a way through, cannot get it done. DK finding 2 and shutting down Kicks and Co. Not really a great deal they can do here. A little 1-by-1 from Rock Esports, who, I mean, look, we commented on it last season, can get a little bit panicky when they find themselves behind. They're not quite there yet, but not quite panic stations yet by the looks of things either, as Kicks and Rickles will work it out well. But sometimes things can just be a little bit flighty.
They certainly can, and I'll interrupt this commentary time to just say I kind of was keeping an eye on some of our other games here. Going on Charlie right now, we've just had a team, I think, come back from 5-3 down, and including a 1 versus 3 to take it to round 11. So yeah, Vitalize Esports, who were winning 1-0 in a series, were down 5-3 to Avently GG in the S&D. Map 2 S&D, that is. But managed to find their way back. Smozilla, and I believe it was infinitely just unbelievable performance to put them 2-0 up in that series.
It's a big moment for them then. Potentially get a 3-0. That'd be huge if they can get one over the line, because they're one of those teams who are going to potentially struggle to make that playoff spot, so every single win is massive. Giving them a 3-0, these differences, etc., do make the difference. Clutch, incredible gunfight to win up against Kicks. Able Esports really showing off yet, to be honest with you. Finding themselves, what, 20 down? Rotation over towards Cromas as well. Not looking too bad if Clutch keeps this up.
Clutch just waiting. Expecting somebody to be here a bit quicker, and he checks 2 different directions at once, and that's not what you're going to be doing. Maybe hoping his teammates had a better angle for him as well, but that is going to be a huge swing here. Rock Esports put pedal to the metal and clean house, literally. And now they have an opportunity to try and get that lead back done.
See if they can. Looking like a decent hold here from Rock, but they are somewhat surrounded. Blade was able to find 2. Can he get another one over towards the backside? Not quite going to happen. Rickle finds 2, but the break is going to come through. And Blade's just been a thorn in the side at that moment. A couple of kills fall his way, and then all of a sudden the break is there. Same can be said, though, for Rock Esports. They find a couple over towards the backside. It's really difficult to get a good hold on Grandmas these days, but less about my personal life and more about the hard point. 22 seconds to go. Rock Esports still in that lead.
just
don't. Honestly, I'd shut up.
At the moment, though, this game still, as it winds towards its conclusion, is anybody's. Rock Esports had a couple of streaks going here, but will they get this rotation under lock and key? You can already see everybody go back and forth. Side almost catches him, but Dom just continues to fire, never relents, and I gave him an opportunity. We are talking about a 16-point game.
There's barely anything in it. Kicks over towards his side. Big gunfight win as well. As the transition over towards P1 will start to ensue, but if Able Esports pick up the rest of this time over towards P5, they're going to find themselves in the lead heading into this next rotation. Kicks 31 and 26, not having a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. It's DK. Played everybody from Able Esports performing extremely well to put themselves in this position. Now some time potentially on offer at P1 for Able Esports. They find the gunfights in the middle of the map.
They're just holding them at bay here. Rock Esports struggling, and this might be what you were talking about earlier, Tunt. A little bit of panic. A little bit of worry creeping into Rock Esports. I mean, they kept going to a map 5 in the last time we saw them in the stage 1. At the moment, Able Esports are like, all right, we'll take all of P1. We'll just continue to milk this point for everything it's worth. Rex will go up top. He'll find the first. He'll find the second with the help of Domex. And now that's open for the scrap time here. Rex will not able to get the kill he wanted.
It's a great win because all of a sudden that was just free reign for everybody on Rock Esports to be alive and set themselves up over towards P2. As it goes, Kicks can kind of answer that. Blade and Scythe are starting to find some kills though, so only 2 players from the side of Rock in here. The cutoffs though from behind, yet they've got them. 20 seconds is the gap. Rock Esports inside the point, 50 seconds to go. This is doable for them to find this comeback.
They can win it here. Both teams can. Rock Esports looking to lock this one down. Kicks will find another one into it. That's a bit of a wipe going through. Kicks going out towards the wide here as well, but Blade will take him down. Reinforcements in numbers. Look at them stacked up now, Ton. They are going to hit this with everything you got. Domex is going to go around the side. He's put bullets down, but not got anybody. And now everybody's piling into the point. Domex is still here. Nobody turned to deal with him. And now the last player is going to be up top. They know where he's going to be. Reinforcements continue to fall through as DK finds them. And they have stopped this one from ending here.
Able can't do it. Neither can Rock. It's all about this transition now, but Rock are the ones just a little bit more ready for it. They found the gunfights in the middle of the map. Kicks trying to put the nail in the coffin because the transition is going to be there. It's a 3-point game. Able, you need to find a break right this second.
You're already hearing numbers. Everybody's got everything down as well as DK. DK again, a 6th streak. DK has broken this game open for Able Esports. He has been a monstrous presence for them as well, and now he finds himself outnumbered. More kills he needs, more kills he will not find. And it will be Rock Esports who get back on the point, and they will carry this Hardpoint and this series to its natural conclusion. But DK almost won the day, and that's what we're going to remember.
Oh, he nearly brought it back single-handedly. Nearly got them over the line. Best play of the game, that's more than fair. But that is an incredible way to end that series. Rock Esports will find it 3-1. Good performance in the end, but I think it's just standard Rock behavior. Never anything simple, but always the win across the line in the group stages. They'll get it done. Not a bad performance, though, on the other side of things from Able. They already found a win tonight. Pushed Rock Esports very, very far. 5-point game. I think they beat them in the other Hardpoint as well. It's a really decent performance from Able. We'll be keeping an eye on them as the entirety of the Elite continues. Here we go. Into another game here on Echo. Going up against MAJIN. And MAJIN, one of those teams that we kind of did want to keep an eye on. We've got Legend on there. Man who has world titles and MVPs at the highest level in other games. Of course, had his little run on Surge. Hasn't quite worked out. Still needs to kind of apply his trade in Call of Duty and choosing to do it well as Henry and Twisted here in EMEA. So we'll be keeping an eye on how things are going to go for him. But right now his team are up in this series. May well be going to map number 5.
It is going to be close as well. Well, for fun, we'll take as many points as they can off that. A little bit of scrap time, never going to hurt anybody, but the tank goes in and will be cut down eventually. Technically, MAJIN can win this game here on P1, but to win it on P1, it is a feat that very few can accomplish.
MAJIN in a good spot, though. And it's just about a for fun panic. They're going to take their time. They're not panicking just yet. Legend can find one. Mighty Sykes. Twist and Henry, though, have done so well. That time's still ticking. Bricey, 4 seconds away. MAJIN are going to be 10 seconds away from the series win. For fun, you can't take your time now. You've got to panic, and here they go. Henry, Legend combining well. 2 for 2. For fun, need to get inside. Denza for 2. Henry spins for the last one. 5 in a row from Henry at the right time. For fun, need to get in now.
Henry on 6. Henry on 7. Henry almost calls game. There's the last kill. Henry gets 7 on P1. That shouldn't have happened. He turned and burned to broke them out. And what another ridiculous hardpoint ending here in the Elite. We said it is not easy to win on P1. They went, bet. Watch this.
Oh my word. I love it when this is why I love this little red zone, because we just get a dip in and out of games, and then all of a sudden we're jumping into like a final 10 seconds. We get to see comebacks like that. That's why we love to cast every single game that we possibly can, and you guys can watch every single one, because what an ending that is. For MAJIN, they lost against ABAL Esports in their first game of the day, and now just be for fun, who are a team who they very much will be competing with. Massively well done to MAJIN to get their first win on the board. Now 1-1 across the season with plenty more games to go.
Certainly is. Speaking of more games, over to Charlie. This is the game I was talking about earlier time. Vitalize making a dramatic comeback in the S&D to take us to 2-0. Do find themselves down in the overload.
Can Vitalize turn this one round as well? Again, this is a big game at the bottom side of things for Avently and Vitalize. There are teams who are going to be fighting for potentially that last spot in playoffs. Or maybe even a little bit more, but they really do need to find every single win they can. Real Charm doing well to find 3 in a row.
Avo just trying to do everything he can here. EMP will be picked up. They'll move forward. Smokzilla's already on the other side of the map. This is a very early blocking here from Smokzilla. Unfortunately, they are not finding the rest of the kills, and down he goes. And Avo's like, well, it took a time for me to get here, and everybody's dead.
Just keeping this pressure on. As mentioned, they want to 0 down on the more preferred side. Could do with something getting going very, very quickly, and there you go. They're going to get one. Smallzilla will get that one over the line, and they'll keep the kills up as well, which is bad news for Avently. And they get the relay that drone going to spawn, thankfully for Avently, over towards the motel side. What can Vitalize do with this?
Well, they're almost through here. They're trying to get it through the gap, but there's just too many bodies and not enough blockers to really do so. And now Avently will try and move it themselves. Big kill there from Raze. He'll now push forward to try to take a bit of control up the top here. The MP is open. Are they going to switch? I think they might.
Trying to turn around in a different direction. Now through Motel. I think, honestly, if you're Avently, you don't need to do anything too crazy here. A minute and a half to go. Take your time. Just don't allow Vitalize to get anything else. If you can get one, great. Don't let them just find a free roll forward. Infinity Code up. Put themselves in a position now. Vitality find it halfway up. This should be a point on the board. Big kill coming through from Synergy. Isaac needs to find a couple more. Cannot. Great work from Vitalize. They can keep them pinned in, but good work from Avently as well.
Another kill going down. Avo now moving to Hunt, trying to cut people off. He's already moving through P2 very, very quickly. Shay looking to now cut off the reinforcements. Got to be careful here. They do not know Infinity's here. Infinity will take this kill easily. That should slow down the push completely.
Again, one apiece just kind of suits the team who are on the harder side. And right now, that's Avently. Can you get it forward, though? If you can get another one over the line, that would be brilliant. Taking their time. And they will have an opportunity here. Big pistol fight. Finds it. Brilliant work from Avently. Took their time. pounced when they needed to. 2-1 up.
Now, if you are Vitalize, you should really be looking for this reset, and he will grab it for it as well. Nobody's going to grab it. They jump on it just in time. Now going to try and make this move. The last hurrah on this side of the map. Find one with a nade, but you can tell Avently are a little bit unsure of where this push is coming from. Time is ticking. Bodies are piling. Here comes a very aggressive push here, but Rio is going to get around the outside. They catch him before he can do any more damage.
Hell of a half, to be honest with you. From Avently, they take those all day long. Put yourself in a really good position. They were kicking themselves after the search and destroy. Now find themselves up in the overload, but still 2-0 down. Can they continue to keep this up and send this series a bit further?
Well, for Avently, an opportunity to right the wrongs of that last S&D ton. They have a very, very good opportunity to get around here on the board.
For Vitalize, now you're on the rougher side of things. What can you get going? It's just easier said than done, though, isn't it? I mean, for Avently, we've still got some work to do. 2-1 is not going to be enough. You would imagine that Vitalize will have an opportunity. It is their one here for Avently to maybe not put the game out of sight, but put it in a really good spot. And the answer is yes, Synergy. Great shots coming through. What I will say about these two squads, there's some beamers amongst these rosters.
Oh, they know what they're doing. I mean, to be fair, we probably haven't spoken about this yet, but to make it to the Elite Series, it is a monumental achievement. There's no doubt about it. You could lose every single game in the Elite Series, but you still made it. It still puts you amongst the very best in EMEA.
Oh yeah, getting to the Elite is absolutely no joke. No joke at all. If you find you and your boys are playing Rampart and getting yourself doing well against any of these players in and amongst the Elite, get yourself signed up. The opportunity for all of you to give it a go is there. Moving forward though is Avently. I'm not going to try and put another nail in this coffin. Vitalize, we're just not clinical enough on the easier side, and they're getting punished for it. 4-1.
Continues to get worse and worse for Vitalize. See them setting up again here, already out towards P2, but they've got to find some of these kills to really start moving that EMP forward. There's one. Incoming Hellstorm as well, as they just try to stay alive through it. There's a lot of information gone down there, and Avo finds one, Infinity times another, and well, that EMP's now moving. Can they get this player on the cross? That's what they're looking for as well, and that should be good enough. But do it again though. That EMP stopping means they've run out of opportunity. You've got to make like 85 kills in that scenario to get it done.
It's so difficult. It's just like, sometimes you think to yourself, okay, you make that first wave of kills to find out mid-map control, you'll have to make a second wave of kills to put yourself in the position. Third wave of kills just to make sure on the other side. Whereas, yeah, attacking towards the 18-wheeler side is about 13 different waves of kills before you're going to try and solidify just brute forcing it through Motel. That's why I see the other side of things is a little bit easier for some teams. Maybe you can catch them off guard, but Avently are very much got the trenches dug, haven't they? Just waiting for the pressure to come, and they are dealing with it so easily.
It's that frantic gameplay that leads to this, and Shay is taking full advantage of it. He knows Vitalize are going to get caught sprinting because they had to. They needed every single second of time to move this EMP forward. They will try again. Avently have been sitting back and absorbing this pressure every time it moves forward. Shay's now calling in a Hellstorm. Gotta go. Gotta try and get it in. It takes a second or two for this missile to move, and they will manage to get it in time. It's 4 kills, but 2 aside of the teams. As he throws it into the spawn. And the game is still alive.
Yeah, if they can find a couple of gunfights through the middle of the map yet, there's still a chance. Eco just need everything to turn to gold, though. Middle of the map, not looking great. Avently maybe securing it with these few kills that come on through. Vitalize, keep it alive. Can they get something going? A minute to go, and bear in mind, they may well have overtime as well.
Got to get this in. Probably in the next 20 seconds to give yourself some time. Isaac, huge play. EMP now moving. There is a player going to be on the flank. I think he's been seen. Isaac has seen him as well. Guns down, raised, but that EMP is going to stop moving again. Isaac is trying to stem the tide here. It is just not enough.
Can't force their way through. Being punished for not doing enough on the other side. Avently did their job. They found what they needed to. Sensational work. 15 seconds to go. Vitalize, you need to get this one through the front door ASAP. Not going to happen. Really good job from Avently GG. They did what they needed to do. We'll see you map number 4.
And Vitalize, yeah, they'll be kicking themselves about not converting more on that good side of the map. And for Avently, I mean, good positioning there on the overload for them. I kind of wish we had the replay from that S&D to show you how much they kind of threw that away, because they should be 2-1 up in this series, Ton, but we're going to a map 4 regardless.
Yeah, and that one could go to map number 5 with the way that these teams and how close they have been. So interested to see how that one's going to continue to play out. I'm not sure how many more games are still going on. Obviously, you guys at home might know a little bit better than I do.
This one.
Just this game? All right, well, we're staying locked in. We're staying locked in.
It is just this game from what I am aware of. I don't think there's any others. I'm just having a double check through some of our scores. But I believe that is the last one running from all of these games. The rest have ended either on map 4 or 3. But here's the scores from that last one. A little bit of statistics for you going through. Zilla, again, a big performance. Most damage in the entire lobby. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them to get the EMP moving.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a little bit more difficult when you're just trying to force it through that side. They kind of had the air of a team who haven't played like a great deal at a higher level when it does come down to overload. They'll have to sharpen up on that side of things, because the slaying ability was absolutely there. Really not a great deal in it between these two teams, but back to the drawing board for Vitalize Esports when it does come down to overload, but they still have an opportunity to close this one out in 4.
Well, do you think they do it though, Ton? That's the real question. Like I said, it's been an interesting one between them. I think these two squads have been kind of going at it, and I actually can, fortunately, because it's on a separate stream, it's real easy to rewind. But it has been a...
Shout out YouTube for that, to be fair. That is a solid feature.
A bit of a grueler, because they obviously started this. We're going into map 4. They started this an hour ago, and going to have a quick look on the Hardpoint score for you to see where it's going. Actually, wow, Vitalize 250 to 161, Ton.
Wow, so pretty convincing.
Yeah, pretty much. And at the moment, this is the groups as they stand. Obviously, we still have some scores to come in. Vitalize and Avently are still playing their game. But for everyone else, though, this one is locked and loaded. Rock Esports 2-0. They are flawless once again. Project 7 and Orgless also 2-0 in Group B. Obviously, one of them will have to leave that when they play each other eventually. But at the moment, Group A looking pretty even there, Ton.
Yeah, no, I mean, looking over towards it, yeah, I suppose I didn't really expect MAJIN to be able to turn it around up against 4 Fun, and I didn't expect Able to beat MAJIN. So you're in a really interesting spot when it comes to, well, the playoff positions. All right, Esports, I mean, I don't want to count my chickens before they've hatched to a certain degree, Bricey, but 0-2 at this stage, you can still turn it around, but that's not a great position to be in, especially with everybody else very much in and amongst it. They're going to have to have a really good day tomorrow to give themselves a chance. Big games coming up for all those teams, but on the other side of things looking probably a little bit more like we expected. Orgless Project 7 almost actually flawless all the way through so far.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that continues, of course. But hey, I mean, we kind of spoke about this last season, right? We talk about Rock, and I feel like they're maybe the biggest topic of this elite stage. They kind of have to be after the win. It's an interesting. Here's why. So if you are wondering why we're kind of talking about why it's such an interesting team at the moment, Rock Esports had a flawless group stage, but they lost quite a lot of maps in that group stage. They got into the bracket, eventually ended up going, what, top 3 or 4? And we were like, they're good, but obviously there's been some issues. There were some mistakes in their game. Get to Dallas, that all disappeared. They come in now as the favourites, but already we're seeing them drop maps again. So who on earth knows? I tell you what I do know, though, is we're going to go to a quick break while we wait for this next map to start. So you're going to have to listen to me and Ton the entire time. Don't go around. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to EMEA Challengers Elite. We are jumping into map 4 here, Vitalize versus Avently GG. And, well, Vitalize had a good time on the Hardpoint last time around. Now biting S&D and a pretty dominant performance on the Overload for Avently. So, all up in the air. Let's find out who walks away.
Well, you know what it stinks of, Brycey's last game of the day. Avently are sending us to a map number 5. That is of no question. Let's see how this one's going to go down, though. It's a brilliant start for Avently. Shea, Synergy, Charm, and Raze. All what they need to be doing right now towards P1. That's creating a little bit of chaos. 2 incoming in 10 seconds.
Well, at the moment, this is all about this rotation for these two teams. You can tell they're just fighting all over the map for it. Vitalize just trying to get in the better position. You can tell they're going to get the first little bit of points here onto it. As Avently GG a little bit off the pace.
Yeah, just to get here, but they'll be happy with their time they got over towards P1. I've on a 5 sprayed up. That's going to be crucial for Vitalize if they want to get this one over the line. They're in a really good spot to get some good time here over towards P2. Raze finds a kill onto Infinity, or the pinch is set up. Oh, that is disgusting. Unfortunate, because Synergy is just going to come around and find 2 of the freest kills. Nelly finds a 3rd. But there's the break wide open for Avently to find some really decent time. Over towards P3 and 15. Nope, still a tight game.
This is a big swing as well here. Avo in a great position. This is one of the power positions on this point, but he's going to fall down before he can do any more. Avently will be here first. Exposed it though. Well, that's a complete wipe. You thought they had a better position, Tom, but, well, kills change the game.
Avently with a ever so slight lead, but Vitalize looking to just break their way into that. And those 3 kills in the middle of the map will absolutely help. Finney with 4 in a row as well. Just helping out the case for Vitalize. Finish this one up in 4. Big kills coming through. Avo, you just got to get down there. The map control. Infinity is going to get shut down as well before he swings it, or result in anything extra. And there's the break going to come through for Avently. 20 seconds to go. Vitalize on the right side of things when we do head over towards Grandma's in 15 seconds. Need to find the kills on the offset though. Spawn out going to come through here for Vitalize actually. So 2 players left inside of Grandma's need to do something about it.
A good position for this one. Smozilla already pushing this one out for just a second, trying to catch people. Stagger them as well, but Avo's already found 1. Now he's having a backtrack. He knows where the player's going to be here as well. You know, they're going to come through P2. Finds 1, turns and burns for the second. We'll see that player over the top here, but 2 onto a heady, and he just cannot get the tag. The best is to cover the game, and Infinity walks into a laying Raze.
Did well to hold on as long as they have done, honestly. But they find a way through them. 80 seconds still left to play for. It's just that. A couple of kills in the middle of the map. And Vitalize over towards the back end of P3 that have kind of cost them a little bit more control towards this back side. Some good gunfights being won. Some brilliant gunfights being won, actually. Raze on Avo. Is that going to be the one that seals it? No, it isn't. Big gunfights coming through. Still 1 player towards the back, but it's for 10 seconds. It's going to flip out the spawns. So, Vitalize commit. It's not actually going to flip out the spawns either, actually, at all. I thought, honestly, the main well spawn over next towards Shea. He slipped the net. But the rest of the team, nowhere near.
Here we go. Look at this positioning, Avently. Just sitting deep, deep at the back here. Playing for it as well, and for Vitalize, I don't think they know that they're about to just be completely wiped out of this point. No time now pushing forward, just trying to take every single position he can. They do lose that gunfight, but this is still the better position for them. They now will run the gauntlet of getting back in.
Seconds. Still control here somehow for Vitalize, even with that top stretch control coming through from Avently, trying to find a way through. Just a bit of a war of attrition to get it done. You still can't find a way through. It's a mixy game, and a game that there's not really a great deal in. Really good work from both these 2 teams, but Avently are the ones with a never slight lead. At the start of the second rotation, it's only a 10-point game, literally nothing in this one. But as mentioned, it just feels very, very scrappy, doesn't it? Very back and forth. Nobody with a great deal of control. Nobody picking up like 30 or 40 seconds. It's all being about just kills across the board. Smallzilla right now, it's his turn to pop off 5 in a row.
Well, you see, I mean, Synergy on the other side, 22 and 13. Big difference between these two teams in that first half point. Almost 100-point difference when the game ended. Infinity now going to work. He's got 4. I mean, you'd hope they get a little bit more time off of this one.
That's the thing. Both these two teams have been stringing some stuff together. But it hasn't necessarily resulted in a great deal of points. But good position potentially here for Vitalize. They find a couple of exit gunfights if they possibly can on the back of P1. And then P2 control could be there. Shea with the really big win. And all of a sudden, Avently are going to be in a good spot over towards P2. Could be 50-50 as Isaac will shut that one down. Neither of these teams want to really give an inch. It's a 1-point game heading over towards P2.
Oh, Isaac, I mean, literally breathing on when he goes down. He's got 11 health here, but somehow stays alive and finds the next kill. That's so big for Vitalize, but they have a little bit of chaos to deal with here as players both sides. Eventually, they bring it back to just 1, and so many times, over and over again, these hardpoints could swing on a gunfight.
Just feels as if the team that have the players doing a little more is Vitalize right now. Even Isaac sitting at, what, 13 and 20? He still found influential kills. Avently seems just to be about hanging on at this moment in time. This is some great time for Vitalize. Avo can't find any more than just the 1. I think he's actually trying to find something through the middle of the map, and his team have lost the point. Yeah, nice and easy for Avently to find a way through, trying to get a bit of mid-map control. We'll need it now as we head over towards P3. Like this from Avo, actually. Top church control is so crucial with Synergy. Ready and waiting on him. He'll take him down. Bit of a 50-50 heading over towards P3. Looking like Avently will get the rotation.
Very good position for them. Synergy just doing so much work to keep them at bay here. Eventually will fall. Vitalize looking for a bit of pressure towards that mid-map. That is an unbelievable grenade to get there, by the way. Smallzilla also bringing in the missile to keep them off of this point. They are going to look to convert this into not just this time, but all the way over as well. And the missile does its job of pushing back Avently.
Just keeps them at bay, though, doesn't it? And it should secure you a good 30 seconds. Within touching distance of that. It's a 200-point mark. Real Charm, though, has found himself in a fantastic position. Just put them to the sword. Every single one of them. He slipped the net and slit everyone's throats as well. Incredible work to get that one done, and that pretty much cancels out everything that the Hellstorm did. Maybe. Good work from Vitalize to get that time, but you can't let that slip.
I also just want to point out here, Raze actually did, on the moon map, did an incredible job of just blocking the spawn. The reason they still spawned out, not towards P4 there when you push that top, is he sat way back to kind of deflect them out. Obviously, hasn't lasted that long as it will be Vitalize back in the point ton.
It does feel as if it's their game to lose. Another flank. Dodgy gunfight. The second one wasn't. Incredible shots on Alva. And it's only really one player from Vitalize that can answer back, and all of a sudden, looks like the break's going to come through here for Avently over towards P4.
They get in for the scrap time. The fight's starting to kick off again here as Vitalize actually backing down. They can't actually rotate. They want to. They should have the numbers, but being held in for just a few seconds more than they would have liked. They now try to lock in. They're going to also kind of grab the last player off there. They're not even going to worry about the actual spawns. But that is not where they wanted to be. Vitalize, while they are ahead here, are not in a good position.
So just trying to hold this down. Not ideal. Everybody coming through the front door. No mid-map control. Real Charm is going to be there, but just a little bit too late. Big gunfight win there by Infinity 2. Now a couple more to deal with from the front side. And they've done well. Just about holding on, but Avently just streaming through another 3 coming through from Synergy. He pretty much shut it down on his own, and the only thing that's keeping Avently alive is just solo plays. And right now, it's keeping them all alive. They're only 10, 13 points behind. Brycey, nothing in this game still.
Well, we'll see. Because you are right. This might as well just say even. So little time left of this map. Vitalize will have barely a lead as we go into our next set of rotations. P1 can be hard to hold. At the moment, Avently doing a really good job of pushing back Vitalize, but there goes the first nade. Synergy will now try and stay alive for as long as possible.
Doesn't last very long. As it goes to make it a 4 in a row from him as well. Just trying to shut this down as best as he can. Good time for Vitalize. Any seconds are good times for Vitalize right now. 30 seconds to play for here over towards P1. Can't find that on the real charm. And everybody from Avently streaming into the middle of the map and finding the gunfights alongside of it. Spawn out over towards Grandma's. Big win from Raze. Can you get another? Surely not. He can't. Gets shut down by Smallzilla, who will just send himself these 41 kills over towards the motel. They're setting up for that. We're head there in 15.
Oh, they are losing this slowly but surely. They're just not winning the gunfights they need to take map control back here. Synergy in a fantastic position again, but oh, he's not going to get it. That might have just flipped the P2 over towards Vitalize. And now he's waiting for it. Smozilla, there's 43. It's going to be a huge fight for them now.
50 bomb might be on the cards if Avently can find the break, but it's not looking like 40 seconds. Avently need to take their time, but they only have 10 more seconds or so to formulate a plan of how to break this one. They found a couple of kills. Can they find a way through? Ava will find one, and it's Infinity to line up 5 in a row. Him and Smallzilla have dropped 86 kills between them.
And that will be game. Vitalize were behind for a good portion of it, but yeah, when you've got 2 players dropping 43, it will end on the hard point. 3-1 for them. And yeah, we were talking about Smozilla. It turns out teammate decided to match him, Ton.
Yeah, I honestly didn't even realize. And then he pulls off 5 in the last hill to close out the day. Impressive win from the side of Vitalize to get themselves on the board and get themselves rolling for both those two teams. Massively crucial game. You need to then somehow find some game up against one of the tougher opposition to get yourself into that top 4. Can they do it though, Brycey? It's very much on the cards. The groups are shaping up nicely. Looking like we're going to have a close day tomorrow and into next week as well.
Well, we'll certainly see. Here's the little final for it. 43 and 26 there for Infinity. 43 and 33 for Smozilla. Huge amount of points away from it, but yeah, Infinity better KD, more damage, and obviously that last streak helped put them over the edge. But for Avently, it's been a very bitter pill to swallow. That S&D will come back to haunt them, and they had the opportunity there in the hard point as well, but they will not walk away with a win, Ton.
They will not. I mean, that's some hellish damage from Infinity. Smallzilla not too far behind them. 33 non-traded. You know what I love about Infinity's statistics here? 5 objective kills. But out of the 43, he doesn't want anything to do with the hill. And this is how the groups are lining up. Rock Esports very much at the top of the mountain over on Group A as expected. But Group B, Project 7, Orgless when they meet. That will be a hell of a game. Treaty 1 Avently sitting in 0-2 apiece. I think Treaty 1 have had 2 very, very difficult games though, so I'm not going to read too much into that, but for Avently, sitting at 0-2, that's going to be tough reading. Treaty 1 Gaming will definitely find some wins across the board.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of shaping up somewhat the way we thought it would be. Some of the teams kind of rising to the top, the big names, the big teams to beat. Obviously, the delineation in Group B is basically the top 2, the middle 2, and the bottom 2. Whereas almost in Group A, there's still very much a lot of games up for grabs.
Oh, a lot still on the line for both these two groups. Anyone can still qualify, and anyone can very much still be knocked out as well. So you can't rest on your laurels after one day, but those teams sitting at 2-0 will be feeling very happy about their work after one day of play. Nearly guaranteed to get yourself through. I think one more win should probably do it for all of those teams.
Well, we'll see. Obviously, this is just the first start, the first day, and the first couple of games. And once these teams have qualified, an awful lot more of games to play. We get to see not only day 2, but every other game afterwards. I believe we get another day of games, and then we start to get into our bracket. But yeah, for the kind of the first ones here, giving us some good benchmarks. Some of the teams we thought would be making a big name for themselves certainly have done, and we had a reverse sweep ton.
We did kind of everything you come to expect with challengers, right? I mean, we get everything, kills across the board, wild games that make zero sense, and as you said, a reverse sweep that was very well timed. We've got some good teams in it about it, and I think it's actually arguably a little bit more competitive, at least in the mid pack, than what we had last season. So yeah, looking forward to the rest of it, and heading into tomorrow as well.
We certainly do. Well, there have been a lot of games here in EMEA, and some of them have gone the distance. But the distance is not quite done if you're a fan of Call of Duty action. North America will be winging its way to your screens very shortly with a couple of, well, I say new casters. They are veteran casters, but new for challenges at this stage. Dan Gaskin and Spaceman will be gracing our screen to take us through all of the action across the pond ton, and I wish them all the well for it.
Don't. That's not true. I love those guys. I'm really excited to see how they're going to have a lot of fun over in North America, which is going to be a tasty region once again. We're going to try and bounce back up pricey after they didn't win in the Open, so yeah, expecting some moves to be made in these American teams to really start stagnating it.
They certainly do. Well, we will bring EMEA to a close. We hope you have enjoyed watching. Stay around for more North American Call of Duty action, but that's all from us, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Now down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking where I'm at.
Good evening, folks. Welcome into Call of Duty Challengers Elite Series Season 2. North America is now on the docket. We've just concluded our EMEA region. You just finished with 2 of the most British people who have ever existed, but now you're here with us, the Americans. Welcome in. I'm Spaceman, and that is the legendary analyst GOAT of the year, Daniel Gaskin. Welcome in, brother.
If they're very British, what does that make me? That's my concern.
Wales.
But they did an incredible job. Great to watch the boys. As always, they always keep EMEA on lockdown. But now our heads turn to North America, where things have started to get a little bit spicy here in Challengers Spaceman. Lots of team changes since we had the Open, so I'm excited to see what happens here today.
Yeah, Dallas kind of ruined a lot of rosters. I say ruined. It basically just Thanos snapped half of the rosters into other teams, and it gave us an opportunity to jumble up these numbers for all of these squads and basically play Pro 8s. Like, we're going back to playing MLG Money 8s, which is fun, but also when we look at the schedule here today, you're going to be seeing a variety of both pro players on these teams and teams that you have familiarity with. We're talking the likes of OMiT, face Falcons, that did combine. P7 Notorious, that at one point was Team Notorious, then P7, they combine as well. Huntsman, you know the deal. There is legacy organization still here in Challengers, but now they're also backed up by legacy talent, and I'm not joking when we talk about the fact that, Dan, this season of North America, it quite literally is just CDL 2.0.
It really is. Just looking at the names, the history of some of these players. Well, in fact, it feels like all of these players at some point have been on some sort of CDL roster across the years. Whether it's this game or not, it doesn't really matter. It just proves that the wealth of experience we have in Challengers, and that just means it's going to be even more exciting here.
The most exciting part of all of it is the groups, folks. We have a whole bracket and graphic about it. Let's take a look at the groups because it's Group A and B. If you've been seeing Challengers Elite Series over the years, you guys know the deal. You watched earlier today. You also know the deal. Group A and B will be split across the top 6 teams. Again, those that move on and playoff or move on and qualify for playoffs become more of a story in weeks 2 and 3. But this is a very big week ahead. We'll jump into why as we move on. But for Group A, looking down the line, I know we kind of have our individual standouts here, Dan, for these opening groups. But is there a group of death you're seeing off the start? Is there a specific team you're expecting to dominate? Tell me just how you're feeling. Vibe check early on. A and B, what do you see?
I think with how the seedings worked, Group A is looking a little bit more difficult to predict with, of course, top 4 finish from T-Bush in Elite 1. Of course, that team has changed, and you've got Falcons, you've got CABAL, who are both there in top 6 as well from Elite 1 as well. And as those rosters have changed, the core has kind of stayed there, and I do think Group A is going to be a little bit of a difficult one to predict, and maybe we're going to learn a lot more here today.
We get all the 4 fun teams, though, in Group B. So if
Too
you're
many
a
of them.
fan of alliteration or you're dyslexic like me, lock in. It's going to be a really wild split, folks. Listen, there is so much to talk about here with North America for Season 1. Before we get directly into the head-to-head, I kind of want to hit back on a point that you just mentioned, and we talked a little bit about Notorious here in the preamble. Notorious is a roster that had so much success in Season 1, both Season 1 and Stage 1 playoffs. They won it all. And then yet Dallas comes around, kind of shakes up everything, both meta and, I guess, personality and confidence of his teams. And P7 says, all right, we're going to just split literally in half and go our separate ways. That was kind of the theme for a lot of these rosters coming into Season 2.
Yeah, I couldn't really believe it, but I think that's just naturally what's going to happen when you are you are prime and ready for the picking when you are here in Challengers. If you are doing well, if you are performing well, CDL is going to be waiting around the corner, and those teams who are finding players who are struggling, they can say, well, who's next? Who's next on the chopping block? Well, let's look down to the upcoming talent, people who are performing well, people who are really adjusting well to the meta. Let's get them in. And then naturally you have the avalanche that happens afterwards, and you just snowball out of control with a bunch of teams changing afterwards.
Speaking of the changes, legacy talent and those who are new have found their way around the likes of the old U2 crew roster. Shout out to y'all who watched in Cold War. I'm talking the likes of Phantoms, and that means we're going to CABAL, because Phantoms, not only did I just find out from the GOAT Easy Max, shout out the brother, that Phantoms and Dylan Rex are related. That is hilarious to me. But Phantoms is kind of the IGL for this team. He is one of the longest standing members in the Challenger Series. If you remember, back in the day, Phantoms was at EOT New Jersey in 2018, back when Simp was still competing in local events. this, Phantoms has been around the block for a while. He has the likes of Rupert, Mask, and Darkseed coming into this roster. This is a team that, again, comes up in twos. I mean, KB and Darkseed, again, previously from Five Fears, they go to the Dallas Open, and the Dallas Open kind of just has its way with everybody. So it's a lot of amalgamations of two pieces here and there kind of moving into position. But they have Phantoms, they have this IGL, they have this AR, and he's surrounded by a lot of young talent. It's now up to him to try to lead them through that charge against a very stout roster on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Darkseid and KB, top 16 at the Dallas Open. Not where you want to be finishing.
Tough.
Not surprised
Yeah,
that team broke up. I think that's naturally what happens when you go from a good performance online, then you go to LAN, you get absolutely stomped, and you're like, all right, we need to change things up. Because ultimately the goal is getting to another LAN and performing well so you can get closer to be at the top of Call of Duty. But then you add the top 6 that we saw from Rupert, a very impressive performance. I think he would be more than happy with that. But again, he was probably looking to try and get that one step further. And then you round it out with Phantoms, who of course we saw come third in Elite 1 playoffs as well. I think this is a really good roster that just has a little bit of everything off the rip.
They do, and you can also apply that moniker to Bush Gaming. You got Prelude, Fire, Abe coming in, obviously, from Surge, Awakening, who basically is brought over from the Season 1 champions of Notorious. Again, there's so much we're going to dive into about specifically this roster alone, but the tall task tonight for CABAL really is getting the Young Guns online. It really is, what is the tone that Phantoms can set? And how are they going to handle Awakening? Because as layman's terms as it is, here's a look at your map layout. It's dun Colossus. When we were looking at the stats both last week, last night, one of the things we kept seeing, Dan, was the fact that Awakening is like not only an outlier, the X factor. He has boosted the stats across the board for this team. If you're CABAL, you have to be able to deal with it.
I would argue that this Telluride Bush Gaming roster is perhaps the best North American Challengers team we have at the moment on paper. Of course, 2 of them just losing out to that first place at the most recent Open in Dallas, weren't able to get the gold. But silver place certainly puts you in the right place. And now we are going to move on to Hardpoint. As you said, we've got Den, and more Den. If anyone has to focus on something here, it's probably how to play this map.
Imagine having a terrible opening map and having to, again, post back up in the mezzanine. Try to get ready for an S&D. It's going to be a long night for some of these players, especially knowing that Den is tripled up in our series count. But to begin, 12 seconds left on this one. This P1's been pretty choppy, but CABAL will take the opening time. And with it, already thinking about P2 out early. Telluride Bush Gaming up is set up, ready for new.
I think you mentioned it. A lot of eyes are going to be on Abe as well. Getting dropped from that roster, not being in CDL anymore, moving to Challengers. A big question mark for me on his head. How is he going to perform here in Challengers? Is he going to be able to dominate? Because basically, he should be a superior player in theory, but we've seen how amazing some of these Challengers players have been. Now, already 15-17, it has been a scrappy P1, but now as we switch over to P2, a little bit of control here for Telluride Bush Gaming.
Yeah, on paper, you have really Abe coming down from Surge, so you're thinking, all right, CDL experience, but on brass tacks, the dude was struggling a bit. Sometimes it's just the system, not the player. Shout out James Harden. This time, though, it is a question of what do you bring to the table, because not only are you getting rid of the likes of Spark, and he goes over to Boston, but you're bringing in an Awakening. You're getting rid of Capsule as well. So there's been so many changes here for T-Bush Gaming. The good thing for them, though, is that you keep the likes of Prolute and Fire. And Prolute, again, New York Subplayers Academy, those who know, he has been one of the top players and challengers for the longest time. You have veteran championship experience on this team. No matter who you plug and play, you should have enough at least to get the job done.
Switch over to P3. In P2, an unbelievable break from CABAL, mainly down to KB just shifting and shimming his way as he was prone, able to cap 2 with his rifle. And then now we move in to see what P3 can be about. And actually, again, a similar position for CABAL, but they're now going to have to break once more. Perhaps we're going to have to rely on some sort of flanker. You can already see they're trying to take a little bit of mid-control before they move in, do find their way through cuts.
Bull Meat China Shop for CABAL. Definitely going to pick up that mid-cut. 3 for Abe just to settle some of the score here on P3. And again, about 30 seconds left. It's up to the likes of Abe. If they're going to be running SMG today, then expecting them to make their presence known past that 50-yard line of this hill. So far, been a pretty good call of things. Double util that flies out, big picks, and already number 1 trying to rotate on the mini-map. Player 5, keep an eye on Darkseed. They're currently forming that pinch off the back, but again, fighting for those new hills, that new spawn, they're going to have to be out early to take control of this T-Bush Gaming Slayer roster that they have.
Yeah, Darkseid was just hoping that someone was going to run past and he was going to get an easy kill. Someone primed for the picking. They will still get control as they rotated early, but of course they now find themselves 67-40 down, but they can really start to chunk back this time if they can hold this one and set up. Some good kills, though, coming out. Abe managing to trade that one. A very important trade as well. Can he follow up on the other side? Prolute does get the kill onto Falcons.
Yeah, he just had to stay up because Prolute's job was simply get one and stay up as well. Prolute 5 and 6, not the hottest start, but again, enough to keep the game moving. 67 to 56. Quick kills all the way around. All purple in the kill feed. Hey, Phantom, how you doing? Almost a tie game as T-Bush were a bit late to rotation. They did have no problem on the break. And CABAL will try to, again, work their way back in. This is Skywalker on your screen. Rooper, who has kind of come into this team a little bit later, but we've heard a lot of good things about him, both in media and seeing his play as of late. A lot of high praise for this young player, and KB and squad have been looking so clean off the start.
KB with a little team-on-team action. As at the moment, stats outlier Awakening. Ooh. Really not performing to my expectations. Certainly looking at the stats from the most recent LAN, he was, top 3 in terms of hardpoint KD. He was top 3 in terms of damage dealt on hardpoint as well, but struggling at the moment here on Den. And maybe that's just because Abe is taking that away from him. Abe has been performing exceptionally here and is really locking things down for Bush Gaming. But all off the back of that previous hill, CABAL now take the lead. We switch back over to P1, and this is going to be a big fight. If you can win this one, maybe you have a chance to try and get some points on the board, and the pistol will do the job.
And back into our second set of hills for this map 1. Kicking off North America, T-Bush has looked phenomenal. Both different amalgamations of this roster and, again, bringing in the likes of Awakening. But Awakening, you said about 3 and 11. I know that they were struggling, this team specifically, on some scrims the last 48 hours, looking to a Blackheart S&D. They were playing Toronto Void, but still, they looked like they weren't yet in the right position as a 4-man roster. We saw Awakening pull out the Dravik and really flex later into that hard point. Could be a call here. Probably not going to see it on Den, but the big question just comes in. When is he, no pun intended, going to wake up? When is Big Wake going to hit the field? So far, good signs for CABAL. You kept Wake at bay, but you're still down by around 20-30. That's got to change.
Has to change. Maybe it could change here. A good amount of control for CABAL at the moment, but the push, they're just sending players over and over. Our Bush Gaming just headbutting this hill, and it really isn't working out, but one does spawn out, and that is going to just continue the spawns here. They can approach from the backside now and have a chance to try and break, but again, Rooper is popping off.
Skywalker indeed. All hands intact this time. Pinstripes for the kill feed. 13 and 12, make it 14. Yes, baby. All purple for now. CABAL break in. They do so nicely. They have the spawns back. They're pinched. They're going to move out. And if you're CABAL, you're in a very good spot to continue to disrupt this rotation from Bush Gaming to see if they can take advantage. And never mind. They can't.
Cannot indeed. 2 of them fall. And it means that Bush Gaming will hold the next. Off spawn, though, you can see CABAL all gathering together and deciding they're going to rotate around the left-hand side here, and they're going to go for a 3-1 pinch. It's a big fight in middle, but Awakening does win it. So you can always rely on him to win those big 1v1 moments to ensure that there was no pinch. All 3 members fall from CABAL, and now this is going to be big time for Bush Gaming.
From 3 and 13 to 7 and 14. Just a slight turnaround that does make a difference. They maintain their lead, and they build on it. But a 3-man hit from the back, CABAL going to try to take their fight teed up front. See if they can find any success. The windup begins. The wait, they'll buy time. First couple of numbers fall. The first line of defense does as well. And it's another quick wipe. Abe Awakening trying to collapse on the last player. It's Phantoms back there. Oh, Timmy, you know exactly what's about to happen. If you get in your face, it's going to be a long day in the office. That's another 2 dead and a third. Awakening is now online on a 7 spree. How's a hellstorm? And here comes Bush Gaming.
Awakening has awoken, it would seem, and that is a problem here for CABAL, because since we've seen this kill spree from Awakening, they have really struggled to put time on the board, but thankfully, we're going to see this hill move now, because it will be a chance for them to set up, but as I say that, CABAL are going to be there, big fights are going to be happening over towards spawn, and they do win it, so now they get to set up here.
And Abe's got a bit to prove coming into this. I know it's tough to jump down from the CDL, and obviously a lot of the storylines talking about just like being with Surge and what do you do now that you're in Challengers. For a lot of players who have been in this spot before, it's just come in and play your game. And the way he's been playing so far, like a hand in the glove. Just perfect fit on this team, looking phenomenal. 27 and 16, leading the lobby across the board, 49 seconds to his name, and a bit of chaos to begin our next hill. But as things settle, it is still, yet again, Bush Gaming who will walk away with the opening time. 20 seconds or so still to fight over. And a good opening break here for CABAL. They're able to find 2.
It's funny, most of the gloves I try on don't fit. Maybe that's a problem about me. No, I think I have 2 small hands.
You know what they
Maybe
say?
I need to get
Big
smaller
hands,
gloves.
big rain.
What do they say about small hands? Well, we'll go into that maybe a little bit later. It's going to be 190 to 150. We move over to the next hill. It's going to be back to P1. It's going to get downright and dirty here at bottom middle.
Oh, my God.
And that's going to be a nice kill, which will allow Bush Gaming to start putting points on the board. There's going to be a spawn as well. Down at the bottom of your screen, you can see. But it looks like Awakening was more than ready for this as well. And if he can find 2 of them here, I really struggle to see how CABAL are going to break into this hill.
I feel like I'm watching 2014 Denial Study. It's just a perfect time. See the ARs light it up. Shout out the GOAT. Fire gets caught. A little bit of a dry peek. That's okay. Purple for now. Here comes a Hellstorm, by the way. As Prelude's going to try to open up the middle of the map. P1 completely controlled for CABAL. Not the cleanest approach they've had, but they will split some of their numbers, just searching for info. Hey, guess what? He's back here. Well, now they know, but keep an eye on the minimap for right now. Player number 3, Abe. I mean, this is spoiler territory if there ever was one. Got a chance to be real dicey here.
I got yelled at
every
ranked
time.
when my Hellstorm didn't hit a player. But if the pros aren't hitting anyone, right? That means that... No.
Tactical info miss.
Exactly. I just was given information but not communicating to my team.
Gotta
It's
yell
pretty
at
much
Miles
the
more.
same.
Come on, man.
It's pretty much the same. We will see CABAL now holding this position. It's actually a fight over towards cuts that's going to happen. A couple of players now with big chance to try and make a moment here for CABAL. If you can get this round of slays, maybe there's big time available. Maybe that is that comeback potential.
They really tried. They forced that pinch. They do kind of walk away with the numbers, though. 3 in the hill. They will stack 2 at mid-map. The rotation begins. Numbers are out. Split spawns. Our gunners are still hot. Dark Seed. It's a bit of dark side energy coming out. The Omega Beams are on the field. Prelude. Gets caught. Bad hop. Better shot from Phantoms and the break. My God. All purple in the kill feed. Hold up. Left up to Big Wake. Surely. Insurance policy here. 229 to 190. The break in. Big Wake. Oh my. It's like watching Scump on Yemen. Wait a minute. 232 to 191. Awakening has quite literally woken up the giant on the map. Hellstorm into boot. Rotation is out. Early time. It's T-Bush's game to win.
And not only did Awakening get that kill, stay alive, he got the spawns as well, which just meant that CABAL had to retreat with their tails between their legs towards the next hill. And that hardpoint is going to be there, prime for the picking now. And it looks like somehow, someway, Bush Gaming are the ones who get into it first. And now, again, it's aggression coming out of Abe and Prelude.
The confidence from Abe has just been phenomenal to watch. There's so many questions coming into the season. It's a big one for the Pro-Am on the line, and it's a great start for one of the best teams in the entire world. Just a phenomenal approach. Bush, take it. Not George. They'll take it here in game 1. Fantastic approach all the way around. Awakening, quite literally, though the tail of the tape was, when does Awakening wake up? 3 and 13 to 7 and 14 into our second set of hills. Still a 20-point lead, a 10-point lead for this team. And then once he did wake up, lights out.
That being said, my question mark was about Abe. Boy, did he answer any questions that I had. And I think that we are going to learn a lesson about how good this team can be when they do start to catch fire. A little bit shaky at moments, as we saw, but once everyone is kind of getting into the cog, into the gears, and this team is running at full fire, I think they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. There you can see the numbers, 34-23 for Abe. 3,800 damage as well. When we look across averages of how much people are doing damage on Hardpoint, that is exceeding the average by some. So I'm very impressed with what Abe's just done.
Yeah, look, the only question mark coming in was not the fact that you get rid of, or I say get rid of, it's a bit of a loose term here, folks. The Spart obviously departs, Capsule departs. Awakening, you know what you're going to get. Like, we've seen the stats, we know his history, we know what he brings to the table outside of the scrims from last night. But also, it was just simply, what is Abe going to do outside of pure raw stats? How is he going to fit into the team? Aggression was name of the game for Abe. It didn't look like he lost a step. And the fact that he fits in so cleanly, it pulls a lot of pressure off Fire, who had maybe one of the top 5 performances at Dallas. Like, Fire, who's consistently, since Vanguard, been one of the most electric ARs we have. It just takes a lot of that pressure off your backline. And the fact that we get that so early here in Season 2 is a blessing for sure, as we will jump into another game to keep you all updated. But already 250 to 191. Again, T-Bush Gaming take the opening hardpoint against CABAL, and we're going to jump right on over to our other match. FaZe Falcons, Stallions Black. I know Zuma is locked in on this one. I hope the boys are doing well. Let's get into it. 51-8 as the Stallions will try to rally back from a 6-point deficit.
An interesting journey for the FaZe Falcons getting here by the skin of their teeth, I would say, qualifying for Elite 2. It was literally the 7th place playoff, which they were able to take and win and find themselves here in Elite 2 now. And now you've got to make it count against Stallions Black, who also finished top 6 in the qualifier. So this is a pretty even matchup in terms of how these two teams have performed so far in the qualifiers.
Well, unfortunately, I would say those outer spawns really did not look great for the boys in red. I believe the names are to keep you updated, and we will be jumping through a couple of games tonight. You've seen red zone action before. You know the deal. You just watched Bryson Tunn do it. It's North America time, baby. Mid-cut picked up. Nicely done. Here comes the Hellstorm. Already streaks invested in the opening rotations of this hills. I like it. Folks have had a differing opinion on Blackheart. I think it's one of the more interesting maps here in the rotation this year. We'll see if it converts for anything. Hovering, waiting, judging, pinging, and absolutely nothing. That's a perfect Dan Gaskin Hellstorm if I've ever seen one.
It is, right? Actually, I think I would have got it in the doorway.
Yeah,
but also, I wouldn't be playing this map in ranked because everyone vetoes it when I want to play it. So, sadly, I wouldn't know if my Hellstorm would connect in that particular instance. But you can see a nice kill coming through, 64 to 53. We're seeing a comeback now from Stallion's Flak. And they certainly are trying to lock this one down. And that is a 3-piece and a very sexy one, if I do say so myself.
4, 5, baby. Come on. They're still going to spawn mid. Watch the chow. Peek out again if you're naughty. You are. Only problem is your teammates aren't there to back you up. And he gets caught by the nade, and they'll try to get out of the hill. Again, out of dodge, quickly into the new time. A chance here for FaZe to work back into this. Swooty on your screen picks up one. Falls through. Waiting, baiting, chowing. And guesses correctly, but gets caught. Caught timing is the worst. And yet again, another contested hill.
Yeah, that would have been a good one to win, but look at this flank from Swooty. Not only do you get the kills, not only do you get the hard point, but now you get the spawns as well. Take over the backside, force the spawns to the other side of the map, and now you get to control and lock this place down, and Swooty just went on a run.
Yeah, the Gentle, just disgusting. I know the gun has gotten better every single year. I know we've seen mechanically each player in Challengers improve their game year in, year out. We're seeing pros down here at this level as well, but it never ceases to impress how quick these gunfights, these decisions, I should say, are made on the fly. Already a couple of rotational fights, trades, keep it pinstripe, keep your eyes peeled for new. Again, player 8 to the minimap, Millie against Gentle. Gentle wins it on a nice hop, 2 in the kill feed, and they'll work their way back into this new hill.
Already there. This could be, that could be a great chance at a hold there as well. He kind of sent himself headfirst into 3 players, but I've seen it happen before. We take down all 3 members at once. But it doesn't matter because it was at least able to delay them and provide the information to the rest of the squad now. But they are going to have to force their way out of this hard point just to try and take this fight and secure the spawns at the back.
That's the name of the game right now. Keep those spawns close, very far out for player 6. That's Peel. Going to have to basically foot race your way through mid and pick up the cut. Doesn't do it. And that's the second time in the last 2 hills we've seen King take up a 3-piece. It's not only shut down the rotation, but it's kept the front line secure, and that first level of defense stays stout. 118 to 83. Make it continue. Make it continue. That's great English. Here we go into New Hill. 16 seconds and counting. Another big pickup from mid-map. And yet again, into the hill. FaZe find success.
Not the easiest lane to hold with an SMG, but if you can get your AR player in that position, it can be absolutely deadly. But of course, if you want to continue watching these matchups, you can watch everything on YouTube as well at COD Challengers. We have plenty of matches, so many matches, so much Call of Duty action that's happening at the moment here, Spaceman.
So many matches, other streams as well. You've seen it pushed around. You'll continue to see it called out today over on Charlie, on FOXTROT, on Delta. We're going to be covering all the different games, but if you're specifically interested in 1 or 2 games outside of Alpha, keep your eyes peeled because we'll have all that information being pushed around both stream, in chat, as well as on the socials. And, well, it's another 4 dead. And again, another instance where Stallions just kind of take advantage of a lapse in rotation from FaZe. It seems like once more, they're in a position to rack up more time.
Great hold as well at the moment. Here from Stallions. You can see that FaZe Falcons just trying to send a couple of players just to keep them in position while they think about their rotation to Newt. 10 seconds until it does go. He's just going to move. You can see already that spawn is actually going to be a perfect one for FaZe Falcons to try and do something about it. And they want to hold this for now as they wait for their final player to be able to move across.
How are you going to deal with Ryan? Okay, throw a body at it. I like it. Make that 2. Close spawns. Perfect time. Opening hills are still here for now. This FaZe will have to go on the hunt, and Stallions will be rewarded.
And I do wonder how FaZe Falcons will progress throughout this season as well. I do feel like they're one of those teams that will just get better as they get more reps under their belt as well. Yeah. I was a little bit worried for them in the qualifiers, but they do seem to be at least performing a little bit better right now.
They've always kind of shown up on pressure. Like, they've had some seasons, they've had up and downs, they've had some brilliant performances and some not so. they've shown up at times when pressure is called, but when Zoom is watching, you just kind of have to play your best. You got to find a way to put the gunny on the field. Spawns are there for FaZe, and Stallions take their time here on defense as they try to hold here and really pull themselves back into the game.
It's not the biggest gap that we've seen having teams have to get a comeback for. 80 points is definitely achievable, but you can't really allow this one to get too out of hand from the FaZe Falcons side. This has to be a stronghold here from Stallions.
Nice. They pick up. About hills away. Another break. Another shot. Another cleanup. All pinstripes. That's okay. Dust settles, and yet again, Stallions in the point. Gentle on his screen, helped out with Swooty and Nox. A 3-stack in the hill, 22 and 19 for the young one. Stroke to work with, goes for the burn, does turn on him and gets him, but again, we'll get the trades out, and Stallions still have the time. 215 to 122. FaZe already thinking about new. They're going to rotate, but leave the scrap time alone here, and if you're Stallions, you know that. You put the pressure on.
Pressure's the name of the game at the moment. Have to try and show us something a little bit different here. They've been butting heads over and over again, but now with the trophy going down, those nades are going to do absolutely nothing. And again, really good work from Gentle, but can't get the 2.
They pick up from Symbols. Millie been caught a couple of times on rotation. Symbols able to help out with the first 2-stack inside the hardpoint for now. King picked up 3 multiple times. 3 pieces left and right. As Stallions relied on those opening breaks to again clear mid-map and keep the rotations at bay at arm. It worked out for 2. And this time, works out for a couple of trades, but still no break. Contest finally falls in. Stallions making the most of it. They will get the break. 3 dead again. 240 to 146. Get a couple of windups, one more chance to swing through. If you're FaZe, you're spawning all the way out. One player in the back to break, and everybody else to take advantage of the time. Congratulations, Gentle, on your first pick and second inside the new hill. And that is another quick round and rotation from Stallions. A win, nonetheless, on Blackheart. They're going to take it against FaZe FaZe Falcons Academy in the opening game. And a very, very stout Stallions approach for a team that has had so many changes, both stylistically and roster-wise. They look fantastic.
It felt a little bit bad. One of my favorite plays I gave to Swooty, but it was actually Gentle. It was just one of the Codcaster issues, but it is definitely a situation where FaZe Falcons look at themselves and say, okay, what have we learned from the qualifiers where we struggled, and now as we move forward, can we start to really kind of implant ourselves onto this league and show what we're made of?
That's all it really takes. Like, I know that's oversimplification of so many things, but look, you're in Season 2 of Elite Series. Season 1, it's a litmus test. It's obviously, there's Dallas on the line. We got to look at what the rosters and players are bringing to the table, but it's also Season 1. The stock is still forming. This time, this is where the meat and potatoes of your roster really comes to fruition. What do you have to bring to the table? And what we referenced back in our first game on Alpha here, Dan, we mentioned a little bit about the fact that what's coming up is the Pro AM next stage, and that's kind of where all these players are positioned right now, is not just trying to perform in Elite Series Season 2, but their eyes are set on that Pro AM because that is the biggest event of the Challengers year. And it should be a very fun one. Speaking of, we have OMiT Brooklyn over on Charlie, and they're up 1 in the series. Folks, we're getting right over to it. Death by the Cabal, OMiT Brooklyn, let's get on.
Yeah, a little bit of S&D action as well. You know me very well, Space. S&D is my favorite. Hardpoint is second favorite, I will say, but I just love me a little bit of S&D. Always have, ever since the good old days. But now we can see OMiT get a 2-0 lead here. Just been able to solidify that second round somewhat comfortably from where we joined, but we can assess it a little bit more going into the third here. It looked like it was a 3-on-1 in those final moments, so not really much you could have done.
Still cannot believe that Dylan Rex and Phantoms are linked through blood.
Through blood?
Yeah. Didn't really know other way to put that. It was just straight up. It just blew my mind. Again, shout out Easy Mac for really changing the orientation of my worldview overnight. It was quite an experience.
Slow start to this round, all going to be pushing towards A at the moment. You can see OMiT Brooklyn just spreading themselves out, spreading themselves thin, but as soon as they get that info, we're going to see a very quick rotation over towards A, and actually they're going to back off slightly, give up this bomb site, and now start to look at potential retake here.
The shove. Up to Brooklyn to sustain. First pick so crucial. First blood does go the way of Cabal. Heavy drops. Real follows suit. 3v3.
Chance for a big old flank if you want to go for it as well here. It's going to be the long route round you can see there on the minimap. And actually could be the perfect one. Bomb still hadn't been planted. Finally is going to go down. This is where eyes need to be. If you can get one pick here, probably the round going in your favor, but does get spotted out.
Great timing by Rex. And a peek. Big. Oh, so close. Brack able to take him down. 2v1. Brack on a 4 spree. Working towards a Hellstorm. Would be a hell of a round to get it done. Up 2-0. And we're going to tease him just a little bit as Brack goes down. We're going right back to Alpha, folks. So Cabal will take the round. With it, there goes the streak for Brack. And here comes game number 2 between Bush Gaming and Cabal. Back on Den. Remember, it's Den, Colossus, Colossus. So get ready and strap in for what could be a very long series of Den. As already First Blood lead Cabal on the screen.
A little bit of hesitation over towards A, and maybe that's the reason why they saw there was a player in the window. But they are still going to press this one, kind of have to after you've committed this much. You don't want to go back because the chance of a flank is very likely. It looks like they're going to be running into straight setup here from Cabal. They are more than ready, more than prepared as Fire gets 2, finally gets traded out.
Loot and KB. There's a bit of chaos between Phantoms and the rest of the company, but this time just down to the pistols. And 1v1, can't gun him. Better shots all the way around from Cabal. They'll take the round. Bit chaotic, to say the least, but in the end, first round on the board. Cabal will take it. 2-0 off to start, and not a bad swing of things to begin. And look, with the way that Dennis played all year, I know we've talked a bit about the hardpoint successes of the likes of Bush Gaming. We've looked over at what the strengths are a little for Cabal. The S&Ds are really where this team shines. And if Cabal want to take it against a respawn-heavy opponent in Bush Gaming, the 2s and the 5s are going to have to be their ticket out of here. And if they can just kind of keep within striking distance in this S&D, this is definitely a series that can be pushed to 4 or 5. But we just got to see what kind of version of Cabal we do get.
Yeah, I think it's going to be eyes on the likes of KB, the likes of Phantoms, both with incredible opening duel rates, 68% opening duel rate for KB, which just means, of course, if he gets in that first fight and wins it, it's a 68% success rate. You can see KB, reason why is because he's holding the sniper rifle, and you really need to rely on these players to hit those shots, but doesn't connect with the first.
Names are flipped on your screen, or I should say colors and names. My apologies. Player number 2, keep an eye. It's currently Rupert, way out of position, but sometimes that is the play. Fire. Try to create some chaos over short sight. Awakening. A little bit too late for the efforts. 2 trades go down. Bomb is down. 3rd will follow. Phantoms is everywhere. A perfect round for the boys as Cabal will go ahead and take it.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a bit of a back and forth potentially in this series with the S&D expectations on one side for Cabal, but also then the respawn game modes, which we know that Telluride, Bush Gaming are going to be very successful at in general. If we can see Bush take this S&D, there is a real chance we might end up with a 3-0 just with how successful they have been at some of these respawn game types. Yeah. But, you know, it's early days in this second map mode, so I won't get too excited and too ahead of myself.
Yeah, if history of the last 2 days is everything to talk about, again, Overload coming up. Telluride Bush Gaming has not had the greatest day of scrims on Overload across the board, both on Den. They do eventually get that pick for that map mode, so granted, you get a little bit of a softer cushion to land on should things go awry. But it's going to be a very long series for the ball. If they can't start to swing back in this S&D, they do take that second round into round 3. Sniper in the hands of KB. Ooh, so close to that second pick. Good lord.
He was having a little dancing window over and over again, trying to bait those shots a little bit. Maybe trying to give an opening to a teammate. And now KB's going to lead the charge here with the sniper. 3 versus 4, moving over towards A now, but look at the amount of map presence that we see on the side of Cabal. And if you can get a frag here, but not quite able to. Abe goes down, Fire goes down, KB popping off, pistol into sniper. 2 are dead. And now they have the advantage.
Well, now you got to square up. Evened out again, 2v2. Abe, Prolude. Oh, baby, perfect time for a clutch. Opening nade, no salvo. 1 peek, 2 peeks against the window. Baby, shut it down. T-push. Not going anywhere as Bush Gaming knew exactly what the play was going to be. They knew the call. And KB was ready for it the entire time.
So a 2-1 lead.
Yes.
And I wonder whether it'll be a change of pace here. Try and go for something a little bit different after the previous. Bush Gaming learning that that sniper rifle is going to bite them in the backside if they do not take care of it early. And whilst there was a merry dance that happened at the window just to try and give that information, no one was able to follow up and trade it out. And here he comes again, doesn't connect, does get taken out this time. Wall banged, and that was going to be 4 versus 3.
That's one KB's going to want back every single time. Darkseid trying to get aggressive, bomb starting to move up, but again, keep an eye on the minimap. Rooper once more working on that flank. How quickly did they pick it up? Phantoms. Tips away, you're pinched here. If you're Bush Gaming, gotta make decisions, pick up mid-map, or try to get the plant down. They'll do the latter. B, decided upon. Fire on your screen.
Well, does just catch his ankles. There's going to be a ring around the rosies, and eventually Fire is just going to get out of dodge. Doesn't want to try and take that fight. He didn't have as much information as his enemy.
Oh, Phantoms.
And now the push starts to come through.
Nice pick. Good cover fire. Oh, just caught timing at the worst possible moment. Abe has read it correctly. Abe reads it perfectly. All the way in the back. And there goes the rest. Again, another instance where we're looking back and forth between these two teams. We are expecting this S&D to potentially go within 10, 11 rounds, and it's going to have to kind of be that way. It's going to have to be a slugfest between CABAL and Bush should you want this series to get closer to those Colossus. And right now, Fire, good pickup in that round. But so far, it has been pretty steady trades down to the plant itself.
Just ignore who it says wins each round, because it is backwards. Yes, it's difficult for my brain, but if I can cope, I think you can cope as well.
Friends we made.
All that matters, it's 2-2 right now. And we are going to see another chance for maybe a quick hit onto B if they want to go for it here. No one's going to be there. No one hovering B at the moment. Maybe they've just realized very quickly. There was no quick plan. There was hesitation, perhaps warranted as well, judging by the opening kills that we've seen so far in this game.
I'm just waiting for Fire to find us first. You know? I believe he already has one. So
I didn't want to call it out, but, you know.
Yeah, it's little, sometimes every now and then just that my brain gets a little aneurysm, but here comes the smoke. And there goes Skywalker. High ground this time in the hands of Abe. Cheeky. Rooper. Let it rip. Hasn't been picked yet. Does find one, and might find a second. Pistols out. Dry elbows. Weak shoulders. 2 in the kill feed. 3-1. Advantage. KB under screen. Has the clutch. And will not. Gets absolutely blistered on that one. Great chow from mid-map. But yet again, another quick round.
Another quick one, sadly, for KB being the last player as the sniper. Only having the pistol to work with is never really going to be a fun situation to try and win a 1v3. But bravely did send himself into the midst of all those players. Sadly, came out with very little. So it is going to be Fire getting the last kill yet again, and it's going to be T-Bush taking the lead here. And as I mentioned earlier, if we see Bush Gaming win this one, it's going to be massive for their chances in this entire series. Of course, already find themselves 1-0 up after the Hardpoint. And CABAL, the expectations for us is that they should be winning this S&D.
It is least necessary. If it's possible, entirely different conversation. It just has to happen. And another couple of quick kills. 3-1 again. Man disadvantage. Rooper last alive within the first 15, 16 seconds of the round. And now they know where you're at. There goes the util. There goes the info. Bomb will go down. Rooper, what do you got? Skywalker, nothing. Cut down quickly. And yet again, T-Bush begin to start rolling away with this game. At one point, it was a 1-1, 2-2 game. This time, through 6 rounds, they've built a 2-lead cushion. And with that, you start getting that dangerous territory of 4-2, 5-2 games of S&D where, Dan, pressure's starting to mount a little bit for CABAL.
Yeah, just trading out attack and defense originally, but now we see the back-to-backs here from T-Bush, which means CABAL are going to have to do exactly the same thing to try and reset this game, get it back to 4-4. They've just really struggled with some of these opening picks that have gone in favor of Bush. And considering how successful KB has been with a sniper rifle throughout Elite 1, maybe I was expecting a little bit more. Prolute looking to try and get that early pick as well. Does back off. Smoke comes in as well just to cover that vision. Maybe seeing if they can get this bomb down before everyone starts to arrive from mid-cut.
Another first blood. How many times has it been? Through the smoke, a second. Proloot on a tear. On a tear, Proloot. He's done it so many years. They're going to do it again. 65% of the time in these opening duels, Awakening is the one walking away with the first bloods. We were looking at this series of the S&D of knowing that those opening duels do favor Bush Gaming. But on the other side, there had to be a little bit more resolve, a little bit more tenure from that posing AR and Phantoms and the young guns around him. This time, it's just been overwhelming pressure. It has been non-stop chaos at B. And again, Bush Gaming are just doing what they do best, just winning the gunfights outright. 10-4 for Proloot, Awakening 6-4, Fire there for a high 5, and Abe is doing great.
I mean, in Elite 1, Proloot had a 62% of opening duel rate as well. Like, they've got players who can get the job done, but KB on the flip side, but it's responded well. 2 versus 2 all of a sudden, and it's a very quick and messy round, trying to stabilize a little bit here to see if they can get back and defend B successfully. Now things start to slow down, but the shots do come through from Abe. Very impressive indeed. There's going to be Awakening and Fire left, excuse me, as Dark Civ the last here.
I smell a clutch. I am notoriously known for having no sense of smell. So here we go. Dark Sieved. Patience is a virtue. Route Man gets paid. Someone picks it up. Fire knows where he's at, and this is not the weapon you want to work with. In this spot against Fire, I lied. And then I told the truth, as once again, Bush Gaming will take advantage of it and close this out in just 8. 6-2 is the win here on Den. They go up 2-0 in the series to begin Day 1, Season 2 of our North American Elite Series here. And, well, they're up 2-0. They just, like, all of a sudden, okay, we're in this spot. Bush Gaming looked very good. You did get a bit of malleability from Cabal in some of those 1-1, 2-2 rounds. After that, though, like full-on bull China shot pressure, it was all Bush Gaming. They just, Proloot, just absolutely bullied them.
I think it was the speed of which they were able to get into position and deny KB with that sniper rifle as well. KB wanted to hold, wanted to get that early pick, but he was often caught off guard, or they kind of knew where he was going to be as well. So they were kind of just distracting him whilst other members were able to make their move into a different area to then get that initial kill themselves. Still an impressive game from KB, 9-6, but Proloot was the man, the myth, the legend when it came to Game 2 there. Really did solidify his spot. 1,353 damage as well. Really was the outlier here.
And look, like, we talked about the non-traded kills to end the S&D, specifically those first bloods for Proloot, not only late in this game, important, of course. First bloods, 2 for Abe, very quiet, but those 2 nonetheless, 5 overall. Like, you're just winning the battle outright. We know that this team comes in with the higher percentage of opening duel wins, and what does that mean for the history of S&D? It means you're probably going to have a really decent time being able to close out the round if you're competent enough. All these players are, and that's the deal. It's just been consistent pressure from the Hardpoint into this S&D, and baby, do we have the same map exactly again here for our overload. But before we get to that point, we're going to jump over to Charlie and catch the very end of Death by Cabal and OMiT Brooklyn. As right now, OMiT Brooklyn in round 11 here on Den, 3v3. Let's see if they can clutch up.
Well, look at this push. All 3 members getting very aggressive round into the enemy base. The bomb is going to be attempted to potentially go down here on B. There was a little bit of a peek from mid-cuts to have a look towards it. Bomb still hasn't gone down because they don't really know where the players are at the moment. They have a lack of info. They are running out of time. 30 seconds left to try and get the plan, but now we see Dylan Rex come and get the first.
Dylan Rex is always in the back of somewhere. And here comes Zivik up the cut.
Hold up.
2 numbers fall. 16 seconds on the clock. Cammy, you have anything in those deep thoughts of yours? Not this time, Zivik just guns them both. Round 11 goes the way of Death by Cabal. And they will take control of the S&D through round 11. Tied up 1-1 in the series. Got a real good one happening over there on Charlie. Keep your eyes peeled on it, as we will. Zivik, who's been getting so many compliments. I think it's the only way I can really say it is just been premium gas across the board. Over to Delta we go. Dan, we're seeing at least some round 11s here in North America, which is not like it's not a loaded sentence. It's just nice to see.
Was it, well, my stats wrong? Was it Death by Cabal that was the S&D team, maybe, just from what I've seen? Who knows? But they certainly found their success as we move over now to the FaZe Falcons versus Stallions Black. 3-3 already at the moment. No one's been able to break the other's attack or defense, whichever way you want to try and look at it. A little bit of mid-map presence at the moment, but Gentle gets that first. Oh, a little bit of swaps, never mind, but We will see the opening pick going in that favor. Bomb's still going to be in the hand. It's going to be a nice double as well. Just to shore things up here as they move towards B side.
I wish my teammates would shoot like that. Get that bomb down.
I do.
You're not my teammate because my BIOS will never update properly, so I'll never be able to actually play with you, and it makes me hurt.
That hurts me inside.
Yeah. Somebody shoot back. Millie's got nowhere to go. Gets put down like old Yeller. Stallions. They do take it. Keep your eyes on it, though. 4-3. This one continues. Den across the board for a lot of our opening rounds, and Den will be the next map we have over on Alpha for our overload between Bush and Cabal. Become a classic already here in Black Ops 7. Won't change too much.
We're going to have more Den.
Yeah.
It's lucky I like Den.
Of course we
I'm
do.
actually a huge fan of the Black Ops 7 maps. I think they change up in how some of them have worked compared to the previous game. Work very well for competitive. A lot of the lanes that you can hold, not hold, the flanking routes that are available. And as a big flanking man myself,
Yeah.
I do like a lot of these maps. Because now we're going to see the attempt over towards A. But speaking of flanking, you can see already there is men behind the lines, but does get caught out. And Gentle will go down.
Well, now that they know that B's the call, time to get moving. Post plant's going to be there. And for now, through mid-cut we go. Symbols on your screen. Symbols avoids the snipe, but does get caught regardless. Ooh, I really like this reapproach here. Well, bunch of trades, bunch of pinstripes. Keep you guys updated. We will be jumping over to Bravo as well after this round concludes. Millie with a big pickup, 1v1, 7.5 to defuse. Millie, play the time. Millie, shelling. Oh, a little bit shaky, but got it done in the end. Breathe, unclench. We're tied up.
We are tied up. Team names are flipped as well, as I'm sure you are aware if you're watching at home. It is going to be tied up 4-4. That's all that really matters here. Important challenge. You had to check the bomb at some point, and that's just easy pickings. You never really see anyone miss at that point. I say that. My ranked teammates do.
Yeah, why'd you
But,
look at me when you said that, huh?
well, if your BIOS would update, I'm sure you would miss as well. Well, we're going to move back to our main games over onto Alpha. Of course, if you want to watch this, youtube.com/COD challenges, you can continue. But now we're back to Cabal versus Bush Gaming. It is map 3. 2-0 at the moment to Bush Gaming. Can they close this one out? 3-0.
The names are correct. The colors are as well. Oh, baby, we're in for a good one. Now, here's the interesting part. Of the last 48 hours, the scrims, the information for T-Bush has really been difficult to parse through. Overload, in general, 0-3. I know they've been playing scrims against Koi, so it's a bit tough to parse, but Den, 4-5, Expo, 1-5 in their scores, and Scar, 2-4. So when it came to like the picks and bans of the series, when we're looking at it as this one's getting underway, we look at the fact that Den's here, and we say, okay, slotted middle of the series, this may be their most comfortable overload map, but still doesn't instill a lot of confidence. And if there's ever a time for the reverse sweep to start, Cabal have to know going in that they're playing a team that's shaky at best right now in overload, and they have to take advantage.
Yeah, keep an eye on Awakening throughout this one. He had this second highest KD at the most recent LAN for Overload, the third most damage at LAN as well. So that is everyone who was competing at the Open. He was in that top 3 or top 2. So again, my expectations are pretty high for Awakening. He was slow in game 1, remember, but did pick it up very fast indeed. And if he does start firing, it might be a difficult one for Cabal.
Already one goal on the board. Going to try to stack this right side again. When it comes to just overloading, we overload. How many times have we seen it where that second wave of kills matters just as much as the first? The lead walkers have to do their job every single time. With a big pickup through mid-map. Control right now for Telluride Bush Gaming. And kills try to fall to the back. Phantoms. Tag. No bags, no boards. Still trying to read the play, though. Rupert waits patiently as they have a great little kill box set up right here. Round 10.
Oh, nice one again, but it's going to be traded out. Very good trades coming from both teams at the moment. You can tell they're reacting to those callouts instantly. Can they get hold of this EMP? They're getting the initial openers, but good nades from both sides, really, just to try and pin each other back. But of course, this will always favor Cabal at the moment because they do have the lead. Even though you're never really going to hold on to a 1-0 lead, like Arsenal might. They will have to at least try their darndest.
For those non-affiliated with football, the very likes of it would be the Pittsburgh Pirates. Sure, we'll go with that. Proloot will hold on to the EMP here. Try to work around the bend. Can't get up into that open third, and unfortunately does get cut down. But again, moments where a pressure has been applied. We're able to get some of that mid-map control back and free real estate to boot. We'll try to get on the assault here. On the wind-up, the nade. Nice first pick. Second from Awakening, not going to happen. No lands, but this time 1v1s across the board. 2 minutes on the clock here in this first round. And a chance for CABAL to slow down the push again.
There was a chance there for Phantoms. He was behind enemy lines. I thought he was maybe going to get a pick, and it might have just allowed them to pinch and start to move this EMP. But alas, no Abuedo. And instead it's going to flip over to the other side, and they're going to try and attempt this one themselves.
Huge win. A massive win. Not only on the pickup, it gets Awakening in position. It opens up so much of the map now. Oh my god, all 4 dead. That's the route. They're going to have to pick up the next 2 off spawn. Playing 2 at a time. The bunches are in, but the shots are better for Proloot. KB picks up 2 in the process. Awakening 1v1. For the point, the zone, the time. EMP doesn't move at all. Stout defense across the board. CABAL do not waver at all. They get up on goal line, they stop it, they block it, and they get out with their lives.
Stop it, pop it, lock it, and then move it. This is going to be a little dipsy doodle back towards B, it would seem, as the EMP is moving. And there is only going to be 1 member as line of defense. If he gets taken down, this could be a chance to potentially score, but he does get the initial. Goes for the long way around left, though. Doesn't quite make it. A close and very good attempt. It looks like they have just done enough to hold this. Or have they? The answer is yes. No? They've been able to put it in! Surely! Someone! Please! Thank God they were able to put it in. Otherwise, I was going to be pretty annoyed.
I thought Dayon was going to have a conniption for a second. It's got to be so tough to be that close and find no cigar. But here, CABAL will take a 2-0 lead. And a very, very quiet one at that. They've had to fight tooth and nail.
Back-to-backs? Back-to-backs?
Come on. 3-0. What a rally in the last 20 seconds here from CABAL.
Very impressive. And Bush Gaming just going to have to watch on. Maybe just take the half here and say we just take the 3-0 and we'll look to next. We will have a chance if they can pick up this EMP. But it looks like too much commotion is going to happen in the middle of the map. We will get halftime 3-0 at the moment. So maybe we have found the saving grace here for CABAL. They weren't able to convert that S&D game where I thought perhaps they would have, but they look very comfortable here on Overload.
And that was the one asterisk on this series, was looking at the fact that Bush has struggled in Overload as of late. It's probably their weakest mode. So if you're CABAL, you stay close. Obviously, the S&D doesn't really end the way you'd like, 6-2. But you stay close in this Overload, you can try to extend the series into the Colossus, and so far that is where this one's headed, should that 3-0 basically stay unrelinquished. We'll see if that is the case, though, as we know Overload can be over within 30 seconds with the way some of these teams play. It's going to be a very tough second round for sure. For Bush Gaming, the changeup, I think, has to come in, again, from the speed that you're getting Awakening into those gunfights. I love the pressure we saw from Proloot, then Awakening, then Fire. If Awakening gets up, starts to play a little bit more of like a flex that we saw over on Blackheart yesterday in some of those scrims. This is where this team really gets online quickly, and they can take advantage of that slaying power.
Rupa getting a little bit downright dirty in bottom middle. Was able to convert 2. No one had picked up the EMP thus far. It is always a difficult one to try and get hold of. You really need an all 4 dead before you can really start and move it anywhere.
Great shots. Awakening 14 and 13. About a million miles away from Hardpoint, but still, it'll be interesting to see if he gets there. Another 2. That's your teammate. EMP stays in the neutral zone at mid-map. Phantom's trying to get dicey in the back. Gets a bit mixy, and Darkseed picks up quickly on that route. Gets the comms quickly and already moves out, but EMP is on the move again. Awakening on your screen, pistol in hand. Nades are out. First flush. The bait. First level of the defense has to fall. Tagged. Waiting. Slides. Gunned. 2 fall. Another run into the zone, and they're not going to be able to convert it here. It had so many numbers up front in position, but again, the defense of CABAL is just too strong.
Tantalizingly close, and they'll switch up and now head over towards the enemy B plant site here. And they were able to get 1, but now the spawns are going to come through. It's going to have to be another good hold here from Bush, but It's all well and good holding off. They need to be the ones that are actually being the aggressors. Just getting that one score would have been massive for them, and now they're going to push through the middle here. A potential chance to just throw this one into A and take a 4-0 lead, and that's what's going to happen. 4-0 in favor of Cabal now, and this is one of the most one-sided Overload games I've seen in quite some time.
And that's what you need from the likes of Phantoms. You need him to set pace and to set that tendency up map, to lead the charge, not only as the blocker, but as the IGL on this team. What has he done? Pushing through those back spawns, picked up 2, got the wipe, put his team in a position to score, make it 5. It's been non-stop. Cabal on a roll. And right now for Bush Gaming, they just do not have an answer. It's not even just the kills alone. Mid-map control, real estate, everything across the board, what they needed with the Hardpoints, the S&Ds. There's a reason this team struggled in Overload. Again, maybe one of their better results, but still not a lot of wins in this column. And you can see why. They're just getting run over.
Getting run over to try and come back from 5-0 down with 2 minutes remaining. It's not impossible, but with the way that Cabal are playing at the moment, boy, doesn't it seem it. Some good shots coming out there initially, and there is going to be another kill there. Awakening will fall, though, leaving just Pro Loot. And now this EMP is going to get to move once more over towards A, and you just need a body blocker here for you. Will come, will be a 6th. How many can we get? Can we get to double figures?
Surely. Okay, I mean, the fact that it takes 6 members, 4v2, 4v1, to eventually take down Phantoms and company. Again, just not a good showing here. As the woes continue for T-Bush. Still a long season. It's only day 1 of season 2. Only week 1 of the season. But, again, keep that in mind that the team has made some roster changes. And again, we have Challengers champions here on this roster. We have a variety of experience between Proloot, Awakening, and Ave and Fire. So much coming into this as a team. I'm sure they'll get better as the season goes on. But off the start, to begin, unexcusable is how sloppy they've looked in Overload. And a really, really good bounce-back game from Cabal. They needed a get-right game, and boy, did they get it.
And in terms of building momentum, giving you confidence going into maps 4 and maybe 5 to absolutely dominate your opponents here in this third, it really does give you that lift and that boost that you so desperately needed, especially after the S&D, I think, where they will be a little bit disappointed with themselves. They weren't able to put more rounds on the board and make it more competitive. But now they can look forward and say, look, if we can beat them in Overload, then why can't we take them down in Hardpoint? And if they can get to that Game 5 in S&D, then suddenly there might be a chance here for Cabal.
We will be seeing Colossus. Thank the Lord. We're going to at least understand what that Game 4 could bring to fruition. Hardpoint coming up next. 34 seconds on the clock. It's going to take a miracle. We've seen some stuff. Challenger's been around for quite a bit. Better shots from Awakening. Wins the slide. Strong knees. 22-24. Goes to the pick. It's caught. And it'll just be a formality from here on out. 6-0 will be the end score for Cabal. As EMP waits and looks for an opportunity, but it was just pure domination after that last 20 seconds of round 1 into round 2. Complete control of the spawns, and Cabal looked so good all the way through.
So good. Just the way they were moving with the EMP as well. The back and forth to try and keep Bush Gaming on their toes a little bit as well. Just saying, look, we're going to go back and forth. Are we heading A? Are we heading B? And just that moment of hesitation can change everything in one of those attempts to score as well. If one player goes the wrong way, maybe could force spawns on the other side of the map as well. And then suddenly you've got a clean slate through, whether it is just dipping through the middle or going out wide. Either way, I love what I just saw from Cabal.
It's an opportunity for individual talents to rise and shine in Overload. We know it happens in Hardpoint SD all the time, but really a big showing for Cabal to be able to not only stop the bleeding here. I know the first Hardpoint was a thing of beauty from Bush and how quickly it ended as well. 6-2 in the S&D to follow, but this is a big map for Cabal to win specifically. And for Bush, look, like it was a bit of a heat check, right? Like there is no question about the individual talent of the players. That is never up for debate on this team. It's just how quickly does their synergy kick into gear? How quickly does this team get online with the changes of bringing in Awakening and having Abe drop down from Vancouver? Clearly, in the Hardpoint, it was no problem, but the woes that continue in Overload, yeah, it's dead set that the series still have a Hardpoint S&D, might not bite them, but it certainly hurts, and it's a bit of a positive for Cabal, knowing that they can at least try to extend it to Colossus. So we're going to get over to FOXTROT for now, as we jump over and get you guys updated on the Alpha match. But when we jump over to FOXTROT, we'll keep an eye on Geo and company as we get into our next game.
I do think you need to look towards the experience as well, just to go back a little bit to T-Bush. You need to be turning to your more veteran players here, which at this point they all kind of feel that way, but just to say, you know, who's going to lift up after having a 6-0 demolishing on that one? You need to just brush it off and say, look, it's a best of 5 with 2-0 up. We know what maps and modes we're good at, and we're going to be comfortable going into this next one. There's a reason why the opposition team forced us into this, because they knew we were weak at it, so it's whatever.
Every time I see Beans, I'm just thinking the Minimen walkout. Classic. Beautiful player. Wonderful map. Into raid we go. Round number 9. Yuli. One of the best performances we had at the Dallas Open. Season 1 champion. Vivid. Able to trade out 3v3. Shots towards the bedroom. Picked up by Geo. Beans gets caught. And flanked from behind. It's Eric Boom on the bush.
Afro goes down. Eric's going to be the last one remaining then. Does have a chance here, though. Finds the first. Doesn't quite connect with the second. And it is going to be for fun. Esports taking it then. So P7 Notorious, there's going to be a lot of eyes on them today. Of course, we'll talk about them a little bit more later. I personally am excited to see them with 2 Englishmen alongside that roster. 2 other Englishmen in North American territory, that's for sure. But they're not able to convert that one, sadly. So that series is going to be 1-1 over there.
Finally, Dan has some representation down here in the challenger side, and it's good to see. I love to see the European boys pop over. But one of the talk points we had as the season was kicking off and as this entire Black Ops 7 season was getting underway was just the amount of talent that currently exists in challengers. It is built out from the start of the 2019 MW 2019 season into 2020 and so on and so on. The fact that it's basically, and we'll see it later tonight again with our second main match on Alpha coming up, the fact that we have pro players, challengers champions, CDL champions, Elite Series champions with experience consistently, and those who have played across the bond who have had success in CDL, Beans top 6 at champs, right? Like they have all of this experience they're bringing down here to a lot of not only the young guns who are getting scouted, but to the players who are still pushing their ledger against the rest of the teams. And this has been non-stop, a really good Call of Duty for the first season and a day so far. So we're excited to see it continue, of course. But again, right now on our main match on Alpha, Bush, CABAL, 2-1. We've talked a lot about the fact that CABAL kind of break away in that overload. They extend the series. It's also worth mentioning that they're still going to have to play a normal respawn, a hardpoint, against Bush, which is no pushover whatsoever. But guess what? We're going to overload. We're going to another stream. We're going to jump right over. Red Zone continues, folks. Here we go. OMiT Brooklyn. Death by CABAL. We're tied 1-1. You know the deal. Get into our overload on Scar.
And of course, after a very close S&D between these two with Death by CABAL just about taking it. And we'll have to see whether they can continue that momentum here too. Onto overload. You can already see that EMP has been grabbed, but you can't get out of dodge like that. You can't fire the shots and then just put your tail between your legs. Now that opens up a potential counter here. You can already see they're gathering around this EMP. The spawns are going to be over towards B, though, on the side of OMiT. They should be able to stop this, and they will. We are going to see the EMP reset, still 0-0.
A lot of time to work with, so much space. 3 minutes is an eternity sometimes in overload, but once that plane starts to get going, better have a response. 2 for the back, make the wipe. Press again, and no. EMP's going to stop short of the goal line. Big pickup from Dak. He gets cut down quickly and swiftly, and once more defense. OMiT get out of dodge with their lives, but they will get caught trying to rotate back out to mid-map.
Oh, that's
on
a
your screen.
big
Bounces
fight.
into a death, and all of a sudden, again, another 2 dead for OMiT Brooklyn.
Had to win that one as well. EMP will reset. If you lose that fight, there's a big chance that Death by CABAL could have grabbed the EMP, planted it A, sent it home for a goal, a touchdown. I don't know what everyone's calling it nowadays, but I guess we can call it whatever we really want. As now, it's going to be a battle again in middle. Tries to get away with the EMP once more, but it is just carnage at the moment. No one really able to lock down this map.
It's like the better sibling of Blitz, is what I like to think of Overload as. And Blitz was already a headache of a game. But this time, Crack leading the charge. First blood up on the point.
Dive!
And that'll be a score. Sliding also works. 1-0 for OMiT Brooklyn.
Does feel good when you get that slide, get that dive, and you're able to just pop it in, especially when you're the last remaining as well.
Yeah.
It's a massive dopamine hit. One of the reasons why I love watching Overload for those clutch moments. And now as the EMP moves over, we are going to see Death by CABAL be able to grab it, head towards A. If you can win this fight, you're going to have an easy, clean route in. It is going to be all tied up just like that. So now the map's going to be opened wide open, as you do. And it will allow a chance for them to potentially get the reset again here as well. It's 3 versus 2 over towards EMP though.
Good hold here for Death by Cabal. They've done a really nice job of getting out early for the MP rotate, but then they get healed. Let's see. Pulls off the heady. Real. A journeyman through challengers. Take his time on the windup. Rack on the wing. Goes for the chow. Gets it. Help from his teammates. Cammy and Asim combined for 3. And all the way up top into Broken. It's Dylan Rex who tries to shut down this first push. 1-1 the ball game.
Might just be a chance for another one if you can catch him out, but the answer is no. But we are going to go back over towards Alpha, as always. YouTube.com/COD Challenges if you want to keep over. But our main match is underway. It's going to be Hardpoint. It's going to be, of course, Bush Gaming versus Cabal. And already, we see a little lead here for Bush Gaming.
I wonder if they hit P1 at the right side all at the same time. That's the only question I have coming into
why
this
is that?
one. It's, you never know sometimes with Bush. But again, this team it's like David versus Goliath at times in Hardpoint. So work cut out and then some for Cabal.
Good break.
You're going to need 3 pieces, 4 pieces left and right. You're going to have to shut down Prelude. Good luck doing that. Many have tried in Challengers. Many have failed and will continue to do so. See Bush Gaming already off a hot start, 26-8. We get set up for noon.
Starting to set up, but it looks like Cabal have a better position for this setup. There's going to be one last remaining player who's just going to have to try and stay alive, maybe try and backstab a little bit. Does get spotted out, but converts to first, does get traded out in the end. But then here comes the Cavalry. Prelude is able to get one. But the time still going in favor of Cabal at the moment. As I say that, they all get absolutely forced into this corner, and it is big nades coming through to shut them down.
How many times have we seen today where Abe has not only slotted in as a synergy piece, but has picked up crucial 2 pieces to open up the hill specifically? KB already in. The break for Cabal still close, but it feels like the pressure continues to mount as Bush Gaming mount their assault. We'll find one more breakthrough mid-map. Keep 3 up. Worry about the rotation. Are you thinking about new? Scrap time still to be fought over as Cabal will hold on to the last 15. And Awakening will get out of dodge just for now with his life, but as the hunt begins, they will reclaim the lead. Cabal, 47-34 and counting. Get out to new.
Go to new. A nice hold here if you can catch the first player, but just can't quite connect with the initial shots, and that means Abe can relay that information to Awakening, who's holding that angle from a distance. And now here comes the aggression at just the right time as well. As soon as you get that information, boy, do you go for it. And it is going to be 3 to hold the hard point here and take control for Bush Gaming.
He helped put New York Subliners Academy on the map. He's a Challengers champion, one of the best players you're ever going to see at this level. And Prelude continues in his long, storied career to show up in moments where it matters most. These hard points, Prelude can make the difference. Gets caught here. And this time the ARs are going to have to respond in kind. Fire gets caught, so does Awakening, and quickly as the setup was building between your front sub and your following AR, they all get shut down. Credit to Cabal, but Prelude breaks it open with a 3-piece, and all of a sudden, everything goes by the wayside. Bush Gaming back into the swing of things.
Prelude finally gets shut down, 10-5 at the moment, but he has certainly been the difference maker for Bush Gaming. Only a 5-point lead, though, as they look towards rotating early for next. A big move down the left-hand side is just going to be able to take this initial fight. They're a little bit hesitant. They're not really sure where players are at the moment, but now the information has been gathered. And you can see this is going to be a big pinch attempt. You can see them moving around on the map at the moment. Here is Awakening going for that pinch. Misses the first, connects with the second. Boy, is he on fire.
We will make sure we get a call from the admins to confirm whether we will be able to get player back in. If not, if we continue the 4v3 or if we reset from the opening hill. We'll get you guys an update when we have it. Not Nostradamus. But so far, Abe is absolutely from the future. The dude is terminating everybody. Looking so good on this squad. Awakening as well. We knew Awakening was going to be the outlier in terms of both stats and just kind of momentum for this team. It was just a ridiculously good pickup. You lose Spark, you lose Capsule. You're like, how do I replace this? Oh, I get Awakening. Okay. We'll get a reset. We'll get back into this quickly as we can. But yeah, Bush Gaming, doesn't matter how awkward or slow or uncoordinated they might look on Overload. They are still the respawn team in Hardpoint. They are still the S&D gods. They are still the number one roster. Like, we can bash them all day, every day, but their Hardpoints are an entirely different beast. And Dan, didn't matter what that P1 hit looked like off rip, because they were just winning the rotations outright.
I think it's their confidence to push as an individual to go for those flanks, to go for those pinches, because without that, they might find themselves just like headbutting Hill a little bit, struggling to push through, but just knowing that pretty much anyone on that roster can flank round and find 1, if not 2 kills, just gives you so much confidence as a team as well. Seems like they're trusting each other a lot. Of course, a lot of Elite 2 day 1 here is just going to be about teams learning as they go. Of course, they would have had scrims and stuff, but now we're getting into the nitty-gritty, getting into the competitive games, and as you start to trust your teammates, build that chemistry a little bit more, because we've seen so many changes. Yes, there are going to be some people who played with each other, but there's going to be those who haven't played with each other for quite some time, if at all, so there is just going to have to be that trust built up over time.
Folks, we're going to jump over to Charlie, second half of the overload. For those wondering, did somebody drop? Did they FF? No. There's no forfeit. Player dropped out. It is okay. We're going to get the reset and get back into it, so do not fear if you're a Bush Gaming fan. We will be back in a moment, but we're going to jump over to OMiT and Death by CABAL as we keep it moving. And again, this last time we kind of hopped over here, it was OMiT defensively being fine, but really struggling to be able to break out of their own side of the map. And Death by CABAL putting on a lot of pressure through Zivik and Dak. Dylan Rex in the same conversation. This time, again, all trades 2v2 apiece. And right back over to the EMPs again.
4-3 lead though, 1 minute 27 on the clock. So an option to just hold out for the minute if you want to, but it's never easy. Sometimes the best form of defense is offense. As I say that, Death by CABAL are able to grab the EMP and get out of dodge and start to march towards the other side of the map. Maybe try and hit B here. But OMiT already starting to move to try and get into defensive positions. They will find 1, make it 2. And now suddenly that EMP cannot move anymore. Needs the third player to come up and try and help out. That third player has set a position up. That pistol is not really going to help you. As I say that though, Dylan does come in at just the right time to back up.
Yeah, just came off spawn as well, and they just like so much pressure up towards the catwalk. It's just really great pickups from Death by CABAL. On low situations, on the back foot, they're still able to find the kills, but credit where credit's due. Cammy. Lights out. Continuing here. 4-3. The tightest lead possible for OMiT Brooklyn. As they'll try to regain some of mid-map control. Player 3 gets pitched. That's reality on the hunt. It's Brack. He's already found 1.
Oh, this is an opening as well. A is ripe for the picking. As I say that, though, what a hold that is from Brack. Able to find the pinch, able to get the position from Cuts, and that will stop the push with the EMP. I think that was a guaranteed score if he does not get into that position. But is it going to matter? OMiT now will just back off with this EMP. And they should be able to hold on for this remaining 5 seconds.
They're going to play for possession and just hold it, and if they die, the game ends. Play for the win. They're going to get the win. 4-3. And that is the GG's with the time limit. Nice job by OMiT Brooklyn. They recognize they don't have to outthink this. They just have to simply play fundamentals, and they do. Brack with a 5-6-7 spree to really open up the end of that game and kind of close things down. What looked like basically a war of attrition for the final EMP. It just comes down to Brack doing what Brack does best, which is be an absolute demon at mid-map, a creature, if you will. And they continue on, and they'll take that one close on Scar, 4-3, but nonetheless a win. And OMiT continue to move on 2-1 in their series. We'll see what happens with them over on Charlie. We did get confirmation, folks, that we are getting a full reset back on our Colossus Hardpoint. So for anybody who was worried about Bush or CABAL, anything like that, don't worry. We're just going to reset, get back into it. And with that, we can talk a little bit about what the sample size of this series has been, which has been the Hardpoint respawns, which has been the flex and slaying potential from both Awakening and what Abe's brought to the table. Here's a look at the series layout. Dan, it's just felt like Abe is not only slotted in perfectly, but it's felt like Respawn specifically, outside of that, obviously the overload, it just felt like Bush had the number of CABAL every single hard point. It's going to be tough for me to look against them in the Colossus and expect them to not find success the way Prolit was breaking with, a 2-piece of the nades and then the opening Dravik.
Yeah, I think Abe is in his element right now. I think that he probably has a big point to prove, as you would when you sadly move down from CDL and you find yourself in challenges, because you are at the tippy top, right? You're king of the castle, and now suddenly you have to try and work your way back up, because ultimately all these players, whilst I'm sure they love competing in challenges and earning plenty of money for doing so, there is always going to be that itch that they want to scratch, and that is getting into the CDL. And it all really starts here with Elite 2 as you start to look towards that Pro-Am that will eventually happen as well, and trying to put yourself on the map and get recognized and maybe get picked up by a CDL roster.
They did it again. They didn't do all 4, but this time they sent 3 to statue. And they went to P1, and they got naded. So, at least we know the consistency reigns supreme, and history does have a say here. As Bush Gaming will work off of that deficit, find 2, find 3, and they'll get back into the hill. But for now, CABAL on your screen. 11-point game. See who gets the first double digits. Bush trying to fight to the back. And so far, it's working out for him.
They're holding in the moment. They're a little bit split, though, around P1. So hard to win that engagement as well when you go up those stairs and you just don't know where people are going to be sat in that hill. You have to sometimes just trust gut instinct. And sadly, on that occasion, didn't really work out, as now players starting to move for next. And it is going to be Bush Gaming setting up for it. Prolute, who has already shown us what he can do in the previous restart, can he do it again by just holding down, locking down the hill, and taking on anyone that pushes his way?
Guns at the ready. Follow the colors on the minimap. Bush Gaming will be in purple this time, CABAL in white. Just so you know, and just so we continue. As far as we've seen, it has been Bush Gaming on those rotations, but this time, the hold here is CABAL. The stack, 2 at a time, 3, no, the break from Abe. And it makes it look so easy for the rest of the squad when Fire can just clean up that backline AR and everybody else gets rewarded with opening time. 32-25 and counting. Prolute on a spree. What else is new? Abe for a third. My goodness, they're going crazy right now to start.
Is this a bad time to say I'm colorblind? Just with all these color swaps.
It's not time to say I'm blind in general.
I would say I'm struggling, but I don't even notice the difference. Anyway, we are going to see a 50-25 lead now for Bush Gaming as they really start to take control. They've already moved to next as well. CABAL will score the last... Bush Gaming will score the last few remaining points as CABAL are setting up for next and will have control. Let's see how Bush Gaming try and take this one, though. You can see a 2-2 split. They're actually going to try and attack from both sides. They have to be careful about these lingering players, and boy, do they find them. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 now as Abe will fall.
Awakening's putting a lot of pressure off those back spawns. Yes, they get the close spawn. Great help from Fire. They'll get some numbers around, though they do lose the numbers again. Their job's done. Prolute can now try to make a play. Awakening working through the back. The pinch is great. All purple in the kill feed, which means Bush Gaming are thriving. Awakening, sliding, diving, flying at these kills. Prolute does get cut down. But in the mix of these gunfights, all white in the kill feed, which is both a bad thing if you're CABAL and a good thing if you're breaking. As they'll get back into the hill, but still fighting over 15 seconds or so. You're already worried about those next spawns.
Yeah, this is where you need to start thinking about moving, grooving towards that next hill. And you can see, Bush Gaming already have. This could be some important frags if they're able to get them, but denied with the initial, and now they can pinch the second. And boy, when they do start to move like this, Bush Gaming just working in tandem. Darksift will at least get one to keep them their hopes alive of trying to get control of this, but Abe responds again. Every time we're on Abe's POV, he seems to just find a kill that you don't really expect.
How is the theater? Pretty good, says Abe. This time, shooting. Boys are working out. Up by about 30. Abe continues to find 2, left and right. Makes it even more difficult for those staggered pushes from CABAL to hit the front of the hill. Now they have to work overtime on their windup. Awakening over the top. We've seen him flex multiple times, both on Blackheart and on following hardpoints. This time able to work with both Dravik, M15, all good from all ranges. Awakening, another 5 in a row. Getting closer and closer to that Hellstorm, and already out setting the tempo up mid-map.
He knows someone's around him. He could sense him, smell him, but sadly couldn't convert the kill. Hill is going to move back up to P1. Who's there to try and gather it as well? Darksiv was there, dipped his toes in, but was a little bit hesitant because of what had happened elsewhere on the map. Almost wanted to encourage them to push in, but does get caught out. So that is well read by Bush Gaming, not allowing any easy time to be found here.
Poor Rupert is the last one alive. I mean, his next gunfight against Awakening off spawn. If you know anything about it, it's knees out and guns ready for Awakening. We saw it back in Cold War. Just the way that these Treyarch games tend to go for the kid. He always has a good timing on his rhythm in the gunfights and quickly does what he does best. Get in and out, finds a couple of kills. Still time continues. About a quarter of a minute to fight over for CABAL. Things begin to slow down just a bit as much as they can, in quotations. Rupert able to pick up the first. 13 seconds to his name. Tried to get inside the hill last time, but got pushed out by Awakening. This time, though, it is the ladder. Find success on your screen. Don't worry about P2. Spawn's already out and early time there as the boys in purple, People Gaming, will be there for next.
Yeah, Abe is there waiting, but he is going to be pushed very quickly. Can he convert? The answer is no. Darksiv will get the frag, so it will mean that CABAL can start to score again. They are keeping this close enough. They are within touching distance. This isn't a guaranteed for Bush Gaming, even though they've looked fantastic on their rotations and on their breaks, as now we're going to see another attempt here. 2 are going to be sent around the backside, but they were caught out, and now they're just going to go head first through the side.
Oh.
And and are able to convert 2 of them. Fire able to get the last, and now we will see Bush Gaming start to score once more.
2 things can be true. Number 1, you can't get picked up if you're KB and Darkseid like that. Phantoms also has to pick up that mid cut a little bit quicker as an AR. They're just getting killed too quickly. And the second truth is that Bush Gaming will just shoot you into the dirt if they want to break the hill from any side. We've seen it majority of this series in the opening hardpoint, in the S&D, and so far here in this game 4, Colossus has not looked any different than the opening den. Bush Gaming are on an absolute roll. 16 and 18, but those 16 kills come in bunches, and they come at the right time for T-Bush. And it keeps going. Fire, another 5 spree. About a kill and assist away from a Hellstorm. And he's going to get both just for good measure. Here comes the Hellstorm insurance policy on the board. 157 to 91. They're just running away with it.
21 and 10 for Fire at the moment, and he is not done just yet. A big lead. They have control of the hard point. KB does find one in the opener. They are going to have a slight advantage here, but trying to push through this tunnel is not going to be easy. But as I say that, the nade will do the job for them, and they will finally get that break. But did they just give up a little bit too much time here to Bush? At least they can add another potential 20 seconds here unless Fire is able to do it again. Does connect with the first, finds the second, and they will break that easily. It really has been something to say about Bush Gaming with how successful their breaks have been here.
Yeah. If you're Cabal going into this spot at this stage of the hard point, you're not at death's door yet. When we get to around 190, 195, 200, you lose scrap time alone, you're probably going to lose this game and lose the series. You're not there yet, but you're getting close, and you desperately need to hold on to the opening, if not following 30 seconds, 35 of these hills, because you've been losing the rotation and the opening gunfights. Prolute's been a nuisance in the back, buying so much time, and all of that time, Dan, is an opening 5, 10, 15 seconds of uncontested score for Bush Gaming. 195 to 105, a 90-point lead, and they're not slowing down.
I mean, Bush Gaming just put Cabal in a pen in that back corner. Cabal could not escape, and they were almost toying with them whilst they were continuing to score as they now increase their lead by almost 100. As really we need to see Cabal start to find a little bit more success on some of these pushes, but there is always someone there from Bush Gaming. In this case, it was Awakening again who finds 2, and now he will hold that hill. And really, I'm just so impressed with every member of Bush Gaming being able to clutch up at this point.
Imagine being Prolute's family. You carry him for 9 months, you push him out, and he just wins Challengers champs consistently. The dude doesn't drop anything other than 30 and 40 bombs. What it must be like. Currently, he's 21 and 19. The next like minute or so, he's able to pick it up. Look, the dude's insane. Clearly, this team's on a run. 22 to 105. It's a formality. It's a victory lap. The boys just need to find their kills, and will they ever? 21 and 23 for Skywalker. He will fall. And it looks like this will be the last call here for Cabal.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one to try and break. There's one player on the flank here for Cabal, but you have to make sure you're working in tandem, but with 2 going down already, this is going to be a tough one to break. Indeed, Darkseid does have a go at it, but sadly gets traded out.
H had quite a go of it today. Vancouver means nothing. The game means everything. Respect the player. Acknowledge the game. It's been excellent. 5 points away from the win in the series. So close on the contest. A miracle is needed for Cabal. Extra thumbs, potentially.
Yeah, you need to send someone now.
Yeah. Alright, they get a couple. They're gonna try to hold. Gonna take perfect hard point.
Not gonna be easy though. And they will still hold on for now. Can you imagine? A late resurgence here to try and get one of the biggest comebacks that we've seen so far today. But that's maybe going to change things. Fire will open, A will follow as well. And the back-to-back Hellstorms will just about sew this one up. Bush Gaming will take the series 3-1. And boy, have they looked impressive on Hardpoint.
Yeah, Prolute just put him on a leash and started walking him a little bit. Spank me! Looked so good in the end. Prolute, fantastic all the way around. Every season I watch this kid, I mean, we've seen it since the start of 2020 when Challengers really started and CDC was kind of getting it going. He had to put New York Subliners Academy on the map, same with DiamondCon, same with Prolute. Like, Prolute has just been phenomenal every single year and continues to show that his impact on the game, 2 pieces, hitting his routes on time, can be enough to pick up slack for where players are struggling and just blow the doors open. Did it here yet again, 26-23, 29 and 24 for Abe. I mean, just phenomenal across the board. Minute 18 for Prolute, minute 36 for Fire. So efficient. No matter what the overload looked like, and we've had our fair share of say, it was still going to be a tall order for Cabal moving forward. And unfortunately for them, they just run into a much better team in Respawn.
And we were saying Abe has a point to prove. You could say the same for Proloot and Fire. After coming second at the Dallas Open, when maybe the expectation for them would have been to win the whole thing, sadly, they come out second to an EMEA team as well, where, you know, NA has been considered the better region for quite some time. Suddenly, EMEA say, hey, wait a minute, we are going to be right here in the mix as well, and kind of take the trophy for best region at the moment, just off the base of that open win. Well, now we're going to see Bush Gaming coming back with a brand new roster, picking up Abe, picking up Awakening with a massive point to prove. And I do think they are going to be right at the tippy top of that table all season long. And then when we get to playoffs, then when we get to that next open, keep an eye on Bush Gaming, because, boy, you can expect them to be right at the very end of that competition.
Yep. The only weakness of this team is their overload, and it's not that it's a up and down 50-50 trade. It's just simply that is their biggest weakness. It is the single game mode where they look so uncoordinated, or for a roster of this talent, of this potent slaying potential, objective, cerebral gameplay, for these players, it's uncharacteristic, of course, but it's because it's so drastically different from their S&D and their Hardpoint gameplay. That's why we're highlighting it. But again, they have a long season to figure it out. They have a bit of time right now in North America to get it done. So if that's the only worry, is that we got to fix our overload basically from the ground up. Luckily for you, you have 4 of the best players and challengers to do it, and you got challengers champions and champions across the board who've had experience at the top level. There's no reason that they won't be able to figure it out.
Well, that's the thing. If you know where your weakness is, that makes practice very easy. When you look at the scrims they were having, of course, Hardpoint was going to be a big focus, as it always is. But when you start to learn your weaknesses, you just need to start to prioritize a little bit. You say, hey guys, we would like to be scrimming Overload with you today, if that's okay. If the other team says no, you say, all right, we'll find another team to scrim. It's just as simple as that. Focus on your weak areas, because if they can start to convert those overloads as well, they will be a force to be reckoned with in this competition. And as I said, I already think they're going to be the latter stages of all these competitions anyway, but suddenly they could be the perfect team and the best team in North America in challenges if they are able to get better in that one particular mode.
I mean, you're looking at players who get second at Dallas Open, Fire and Proloot. Maybe that overloads the difference between second and that trophy. You know, it's just, and it feels like it watching them play through those hard points and respawns and the S&Ds, all the mixes above. It was all Den and all Colossus to begin our first match of the day, but we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we continue on the second half of North America here for Season 2 of Week 1 of Challengers Elite. We got another really banging match coming for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers. It's Season 2, folks. It's the Elite Series. You know the deal. And with that, we're going to jump over to For Fun Esports P7 Notorious. As, again, we wrap up some more matches over on that first block of North America. Up 2-1 in the series. For Fun currently having the swing of things as we look at a team in P7 that, again, was known to be the Season 1 champions for a reason, but this time they'll come around with a different roster, and they basically pick them up all at once, and it's just full of absolute legends across the board. Speaking of, let's jump into our Hardpoint here on deck.
It's one of those things when you're in challenges and you're probably not expecting to go up against two players who were literally in the CDL mere weeks ago, but it seems like every single series we're watching, that seems to be the case. Someone was in CDL, whether it was recently or even just 6 months to a year ago. It is full of legends of the game right now. Speaking of, Afro comes down to challenges and the pistol does the job onto the third. And I tell you what, he does not look out of sorts right now. Looks very comfortable here on P7 Notorious.
All that work and all that time given right into his hands, making another 2, 5 in a row, 18 and 5. My goodness, what a start for P7. Gotta feel confident and comfortable when already your opening sub is doing that on the map, and of course being the DC working through the back. Afro trying to make some things happen on the hill. Boom. So good. Welcome back, Eric. Great to see you, the Spanish legend as always. A fan favorite, community favorite, one of the greatest players in Challengers history, and they're going ahead and just wiping the board with it. We thought we were watching Bush Gaming again. No, this time it's P7, just kind of doing the damn thing.
Afro is 20 and 5 to kick us off here. Finally gets shut down, and boy, do you need to shut down Afro if he's playing that way. If you allow him to just marauder his way around the map so easily, comfortably finding those kills, you are not going to be able to score in that hard point. Let me tell you, as now off spawn, Afro again with the grenade will find one just to take us to 21. And I tell you what, I'm struggling to be on anyone else's POV with how he's playing at the moment, but there is a bit of a flank, and I tell you what, you still see Afro going. It doesn't matter what POV you're on, he's still going to find the kills.
Yeah, the only silver lining is that he doesn't have a streak. That's what we take going into P1, our second set of hills. We'll see if we can rally that, we being proverbial. Chat. P7 Notorious on your screen. Afro gonna make the move. Gets a little bit dicey towards mid-cut with that Dravik and just couldn't put him down, but Eric Boom will finish the rest. Finish your play, Eric. All the food, all the places to go, and everybody's getting gunned down. 105 to 52. It is P7 Notorious off the P1 on our second rotation. So clean, and not looking like they're slowing down.
I'll tell you what, they're living up to the P7 Notorious name. If you remember correctly, Elite 1 was won by the organization P7 Notorious, but of course with that roster disbanding, they had to rebuild. They had to trust in 4 new players to represent this org. And I tell you what, maybe they have just found the right combination. Not only do you find 2 players who are in the CDL, but you combine that with, as you said, the Spaniard of Eric Boom and then DC. This is a team that I also think is going to be well up there when it comes to the competition here in Elite 2.
Yeah, they're going to be sending us to a podium finish, if not a run for the money against Twitch Gaming. Going to keep your eyes on this one across NA this season. He's able to pick up 2. And right back into the heat of this gunfight. Again, contests aplenty. Pinstripe still all purple. Geo, one of the best performances at the Dallas Open. Top 5 across the board in the leaders, and it was still a little too much to overcome. Beans with the double. And another break in for Notorious. They're going to fight for this extra time here. 38 seconds is quite a bit when you're up by 90. And it just continues to mount some extra pressure for Fun Esports. They got to find an answer here.
And believe it or not, when we talk about DiamondCon as well, because you look across Afro, you look across Beans and Eric Boom, I think that their history speaks for itself. I was kind of looking at DiamondCon saying, well, how does he fit into this team? It's the damage that he can deal is unbelievable, actually averaging top 3 damage across Elite 1, just showing that he is a damage dealer. He is that player that you just want to have on your team that can help you in every single instance. If he's not getting the kills, it doesn't matter. He's putting people to one-shot so that people like Afro can play in this way and just walk around the map comfortably finding these kills.
And that's what DiamondCon brought to the table way back in the day with New York Subliners Academy when he was with the likes of ProLoot at the time. I believe the memory serves Flo Frosty was you're not going to see him, you know, dropping 40s or 50s and taking those engagements, but he's going to put up 30, and the damage he brings out both in, at the time, controls and hard points. It was such a reliable cadence for the offense of this team that every time we watched DiamondCon play, it just felt like he was always in a position to pull his team through tough situations. Same situation here. He's one of the best anchors you can really get as an AR presence on a roster. And it's going to take all 4 wipes, 2 team wipes back-to-back for Fun Esports just to hold on to the final 20.
So 146 to 103, but For Fun will get these last points as you've alluded to. Not only that, they are setting up for next as well, but Afro denies as I say that. The trades come through from Mac and Vivid. Oh, Eric Boom, though, says, I'll tell you what, maybe it's going to be mine instead. But off the spawns, they will spawn at the back here of this base, so they will have the closest ones for fun. Kriston was struggling with For Fun Esports earlier a little bit, and I think I might too as the season goes on. For Fun and Fellow will be even harder.
I can feel my brain unplugging as it happens.
Your brain was plugged in?
Yeah.
Nice.
Started off at what, 23-5? Since then it's slowed down. Tends to happen as players start to adjust, but again, still being a nuisance on a 2-spree. Back to full health and traded. Another 2 quick down. For Fun Esports cut the lead from what was 90 down to about a hill. And this time they'll keep the numbers in front. Geo on your screen. Waiting for Beans to peek. And catches him right around the bend. Extra trades in, but the damage is done. A 20-point game on the board, and Vivid is back into the hill.
Well, that's the thing. There was a lot of talk about Afro, and for good reason. Was unbelievable at the start of this game, but now we look towards the likes of Geo and Vivid, who are really starting to pull things through now, and it's a very slender lead for P7, considering how much of a output they had in terms of KD here, and how much they were dominating For Fun. They just weren't necessarily finding the points. And that's where, yes, you can get plenty of kills, but those kills don't always necessarily equate to getting points on the board. It might be kills that aren't helping, actually, the rest of the team set up and positioning here in the middle of the map. As just like that, For Fun Esports now take the lead here in P1.
Yeah, Beans and Eric Boom were doubling up actually off spawn. They wanted to send Eric on a small little route, a little flank back into P1. It did get picked up, so credit to Fun Esports for, again, recognizing the opportunity, but could have been an opening break for Notorious this time. Smarter plays all the way around. Yuli and Geo have just been lights out in the last 2 hills, and Vivid has really stepped up. I mean, we look back to the CDL when Vivid was on Boston, and we talked about the time, just the steadiest shot, like a submachine gun, absolute freak. He's continued to be that great player, especially down here in Challengers. Finds another 2-piece, and back and forth we go. The lead now in the hands of For Fun Esports. Again, what was a 90-point deficit is now a 30-point game in favor of the boys in pink.
And now a real opportunity to take this series as well, Spaceman.
Yeah.
I mean, 198, 162, already leading 2-1 in the series, and they are still continuing to score. Beans will get at least 2 here to try and give them the chance to break. But even so, can they hold For Fun? There's going to be a lot of responsibility for Yuli here. Does find 1 and makes it 2. Finally gets traded out, but that gives the opportunity to the spawners here to jump in and try and find more time.
From Eric Boom, just a massive pickup. Reaction's insane. Does get traded. Vivid, too weak to chow. 2 more numbers fly in. Yuli on your screen. He gets gunned down. Afro for 3. Afro for 4. Come on, baby. 173 and counting. We got ourselves a game.
4-piece is just going to lift Notorious spirits here, and boy, did they need something, because they were starting to struggle a little bit. DC also finds 1 here. 210 to 185. Final points will just take over on that previous hard point, as now we look to the next. And again, Beans is going to be behind enemy lines, but can't find Mac. And Mac gets 2, and now For Fun are going to be able to score even more and start to head towards this 250 mark.
Yuli's going to pick it up. Diamondcon didn't go to the cut. He's going for the flank. But Yuli, he timed it right, but timed it wrong against COD timing itself. Diamondcon is still alive. Diamondcon's in a position to play spoiler. He just needs to get there in time. And they do. Diamondcon picks up 2 in the cross, picks up the trade. They get the break. They have the spawns. And now it's up for Fun Esports to have to work off individual gunfights to get back in the hill. But it's working. They're finding 3. They get the break. They're back in.
This would be an upset in my eyes. A nice early one, just on day 1 of Elite 2. 232 to 193, and still 17 points to score. Cannot be done on this hill now. Notorious will gain control. For Fun start to move around and set up for next, where they can try and find those last remaining 17 seconds.
You get another break and another swing. 1 more opportunity. It's a foot race into new. Spawns are going to have to be close. Player 6, Eric Boom on the minimap. Already gets some help with Afro being right next to him, and Vivid has to play his life for as long as he can. It might come down to this final hill right here, right now.
Could be the final heal, depending on which foot they find themselves on. Nice little push, though, coming from Afro. Working in tandem with his teammates. Beans is going to try and go for a little bit of a collapse on the other side as well. This is a really good pinch and a great hold to try and put some time on the board. But all it could be would be 1 break here from For Fun Esports to give them the chance, and Uli's going to start us off.
Still has a Hellstorm, so even if he goes down here, you still have a bit of a win condition. It's just, when do you want to pop it? You do it on a rotation, or you just try to streak out if you get a couple of wipes here and then close the game out. Trying to find the series win for Fun Esports, but fighting back tooth and nail. P7 Notorious for 3 in the row.
Oh!
Gets cut down. Eric Boom is there as a guardian angel, as always, and you can't win it here. Streak still available, but we're going to go to another hill.
Big kill as well onto Vivid, just to deny any sort of easy kill as you're trying to rotate out, and it means that you have the freedom to try and go for a little bit of a different angle here, as now P1 is going to be where we finish this game. Can Notorious continue this comeback? But here is that Hellstorm you're talking about.
It's just got to connect for one. Numbers are going to start to move. They split. For Fun Esports are happy to let mid-map kind of clear out as this Hellstorm connects. Doesn't hit much. And the retake from P7 Notorious, they recognize that not only is the streak coming in, but they need to be in a position just to hold those spawns. And boy, did they. 245, 233. The trophy shut down the nades. DiamondCon over the top. Not able to hit it. Yuli for 2. And the contest stays alive.
Yuli, make it 3. And just like that, they have a chance here in this game. But Beans is going to be the first one to send into this hill. Gio, a lot of responsibility. Does convert with Vivid. But look at the swarm coming from Notorious here.
Picked up a teammate. Eric Boom found 3 in the cut. They caught their teammate, but Eric Boom was there. That one pinch they were trying to create back on the second set of rotations between Beans and Eric Boom eventually gets played at the very end, the last hit onto this P1 on our 3rd rotation. And it's Eric Boom who finds a triple to break the contest, win the hill, and win this close game and extend it again to another Game 5. Folks, we're not done with this one yet, but my goodness, if you wanted to know what P7 Notorious was going to look like into the season and how these Hardpoints were going to fare, got some good fanfare to start, folks. We got ourselves a Game 5. My goodness.
But will they be happy with how close that was? That's the real question. There was a lot of danger that they suddenly lose that series, but having that clutch factor, having that ability not to succumb to the pressure, very important for this roster as they are starting to form and starting to learn how things are going to be played out here. Have to give a shout out for Afro of how he was playing. It looked like it was all going to be for nothing at one point, but just being able to go off those back 2 hills, the hold was insane with Afro holding in the hill and Beans going for a little bit of rotation on from behind. They just seemed a little bit unstoppable in that initial P5.
P7 Notorious continue to look, whether it's roster or organization, like they have all of the paces in place to go on those deep runs and to pull things out. Again, they just look like the better team in these respawns, but we'll see if they can close it out here in this Game 5. We got a couple of Game 5s actually locked and loaded, and while those get underway and while we get ready to bring you through some of the action, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we continue on here with North America. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to North American Call of Duty Challengers, folks. Hope you're having a great night. We are here over on this side of the broadcast, as is our production observer. Shout out to everybody on the back end. We're going to jump over to the Echo side of streams here, just to give you guys an update as we wait for our next main match of the night and conclude a lot of these Game 5s that still wait in the wings. Huntsman, For Fun, and Fellow. And that is another team that we'll jump into later, but Huntsman, a squad that Dan Gaskin is so excited to watch for one specific reason. I wonder why.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of Johnny for quite some time, so excited to see how the Huntsmen do, and it looks like they are going to get the defuse onto this one and take round one. The teams are going to be swapped, so ignore what it says on your screen. Huntsmen will take the initial. It is 2-2 in the series at the moment. What a chance this could be for the Huntsmen to try and take one off of For Fun and Fellow, which is a team that's full of veterans. And the joke that Spaceman was alluding to is, of course, Renegade competing for Huntsman. A lot of history I have with Renegade, commentating him in Halo, and to see him switch over to Call of Duty. He has definitely hit the ground running. Wasn't put in like a CDL team. Instead, just is working from the ground up. And I think he was very impressive at the Open in particular.
So you tried to do the whole Color Cast of the Year analysis thing, and I was just waiting for you to talk about Renegade. And once you did, I was very happy.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I was like, yeah, thank you. I'm just waiting. And I knew you were going to say it, and boy, did he. He gave you guys the rundown. That's all I wanted. Renegade on your screen, world champion. We're right back. I feel like we're waiting for the sniper with Frosty. Dimensions on your screen. Johnny finds first blood. Okay, things are getting dicey. Bombs going down. And we're going to call action here. Go ahead and call the bluff. Is anybody going to make a move?
4 versus 3. Stuns come in. Gives a little bit of information, and Johnny will just back off because of that. Doesn't want to be in the position that they think he's in. As Dimensions gets the initial, Renegade will follow up for the second, and it is as easy as that for the Huntsmen as they find themselves 2-0 up now.
I know Methods and Scump and Hex and Maniac and the boys are happy. Embos as well. Very happy to see the results so far. The Huntsmen keeping the brand name alive and thriving. This is not the last match of the day, so do not worry. We have another section of games. This is the conclusion, the final few games, i.e. round 11s of our first block of the day for North America. Second block coming up after this, and that will be the final block of the night. Dimensions, one of the additions that has been getting the most praise and eyeballs on him for. People have been saying, is this another Mercury situation? We've yet to see, but Dimensions, along with others in Challengers, has been a standout star to begin the season. We'll see if that continues. 2Real bites the dust early, and we keep it going.
Yeah, again, the opening pick going in favor of Huntsman. And now they have the player advantage. And this is just a matter of being patient because they are on defense. They got the information, but not able to trade out that kill. Johnny, though, does come in and does exactly that, making it a 3 versus 2 now. Paul will grab the bomb and will start to move around, and they're just going to actually head through the middle of the map, try and split this one at the moment, try and gain some information before they move to either bomb site.
Yeah, they're going to run into a car crash in a second.
Uh-oh.
There it is. Sorry, Tyler. Got caught on the rotation. Johnny is there. Bad timing. Good timing, depending on where you sit. 3-0. Huntsman.
It's going to be a difficult one to come back for Fun and Fellow. It's just this opening pick, though. They need to be making sure they are not giving it up so easy. The numbers advantage is everything in S&D. The amount of times you can convert in a 4 versus 3 situation just seems to be in the higher percentile for good reason. When you've got an extra gunny, it's quite easy to get the extra killie. No kills at the moment for 2Real and Arcites. And obviously, we know the history of a lot of these players, Arcites in particular. I have heard of many of his stories throughout the years of Call of Duty. But can he use that experience to find a kill here to try and get For Fun and Fellow back into this game?
Also former Huntsman. COVID was a wild year.
That it was, for many reasons.
That was the main one. Renegade. 3-1. Just go ahead and hit the mid route. For no reason. Just want to see it. Arcites looking for his first of the game. Bomb's going to go down. Just kidding. We'll get a trade. Pinstripes. All even. 3v3.
At least they were able to trade out this time. It's not going to be a player disadvantage. And Dimension's just trying to scout, seeing if he see anyone over towards Dojo. Does fake the plant initially, was worried that someone would pop out, and someone did pop out, but Paul is there to come.
Come on. It's literally in the making. It's a highlight reel right now. Bang! First one. Second. Almost. I thought we were getting shot back to... Oh, think of a map. Heretic Slayer. I don't know why that was the first thing that came to mind, man. Too real.
I'm going to need to stop you right there, sir.
Too good.
You stop that right now.
That's all the maps. Ain't that right, on set?
Well, switch sides, of course, back again, 3-1. And at least, for Fun and Fellow, we're able to put 1 on the board. And again, I made it simple, just don't go down first. And even though the trade did come through, made it a lot more simple. But I just think with the fact that Huntsman were able to get those first 3 on the board, and the fact they will have that extra defensive round is going to be huge for them here. But now for Fun and Fellow
as well. That is a gunfight you should not be able to get away from, but they do. Again, back to a 3-3. 20 seconds burned on the round. A wide defensive posture for Fun and Fellow, or for Huntsman, excuse me, as Fun and Fellow will think twice about the commit to A. If not, they do need that opening pick. Right on the outside, it's got to be tied. Fellow, can't find it, does get called out though. Johnny swings, and Renegade picks up the kill. Nice job from Huntsman.
Renegade just sliding across, trying to give information to the rest of the team. The bombers backed off a little bit, but they're also going to be hesitant just in case there was any sort of flank, and that's currently what Paul is looking for. Just doing a little bit of reconnaissance, but this hold from our cities is going to be a chance to maybe plant a little sneaky one over towards A, because the entire team of Huntsmen have moved over towards B.
Yeah, but the longer you wait to plant, the longer that wrap becomes
Jigs
null
up.
and void. Can you build a little doohickey? Make things interesting. A bebop, if you will.
Ooh.
2? Yes, 2v1.
Wow.
2v nothing. All right. Well, for Fun and Fellow, get a round back, get within 1. And it looked a little bit dicey on that rewrap, but they kind of just default back to playing time alone. Time is good enough.
I was particularly interested in seeing Paul compete in S&D because he had a 74% OPD going into Elite 2 from Elite 1. And of course, what I'm referencing is just getting that opening frag. Hasn't really worked out as much in those initial 3 rounds, but now they're starting to pull things up a little bit. But Paul with 5 and 4, definitely showing his experience here in S&D. And this roster in general just screams experience. And we'll talk a little bit more about them later, because I believe we're going to be focusing on them on Alpha going into the second set of games.
I love the way you think. I was thinking the same thing. So many things to talk about with this squad for Fun and Fellow. So much to talk about. So much history. Not enough time. The universe would implode before we get to the end of it. Speed's gonna get it down. Uh-huh. Everybody hold your guards. Irons up. Holes clenched. Here we go.
City's just trying to scout at the moment. Knows there's someone to the left. Look at the wallbang that's coming through from Paul as well. Relayed that info. The wallbang comes through, and now they'll get aggressive and find 2.
And the Mentions made the most of it. In the end, didn't really matter. It's Fun and Fellow will walk away again with the round all tied up. It was a 3-0. What do we say all the time? 3-0 leads and 3-1 leads in S&D are not safe. Same thing as being up 4-1, 4-0. It's not safe. Don't get on your laurels. Now up 3-3. All tied up. This is where this team comes alive. And I know we're going to jump more into what for Fun and Fellow as a roster looks like and what their story is coming into this season. But the biggest factor of this team's comp is the fact that they are putting Fellow on a sub. There'd be a difference here in the S&D, but in general, they wanted to put Fellow on a sub on this team, and that was a call that came in a bit late as the season was heading into the opening day here. And that brings up a bunch of questions we'll jump into, but keep that in mind. Fellow, who has been versatile, very good at flexing across the years, but he is going to be one of the ones running a sub on this roster.
Another man to watch out for, not just for his experience, but RCT's actually had the leading amount of damage per round at the Dallas Open out of everyone who competed in that tournament in S&D. So he's definitely comfortable when it comes to this mode, as we know. Only 2 and 5 at the moment, but of course that doesn't tell the story of how much damage he's been outputting and what he's been providing to the team. Speaking of, here he is. Just going to back up the bomb at the moment. Real gets the opener onto Renegade, and now they're going to have the advantage here to try and plan A.
I mean, this is so much real estate given away. I mean, Huntsman, granted, they looked like they wanted to go on the hunt for the wrap through mid and try to play the Lazy Susan offense, pinch for 2, take the trade, play the numbers, and collapse on B. But they gave up a lot at A in the process. It just didn't really work out timing-wise. Now they have to post up and play through ones. Irons up. Arcides catches one. Fellow will trade it out. Huntsman will lose the round. And it again is another instance where setup is good, positioning's good, but timing just working against them. For Fun Fellow, they get their 4th round, and it's been consistent.
557 damage at the moment for Arcites. As you can see, he gets 2 more frags in that one to send his team now ahead. Remember, they were 3-0 down in this one. And I was worried for them. And I'm sure they were a little bit worried themselves. But you get that confidence builder after 1 or 2. And now suddenly the Huntsmen left to scratch their heads a little bit, saying, how do we do exactly what For Fun and Fellow have just done to us? And it starts here on this round. Moving over towards B now are the Huntsmen. No bomb planted just yet. But I think now they've seen that no one's in dojo, they will start to move towards planting.
I like the call from Huntsman that they're going to counter, but if that's the case, if you're Fun Fellow, you recognize that C's open, just get it down quickly.
Oh my
Just get it down. Pick up through mid. Player number 1 on your mini-map. Gonna work their way around. Real on your screen. Opening shots. Nobody connecting. 3 stacking on the left side, close to the bomb. Smokes are out. Here we go.
Good pinch. RCDs gets caught out though, but it will just open things up. They had to turn. All 3 of them did turn. And now you can see them full sending onto this one. But good trades coming out. Maybe they can do it. And the answer is yes, they can. And it is yet again another successful round for Fun and Fellow that make it 5-3 here.
5 straight rounds. 5 in a row. Down 0-3. Now you start to shake a little bit. We probably won't see a full sale this year. I say that because I want it to happen. We probably won't see a full sale, but down 0-3 and coming back 5-3 on match point, on series point, doesn't get better than that. And for
Job's
Huntsman,
not done yet,
gotta
though.
Stop the bleeding.
It could very easily be turned around. If they know that they can win 5 on the bounce, then why can't the other team win 3 on the bounce here? So for Fun and Fellow.
I won't make a joke.
No.
I won't do it. Nope.
No jokes allowed. This is a serious business.
I had to hold it in. If we get to round 11, I'm going to let it rip. But for now, just want to see an 8.
Well, they do have to plant it this time. So advantage Huntsman technically being on defense. But it is also going to be looking towards Fun and Fellow. How deep is the playbook here? 1 towards B, 3 now starting to head towards A with a little bit of a look towards middle. And there is the first. And that is some veteran plays, if I've ever seen it. And a little bit of extra body disrespect to follow after.
Kind of got hit with a nade to start this round, and RSD's just letting them know that I know exactly where you're playing. I know what you are. I know what you're made of. Go clock into work. 4-2. It's their game to lose. And they should be able to clean this up. No problem. Renegade last alive. Renegade, bit of magic. We don't believe in that around these parts. It's going to be For Fun and Fellow who take it in Game 5. 6-3. A perfect 6-round run after being down by 3. And they continue on the start of this day 1 here in North America. So, obviously setting the table up nicely for a fun conversation of our next match. But a 3-0 lead for Huntsman. We jump in. We're like, okay, things are going. All of a sudden, the complete switch, the 180 of play style. And again, turning on a dime is the veteran expertise that this team brings to the table here.
I think that is going to set us up nicely, not just for the next, but for Fun and Fellow. I think we will look back at that series during Elite 2 and say, had they have lost that S&D, how different could their season have looked? A very important one, not just because you do the comeback, but you do it against Huntsman as well, and we know how good Huntsman could be. Now, we jump across to our final game in this block, and it is going to be a 5-1 lead here, going into potentially the last round, and a good chance to try and put some points on the board.
Every single kill, every round, every game matters. I mean, it's not just the challengers points that you get at the end of the season should you win it all. It's not just the prize money. The Pro-AM's coming up in next stage. If there was ever a stage to matter the most, it is obviously right now stage 2 is what all these players are focused on, is making sure they put themselves in a position to secure their spot for stage 3 and to hopefully go play at LAN and get a chance to play against the CDL's best. Big double to start, Yuli with a 2.
Yeah, huge double. Now in a 4 versus 2, and you should be able to close out this round. It'd be very disappointing if you don't. As I say that, though, DC evens things up a little bit and says, actually, we want to get this done right here, right now, but Max shuts down Beans. DC in a 1v2.
DC gives you the strongest opportunity to win this game or should I say the round against. He takes out Yuli and Geo in the same gunfight. It lines up perfectly. Now against Mac and Vivid, again, no easy feat. You're kind of forced to the Hellstorm here if you don't find a pick in the next 15. You don't really have a choice. I lied. He's up 5-1. Don't worry, I can catch myself when I have a stroke. Here we go, 8-1 on a 7 spree.
Time's starting to dwindle a little bit.
Oh, come on, DC.
Still no information. He's going to run headfirst into them, it would seem. If you can get the first, there's a good chance of trying to double up here. The last thing you want, though, is to get the plan, and then they push you, but he might just get away with it.
No, get that down. Get that down, baby. I trust DC. All day, every day.
All
It's
right.
done for years.
That's job 1 done.
Diamond combo. A move. A dip. A dive. Able to get one. Oh, my God. Had a flashback for a second. But this one will continue. 5-2. We'll still hold on to the Hellstorm. Again, apologies about that. Up 5-1. Again, this is a moment for Fun Esports to take a little page out of their Cousins playbook and try their best to come back in this one. This would be a half a full sale. They were down 5-1. We won't give them the full thing, but it's going to be a tall task.
It's the 3rd time you've mentioned their Cousins, I think. Not that I'm keeping track. But just to let you know.
Yeah.
I have to hold you accountable.
I was brain broken by the cousin relationship in Call of Duty.
Brain broken, everyone. Well, we are going to see for Fun Esports with maybe a chance of a comeback. At least they were able to get one back on the board, but it is going to be a long old road. But if we just learned anything from the other For Fun and Fellow team, it is definitely achievable here. Opening pick is going to be everything. One thing I will note about Notorious, they do have Beans on the roster, who is notoriously known for getting the opening pick as well in S&D. As DC is going to now be using the Hellstorm. Can he connect?
And get that backline support out. Play under P1 here. You're stuck in a funnel, but if you do get a kill, you can bull rush site and try to kind of blow your way through the opening. DC in a prime spot. DC in a very important spot for information. He cannot fall. He is the backline support. He is the clearance to be. Beans over the top. Tags.
Run!
Gets out of dodge, getting chased. Afro, beautiful pickup on the cut, just to stall time. And he's able to take down Mac in the process. Bomb in no man's land. And Afro knows exactly where they're at. Beans and Eric Boom combined for them all. And that is beautiful post positioning from P7 Notorious to take it in the end. 6-2. What a beautiful round that was.
And take ourselves back to the Hardpoint, where For Fun Esports almost won it there and then, but they were able to come back, were P7 Notorious, take us to a Game 5, and then even though we didn't see it all, a somewhat dominant S&D, which is what I would expect from this roster. And it kind of sets us up very nicely, Spaceman, going into our next series, because we were able to check in with both the teams that we're going to be watching on Alpha.
That's true. I do want to note, somebody in chat said, only Beans will be remembered for bringing in Merc. Yes, but real ones know for the many-man walk-up. Do not disrespect Beans and his CDL tenure at all. We don't do that here. One of the best in the game. Shout out Merc as well. Look, we got ourselves a match coming up that is going to be so much fun to talk about. We've just concluded our first section of the day for North America, but it was a nice taste, a nice sample, a nice charcuterie of what's coming up next, which is simply our city's fellow Pollux and Two Real. The history, you thought it was deep with some of the likes of Prelude, Fire, and Awakening and such. This team, in their next matchup, there is so much to discuss. And specifically, I mean, I just want to shout the fact that we're going right back to E-United with our cities and fellow. Love to see it back in World War II. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings for this first half of the block, because, folks, it has been a blistering Game 5 rinse and repeat for many teams. Falcons Academy Green start off 1-0 all the way down the board, as you can see. As CABAL went to a close series. I say close to that overload, but after that, the respawns, not so much. Death by CABAL also falling. FriesInTheBag, unfortunately, Cruzy and company do drop there first. And over in Group B, any big surprises for you across the board, Dan? Anything you're seeing so far?
I think I said to you Group A might have been the group of death if there was one, but now watching the matches we just saw in Group B, I think Group B is going to be a little bit downright dirty. I think Huntsman will be pretty frustrated they weren't able to convert that fifth and final game. For Fun Esports also were so close to winning that series as well. So in particular, it's going to sting for them. And then later on, when they try and make up those points to try and climb up that leaderboard and get towards playoffs, it's definitely going to be an interesting occasion in Group B.
I mean, I think if you're Bush, your Falcons, your OMiT, that's kind of like my podium top three, not in order, but just that's who we kind of expect to be top heavy in this side of this, or this season, I should say, for season 2. on the other side, there is so much room to get interesting and to be awkward and just shake up the standings that Huntsman could have a bad day today. Who knows if they turn things around, and if they do, they're the kind of team that could go on a dark horse run, no stallions intended, and just turn the tables on this thing. I can't wait to find out. But folks, we're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, so much to talk about with Fellow and company. You don't want to go anywhere. Last couple of matches of the night here for North America. Day 1, week 2, week 1. I lied. Let's get it. Hi, folks. Welcome back into Challengers Elite Series for North America. I'm Spaceman. That is the beautiful Gasket. And we got ourselves not only a fun alpha match here tonight, but a couple other games we're going to kind of cycle through. We've seen red zone action here tonight, both on the European side and NA. That's going to continue. Dan, we have so much we're going to discuss for this next match. But before we even jump into that point, we do want to jump over to Delta to kind of give you guys, again, some run through of the action that's happening on other streams. You can keep updated over on Charlie, Bravo, Delta, Foxtrot, etc. As you see on the lower left of your screen, COD Challengers on YouTube. But this is also one of the fun opportunities to talk about other teams in the region and the likes of Flame, Standy, Aluka, who's being called like the next coming of Simp. Like, there's just so much here, both the Saudi representation and for OMiT Brooklyn, a legacy roster, or team, I should say, in the organization annals of Challengers. It's going to be a very fun season.
Yeah, and you were speaking about Falcons earlier and the expectations for this team and how high they should be going, especially being in the Falcons Academy. I mean, there's always the opportunity that you get picked up and sent to the CDL if you perform well as well. So they're all going to be, I'm sure, trying their hardest, as you would. But in this game, 84-79. Tough to split them at the moment as we move over to the next hardpoint. And it looks like Falcons are currently set up for it. Two players just holding both spawns, waiting to see which kind of area OMiT are going to be pushing from. They find the area, they are able to collapse on them, and now they can start scoring.
First time we've seen exposure on the main broadcast tonight for North America. A couple of teams have already vetoed it out when it came to the opening hard points. They didn't want to see it either on the overload. Can't blame them. It's a tough map. This time, though, we will begin proceedings here early. The tie game, 85-88 and counting. Early streaks as well. Aluka already off to a hot start. And does the Hellstorm connect for any? One player in the hill to worry about.
Meow.
And nope, just going to commit towards those back spawns and rewarded for efforts. All green in the kill feed and all time here for Falcons.
Boy, he was zooming. And now Falcons can probably get these last 15 seconds. Not really worth OMiT trying to stop it. Instead, they can start rotating, looking towards next. Able to get one. Not able to convert the second, though. And actually, 3 members of OMiT going down. So Falcons might just get advantage here to try and move around to next and trying to push towards these spawns. And you can see they will be holding middle. OMiT just have to try and go for some sort of an angle, but it doesn't seem like any route is successful at the moment. There is a Falcons gun everywhere.
The danger of going from P5 to P1 if you're playing against the Falcons is that they treat it like a money hill. They invest the streak, they kill you off spawn, they're set up perfectly for P1, and Aluka does what he does best. Puts himself in a position to find 2 pieces, and the rest of the team thrives off that energy. It's been non-stop aggression, 125 to 95, 3-point game. Flames get caught by Cammy, and they'll try to post up here as OMiT Brooklyn dig their way out of a hole into this next rotation. Seems able to find 2 in the process. This time, though, shut down quickly. 1v1 on the hill. Baiting. Sliding. Chowling. First kills and second. Falcons, again, find 2.
QK4B, one of the only players surviving on this roster from Elite 1. Of course, Falcons Academy finished top 6 last season. Perhaps not really what they would have wanted, and maybe that's why we've seen a few changes, as well as, of course, the obvious, as people get poached and changed, as these teams all seem to swip and swap going into Elite 2. But now they've been able to gain a little bit of a lead, but as I say that, OMiT start to eat away at it now as they hold this hard point. Very difficult one to sometimes assess and break, especially if they have control of those silos, but they are able to at least get one.
Yeah, a lot of players like to play this a bit timid on this hill just because they're waiting for those headies to kind of develop as the action goes on. You'll hear a lot of times in-game comms and from the pro players of you need to play a little bit more aggressive when it comes to challenging these headies because the hill is just tough to break. It's one of the reasons why. Another 2-piece in the feed. Standy able to find a couple. Standy for 3. Nice to see him back at the swing of things as well. Challenge champion, his own right, major champion with the Minnesota Rocker as well. 19-16 leading the charge. Aluka at 21-12 and Cameo on her screen in the same spot. 12-17 will fall back off spawn and try to keep those close spawns close here for OMiT. Boys in blue start to move, and we continue on over to P3.
It can be rough sometimes trying to hold tank with an AR. You ideally want to be on top of those solos or at least a little bit further back towards Van. And you can get some of those sight lines down the lanes. But now Falcons will be scoring again as the hill moves once more. And OMiT are going to have to try and puncture this one. This, again, equally. And I think this goes down to the reason why we saw a few bans of this map, because if you do see a team who is successful exposure, they have a great position and can hold some of these hills in such a way that you just feel like you're throwing everything and achieving nothing. In this hill in particular, sometimes you try and go headfirst through the window and you are met by someone laying down. On this instance, they are able to convert one, move through, and maybe get a second, but Flames denies.
The spawn trap on this map is enough to make anybody rage quit. I understand it. It's difficult. It's brutal. You look from even back towards when we jumped in, the P5 to P1. If you get them in that trap and you're able just to post up and rally those two hills together, you win rotation. You're looking at a solid 80, 90, 100 seconds that could just go in your pocket, and that's been the case. 198 to 120. OMiT Brooklyn, credit where credit's due. They have battled through this last two hills. We still have a lot of work in front of them to get done. 50 seconds on the clock. Into the hill early. Still on the outside, far solo towards that tank, and they'll keep that left side of the map clear for now, but a 3-stack from Falcons, they're going to hit this quickly.
I mean, you got to give respect where it's due here for OMiT, because they are being pretty heavily outslayed by Falcons Academy, but they are staying within it, and that is sometimes the beauty of Hardpoint. If you can find those successful breaks, if you can get those good holds, even if you are getting absolutely decimated on the map, you will find a way to put points on the board, and as I say that, OMiT now starting to string some kills together here, and really making this one count.
An opportune time. Individual gunfights around the bend again, conceded favor the way of Falcons, but still all blue for now. Hold on to the spawns, but we are worried about that rotation, folks. Take a look at the bottom side of your minimap. P5 is popped. Last time it was the Falcons. They did invest the streak early. Granted, they were successful. They wound up at P1, had great positioning. This time, though, it's going to come down to just wall-to-wall gunfights, and already Brack and Real breaking in for two. One more around the bend they have to worry about. Spawns are going to be close for Falcons, and timing is everything here for Brooklyn.
Asim going to be in prime position to potentially be the first one to peek here, but now being backed up by Brack. Cammy also gets one elsewhere on the map, so that gives them the player advantage here, and it's going to be a hard break for Falcons Academy. They will get the spawns again in the same place, so they will have a very quick route here to try and help the rest of the team, but this is a lot of time being eaten up by OMiT. Close to tying this one up at 192.
Right idea from a scene. Better angle from Falcons. Able to pick up 2 more, 3 more, all dead. The wipe in. They had some pressure top mid. You thought maybe a flank was going to pull out from Flames. He holds his spot. And they are rewarded for their patience. 15 seconds on the clock. And again, down to scrap time alone. Welcomed into the really dire part of these hard points where you just win it off the final 15-10 on contest time. And another situation again where Falcons from P5 to P1 looks so clean. Standy wins another massive gunfight. Again, just ripping headies left and right. Has him locate up top control. In a situation, Falcons, where they can just simply play through the kills and try to walk away with this win.
It's been P1 and P2 that has really won this game for Falcons. If they do go on to continue playing this way, more time being eaten up. OMiT really struggling to get this one off of them. They finally take the one player down who was in the hard point, but again, the trades come out on the side of Falcons. Brack will even things up a little bit, but time still going in favor of Falcons Academy. OMiT just not able to find that player. It is good scrappiness here from Falcons Academy, as now they start to set up for P2.
Closing seconds and single numbers right now, as OMiT have to send what they got. Standy closing in on 35 for the game. Eli gets caught, and players will circle back. Time starts to stall. A little bit of an extra push here for OMiT Brooklyn, and they'll think about, again, that rotation to P2, player 6 at the seam. Usually one of the first ones out, one of the toughest kills in history of challengers, and he's going to have a big hold here as he comes to funnel through the back. Falcons get caught, and great defensive posture from OMiT Brooklyn.
That was very much needed from Cammy to keep this alive for OMiT. Will be scoring. Nice positioning cuts, but it doesn't really help them in this spot. And now the tank will be held, and actually is going to be held successfully here. But the Falcons will at least know they could, if they wanted to, give this one up once they've contested it a little bit, stop the win from happening here in this, and then just start setting up for P3.
They got to contest. Brooklyn can win it here. They got
just
to
need one more second.
The perfect hold. One second, and that's probably enough. There we go. Okay. All right, we will definitely. I say definitely. I'm going to shut up. Might be seeing another hill. Falcons trying to contest. They'll stack from the right side. Able to find 2. And there's a response quickly from Asim. Oh my, Asim. Oh my God. Show him who you are. Get Shostin back on another documentary, my man. 245 to 234. We're going to another hill. Falcons will break in, but it doesn't matter. Already set up for Purdue. Brooklyn in a position to win.
Yeah, OMiT are going to be on this one. It's going to be a big position for QK4B, but goes down, does get found out, and now it is just going to be about immediately rushing this hill and trying to get some kills now.
The swing. And a couple of looks. Brack, big pickup in the back. Guardian Angel didn't even need to have the rest of the gunfights play out. It was perfect execution from OMiT Brooklyn. They needed a perfect hold from P1 to P2 to P3, and boy, did they do it. They make those money hills count where they count most. 246 to 234 was what the break looked like for OMiT Brooklyn going into P3, and they win it outright, 250-246. That is a resounding win. Asim, that three-piece off tank. I mean, whether or not that changes the entire flow, only Dr. Strange knows, but this is definitely a moment of that was a heat check, and he hit it, and all of a sudden the boys recognized that not only did they have those spawns and solar, but they were in a position to just simply play through the fundamentals of Hardpoint and win the game, and they did.
Yeah, that was the thing. Denying those kills just means that they had a far advantageous position going into the next Hardpoint, and boy, did they make it count, OMiT. And I also want to talk about the bravery of some of those players during P1. Falcons had that opportunity to win everything in P1. They had dominated P1 throughout the entire game. And OMiT said, well, A, we can't let them do this, otherwise it's just game over. But being able to just jump out of the window and push through the cut side without having any fear, knowing that it is do or die. And not only doing that, but clutching up. Very impressed from OMiT, especially considering for the majority of the game, they were being outslayed. They were not getting as much kills on the board. Falcons looked comfortable, but OMiT turned things around and maybe have a point to prove here.
And look, a better mind than me will recognize the individual moments that required adjustments and audibles from the likes of OMiT Brooklyn. But what I did see in the end of this game was, look, Falcons were not only rallying the P5 into P1 in the mid-map control, and they kind of you could fold that backwards into P2. They were really just using that as leverage in the game. Once OMiT Brooklyn recognized we're going to lose this game from P5 to P1 on that single transition if we don't clean this up, not only did they get a little more aggressive, hit their times a little bit better, but the individual players, Asim, started to step up. Cammy started to step up. This is when we started to see Brack and Riel as well contribute, and going from P5 to P1, it might not be where most of exposure hardpoints are won, but in this specific game, the signature was you need to do a better job of having structure as a team in mid-map in that moment. And they did, and they were able to find success for it. Congratulations to them. We're going to go over towards Echo as we take a look at the Fries in the Bag, brother, against Bush Gaming. Shout out to Gunsy, Cruz, Gunless, and Nate. Wonderful, wonderful team. Always a fan of the boys. And going against Bush Gaming, again, we've talked ad nauseum about this squad, but if there's a team that feels like it could kind of be like an underdog, give Bush Gaming a run for their money, in some instances, it is Fries in the Bag, but also the record says that Bush Gaming should be able to handle this.
From what I've learned, two teams that are approaching the game very differently. Fries in the Bag, maybe just a little bit more on the fun side. They are good enough to still be competing, but perhaps aren't necessarily putting in the same kind of hours as Bush Gaming, and the expectations for Bush Gaming maybe are a little bit higher, but the fact that this is still as competitive as it is just goes to show how impressive some of the players are on this Fries in the Bag roster. 186 to 147 now, and ticking. Fries in the Bag pushing Bush Gaming here on Hardpoint.
They definitely are. We've seen many teams try to come close with pushing this roster, but very few have found success. Awakening, one of the reasons why. This time, though, again, off to a slow start. 12-20, expecting it to change. 58 seconds to his name. Gunsy for 2. Hell yeah. All 4 dead in the kill feed. As Fries in the Bag try to keep it close, but we know the Bush Gaming are bursting with potential. At any point, they can just flip this game on its head. We're start worrying about that next set of rotations. 10 seconds to go. Gunsy on your screen. You're going to have to pick up Prelude start. Oh, my God.
Wow, not able to connect with that one. Just like that, it's a tied game. Well, one off, but close enough. And all that matters for me is Nate is able to find 2, not quite the 3. 31 and 21 for Nate at the moment. Very impressive indeed, especially to do it against a Bush Gaming roster that has looked on fire so far today. But we have seen that Bush can bleed, and maybe Fries in the Bag can take advantage of that.
And really, it comes down to how much pressure do you apply to Awakening to force him to maybe switch to a sub. We don't really see it often. We saw it on Blackheart and Scrims, but if anybody's going to flex for Bush Gaming late in a hardpoint, it might be Awakening, and if it is, it brings a different discussion into the table, and we can jump into that should it happen, but for now, it has been Nate leading the charge, 33 kills, and leading the lobby at that against Prolute's very stout offense as well. Trophies are out. Opening nades won't matter much. Awakening on your screen has a Drovic in hand, and puts it to good use.
Puts it to very good use. Does he know there's another player to his right? Yes, he does. Gets that information. Will be 2 and makes Fries in the Bag just down to the single player. Bush Gaming do have the advantage now. FriesInTheBag looking to try and break here, and you can see all 4 members are trying to move in the same way, but they run straight into Awakening, who seems to have awoken once more. He seems to be a late-game player, does Awakening, from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, this sample size today, yeah, he's taking his time to wake up a little bit. Once he does, Big Wake wakes up. Shout out to Lando. You're doing well, brother. 32-21 for Proloot. Proloot, man, come on, man. You're just gunning him. He's rinsing him down. It's disgusting. Proloot continues to be maybe the single most important player on this Bush Gaming roster of just overpowering the defense. FriesInTheBag, go ahead and get those receipts ready because the offense just can't keep up. 230-202, and Bush Gaming do find the break again.
Yeah, Proloot just seems to be one of those players where when you push the wrong buttons, he seems to come alive as well, just to try and make a statement and ensure that the team is going to get closer towards victory, but it will not be won on this hardpoint. Instead, we move over to next. And already Awakening trying to set up for it, but he's met by 2 over towards the new. Instead, we move over to Fire, who does get the job done with the AR.
Beautiful shots from Fire.
Should be.
That's on 40 HP, and that's the GG's. It'll be 250 to something less than that as Bush Gaming take the win. And I was thinking during that exchange of that last, both the rotation and we were watching really Proloot play, the closest thing I think of just in relation, and you can tell me if this is off base, like Proloot to me is the way that Stellar plays a lot of. If I think I have blood in the water, I'm just going to run at you and try to get the kill. And then once he gets going, it's like, oh, he's playing slow. He gets going. You're like, wow, Stellar completely ruined our entire chance at this major. Proloot's the same way of just when the dude gets hot and he starts to go for those heat checks. He's a lot like Pentagram back in the day, a lot like Diamondcon when Diamondcon first came out on the scene. Proloot is a absolute shooter. The dude will just put you in the dirt, and they have this is a franchise type player that if you get a chance to have, you absolutely build around him, and they did. And Bush Gaming just continued to look so good.
I think that if Proloot has the information, he becomes terrifying. All he needs is someone to kind of do a little bit of reconnaissance for him, say, all right, you've got a player here. He will swing, and boy, does he look good when he swings as well. He is just one of those players that I think when anyone's going up against him, they probably fear what's going to happen. Very impressed by what I've seen so far today, and I think he's going to be one of the big reasons why Bush Gaming will find success this season.
Yeah, the only thing we can talk about with Bush is just simply the overload. But why do we have to do that when the hard points look so clean? Folks, our alpha match is almost ready to go. I'm being titillated with information from my production team, and they're telling me it's almost time for Fun and Fellow versus P7 Notorious, folks. This is going to be one of the matches of all time. No matter where you are at in the world, you want to strap in and lock in for this one because Den, Raid, Exposure, Scar, Colossus, Dan. Finally, it's not triple Den, so thank God. But let's talk a little bit about this because we have so much we need to dive into with the meat and bones of this game. I want to start with the history of R-City's, Paul X, and 2Real. Talk to me.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen them teaming since Modern Warfare 2, I believe, which is great to see a trio back together after, 2 game titles to find themselves maybe looking for a bit of comfort amongst themselves, and I really do think there is something to be said about chemistry instantly going into Black Ops 7 here. They won Challengers Finals back in 2024, they got top 12 at EWC under Law, so these are 3 players who definitely know how to play with each other, but then you've also got the fact that Fellow and Real played together in Black Ops 6 together as well, and it's just the fact that with RCTs and Paul already knowing each other inside out via Black Ops 7, they've got all the right pieces here for me, and I'm excited to see how they go.
For the keen-eyed observers out there, you would also remember that at one point, Fellow and R-Cities used to team together. Back in World War II, unless my memory is completely blanking, it was R-Cities, Clayster, Fellow, and I want to say Pristini at the time. If not, it was Silly. Back in World War II on London docks was kind of where that team ended their years around playing very good CTF and very good Hardpoint. Made it kind of a heroic run at Champs. I think Fellow subbed in as well for that team. But that's how long these players have, 1, known each other, and 2, been around the orbit of each other's skill. And it's just not only is the Glean and Osmosis is a great little action for many players coming up in the scene, but these pros know each other in and out. And starting off with Den, going to Raid, it's a perfect 1-2 punch to open up our series. For P7 Notorious, we begin with the fact that we've seen Afro and Beans and Diamondcon and Eric Boom earlier. We saw them play just a bit. But this is a squad that got brought in as a 4-man roster. Originally, P7 Notorious with Yuli, 2Real, Awakening, and Geo win Season 1. They win the playoffs as well. They all go their separate ways. And then Notori says, okay, we got to find a new team. And boy, did they. They pick up Diamondcon, Afro, Beans, and Eric Boom. And both as a geographical representation of CDL talent and just simply a role representation, it is very rare to find somebody on this. It's rare to find anybody on this roster who can't do it all. And they are just also talented. Afro, phenomenal in the opening hardpoint that we saw earlier. Beans, and S&D Freak. Many men as always. Eric Boom, Spanish legend. I mean, this is a team that will give For Fun and Fellow a run for their money, Dan.
Yeah, I do think this team is going to be an S&D powerhouse, but then if you look at the way we saw Afro playing, just looking across his statistics from Season 1 and looking across his, like, in CDL is what I'm talking about, he looked like he was most comfortable on Hardpoint, and I think that certainly became true when we witnessed his POV just when we jumped into the few games we were able to see of P7 Notorious, an SMG player who looked absolutely flawless when he has the assistance of his teammates just backing him up as well, when he can be aggressive, when he can just fly around the map. And I think when you add all these pieces together, this team does look like a terrifying force that, as I mentioned earlier, can probably compete with the likes of Bush.
It really does feel like that game 3 for now is going to be the difference maker for a lot of teams. Again, we kind of trade blow for blow. We go to, if you're going to win the respawns, okay, what's the shakeup? Is it going to be the Hardpoint or the Overload? SED wins championships, yes. But at this stage, with how dominant Control was, it does feel like Overload gives a little bit more leeway to teams having more of a creative approach to offensive pushes in the game type alone. Point of this long diatribe really is just to say that there are moments here where you could say the respawn itself, yeah, absolutely. Like, we're going to look at the respawn and potentially favor one side or the other. But with Overload still being figured out by many teams, and when many teams even looking at the likes of maps like Exposure and saying we don't even want to try it, there are so many opportunities here for teams to put their own stamp on Overload that it really is a toss-up for right now. And there could be a stolen game 3 that leads to a cheeky S&D win game 5. Who knows? I'm excited for it. Dan, we rarely do this, but I do want to do it because why not? I want to know your predictions for this one. I want to know what you're thinking and feeling right now. What's in those jellies? Dig deep into that soul. Look in the void. Tell me, what do you think?
I do think when it comes to Overload, For Fun and Fellow will take it. In particular, Real has actually had the highest average scores in the league at the moment from Elite 1, averaging 2.6 scores per game. Having a player like that is an anomaly when it comes to statistics because everyone else is kind of around the 0.7 to 1 ratio, whereas he is just someone who gets that EMP and will always look to lead that charge, call those shots, and find his way into the point as well. So I'm excited to see what they will do on Overload.
We've teased you a little bit, and we're excited to see the match unfold. For now, we're going to quickly jump to Bravo. I promise we're going to get to the match, but we do have more action happening off screen. Stallions, Black, and Huntsman. It's like I'm not going to say, it's like an extended family member of the El Clasico of FaZe versus Optic, which at one point was Envy Optic. But you know what? I'll take it. I hope Stallions are doing well. Hope Zoom was having a fun time. We saw Huntsman slowly lose their 3-0 lead last time on Den S&D. And they're going to have to come into this match with a very different mindset, Dan.
Of course, both of these teams 0-1 after the first round of games, and you know, all these games are important, but the further we get into the days, the games, they are going to become even more so. If you find yourself at 0-2, you are already scratching your head a little bit saying, you know, are we even going to do enough to qualify for playoffs at this rate? So you want to be able to at least end today at 1-1, otherwise you are going to be struggling a little bit. But Huntsman do have the lead at the moment, 127 to 61, but Million People will fall, and Renegade, as we jump onto his POV, is just going to be trying to hold down this hard point, and hold it down he shall.
This is a team you want to get on the back foot early and don't allow Stallions to get online. If you're Huntsman, you would love to win this game in the following 2 hills. It's going to be really tough, really quite difficult, but again, the larger you build this lead, the less work you have to do overtime. We're trying to stay involved in the game. And back into our first hill, the second set of rotation, 136 to 66. It's a healthy one here for Huntsman. They find another 2 milli on your screen. We're back from double-digit deficit here. Symbols finds 1. Another break-in. Huntsman still up top.
It's a very big lead. Stallions gonna have to work very hard, but they will now start to score a little bit. 35 still available on this hard point as well. You can already see this movement. Look at, yep, Renegade trying to get behind, trying to influence these spawns and change things a little bit, but can't find anyone at the moment. Chasing ghosts, chasing shadows. And in all the meanwhile, there is plenty of time being gobbled up here by Stallions. It's all for nothing.
All for nothing. Yeah, sometimes that's just the way it goes. One back. There is camo. Renegade, you're not allowed to touch it. Against rules. GA's a bunch. It's just going to come down to gunfights alone. And once again, we traded out as quickly as we start. New hill pops just now. Dimensions dipping into a little bit of decenter space. Does get caught. Careful when you're flying through. Spawn to the back are close. Stallions will be there. They're going to have to win the gunfights up front. So far, they are.
So far, so good for the comeback for Stallions, as now they will hold P2. Oh, great effort. And I tell you what, that's one way to start to lead the charge, but Millie will hold at least against one, but now it's going to be a 3 versus 1 pushing towards this hill because the other teammates will unfortunately spawn out. And I'm not going to be able to help, so now Huntsman can start to hold and put points on the board, but it's going to be a lane push here from Millie. No one to watch it initially, so it is just going to come down to that one player in the hill, Johnny. His teammates will spawn next to him, so Johnny be good.
A couple of times where Renegade and Rispy have been kind of working around each other, AR and sub in hand, and it looked like they've taken the right approach with the wrong lane together. You see Renegade getting picked up at mid, Rispy getting picked up on the outskirts, and again, that wall run is pretty easy to hop if you're making rotation, but you don't really want to pick it up if you're not confident with the dropping shot so far. 27 and 18, can't see too much other than that. But I am worried about that mid hold here from Huntsman, as it's been Stallions Black who have found success. 2 pieces left and right. That trophy's going to bounce awkwardly, but here we go. Right through the front, couple stuns to connect. Renegade able to find the first blood and second, and Huntsman will hold their numbers for 3, for 4. It's a full wipe, and Huntsman are on the board.
Full wipe, and it is. They spawn all the way on the other side of the map as expected, and it is going to be a battle in mid, and all this information will be relayed, but it doesn't matter if you get the first. Almost switches out with the pistol to get the second, but it is just going to be a trade out of trade out. All the meanwhile points are going to be gathered here by Huntsman. Finally, Stallions are going to push in, but they'll be met by yet another AR that will just decimate them as they arrive.
M15, a Val, Obsidian Steed, it all is the same at the end of the day. Our players are blessed, and I love it because I'm one of them. And I'm not very good, but these guys are. 205 to 122. Johnny, so clean, able to pick up 1, but the damage is done, and they'll continue to build. Again, even on the scrap time, getting closer and closer to that danger zone. 215 to 122 if you're Stallions. It's not just about playing up to par. You're going to have to overextend yourself just a little bit, and these kills have to land.
Checking every corner, checking every angle. Sadly, they weren't in the first 3. They were in the 4th corner. But it will just provide the rest of the info to everyone else. Even though Stallion's still scoring, Huntsman now have numbers, or at least they did until Ryan and Peel came in. Working in tandem to get the 2, make it a 3rd, and that will be the 4th. So it's a 4-man wipe onto Huntsman, and Stallions will score.
Ryan's 3 kills individually, keep spawns closed, keep Stallions on the point, and keep this game open. It's not over by any stretch. Huntsman can stack 2, gonna take their time winding up through mid. They will find the first pick, slide out for the second. Millie, awkward timing, does get away with his life. Ryan's gonna have to pick up both on the cross, and he does, but he only unfortunately trades 1. Still available here for Millie, 22 and 26. Slides into death. Contesting our time. And right back into playing essentially TDM across the map. We go to new. And a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Huntsman. They understand that they can win it here. The Stallions are starting to get online.
Great position from Ryan, though. I will say Stallions seem far more comfortable when they are holding the hard point compared to when they have to break the hard point. Huntsman seem to be a little bit better on the flip side of that. As I say, that is another successful hold, as Stallions still putting points on the board, but eventually Huntsman will break. And now this is maybe where the difficulty comes for Stallions here. Can you shut down Huntsman? And the answer, if you want to find it out, you're going to have to go over to youtube.com/COD Challengers, because our alpha match is just about ready, but it looks like Huntsman should be able to convert that one. But here we go, Spaceman. It's P7 Notorious versus 4 Fun and Fellow. I think we're in for a banger here.
What is this, Dragon Ball? It's about as useful as Yamcha in any fight. Another instance where if you want to find out what goes on with Huntsman, go on the watch parties or go over and check out the Challengers channels. Folks, this is the one we are waiting for. 4 Fun and Fellow, P7 Notorious. My goodness, so much to talk about, so much history, but a lot here on the line for week 1, day 1, because again, Pro AM comes up. But like you said earlier, Dan, if you go down, not that these players are, but if you go down as a team 1-1, 0-2 on the day, it's only week 1, but these weeks stack quickly, and you're already looking down the line at both Birmingham and the 3rd major. You can't afford to have that kind of a slow start.
Afro running the M15 this game. We're going to try and be in a different position at the moment. Maybe we'll switch out later, we'll see. But he had a lot of success on Den earlier, just in the faces of anyone and everyone. And look at this angle at the moment from 2 Real. He's going to be behind enemy lines and will work in tandem with Paul to get 2, but can't quite find the 3rd. And DC actually putting 1 on the board for them. And just like that, we're going to see them scoring.
Beautiful, beautiful break. As clean as butter on the retake. 3 stack, 1 to follow. A line of dogs. Going up the back alley. Here comes Eric Boom, though. Got a taser, able to get both. Beans helps out. Beans is so good. Dravik in hand. Interstellar camo everywhere. It's a necessary kill at that 42-17.
I was gonna say, it was a bit odd seeing on the M15. Probably just picked one up off a dead body, but now he's back to his comfort. And he is dancing, he's dipping, he's dodging, and he is still alive somehow, some way. It's a 1 versus 2 on the map, and there's still going to be more points scored and secured here. As it's going to be quite a significant lead now gained by Notorious as we start to move round to the next hill. For Fun and Fellow, I mean, they can't really allow that much scoring to happen from Notorious if they want to stay in this game. They need to be able to chunk away at them, and they need to keep this competitive in every single hill.
The silver lining here is just simply its opening rotations, first 2 hills. You're going to be okay to give up that kind of time this early. Can't become a habit, though, to your point. They have to find a way to at least either contest more, or when they get out of rotation, where Archie's was in the position where he found one, continue to ride that into 2 and then win the opening time. So far, it is P7 Notorious, who again fought off the back foot into this rotation, do win the opening break. 27 seconds to their name, still available, 84-19. We thought for Fun and Fellow we're going to be a little bit more upfront with their aggression with the subs. We know that Fellow's running a sub on this team at times in Hardpoint with how the roles have switched around. But P7 Notorious have just looked lights out. And I know it's been Afro for most of today, Eric Boom for cleanups, but this P7 Notorious team is the real deal. And they just continue to show that no matter the competition, no matter the team, no matter the comp, they look like the roster that can get it done on all angles.
It's one of the things what I love about Call of Duty, though, is you need to build a roster for every single mode. And yes, you are going to be leaning towards the likes of Afro here and DC to be putting up numbers on Hardpoint. But then when it switches over to S&D, suddenly you look to Beans and Eric Boom for their experience and their success in S&D to try and elevate this team as well. All the pieces are there for P7 Notorious here, and it's about whether they can glue them. And certainly from what we've seen so far, it's looking good for this team.
Oh, been there many times. It's too real. Just ran out of bullets in the mag. Had a pistol in his pocket. Tough to draw when it's cold outside. Fingers are small. No, Eric Boom. Able to find 2. Working on the trophy. Help and clean up from Beans. Another 2-piece. So easy to wipe this feed when P7 Notorious are finding double kills left and right. They continue the 100-point lead here for P7. Already out on rotation. Eric Boom, player 48. Keep an eye on him on your minimap.
Oh, he's going for a big flank. Big old flank. Does find the first. Doesn't quite connect with the second shots. That could have been massive, but at least DC's going to be there to get one of his own, but Felony traced that one out. 137-20. This is going to have to be quite the comeback for Fun and Fellow, and we have seen comebacks today. But at the moment, for Fun and Fellow have just really struggled on their rotations. And they've allowed Notorious to get to the hill far earlier and set up as well. They have fell victim to the flanks, I will say. I think Notorious have done very well at positioning themselves to get into that spot that they can backstab a little bit. So for Fun and Fellow, perhaps have to learn as they go here and expect that 4th player to be behind them.
Trial by fire. Sometimes that's just the way Elite crumbles, and for players who are of this caliber, they all know what it takes. They've been in these situations before. They'll be able to adapt in real time. But they don't have a lot of points to give away at this point. 142 and counting. They desperately need 15-30 seconds apiece. They just need to at least win that rotation and then hold the hill. We've seen it before on our last set of hills. They were out early, but they lost the fights. And this time again, they're going to walk away with the opening kills. Can they hold? That's the question. We'll find out.
Set up initially. Does have a trophy in his back pocket if he wants to drop it. Maybe it'll come after if they are able to get a wipe, but sadly he will fall. Eric Boom is also going to take down 1, make it 2, as Beans comes in to clean up, and that is another incredible break from P7 Notorious. It doesn't matter how you hold against these boys, they seem to find a way.
I mean, it's easy to say and criticize which angle are we watching when we're in hill, but when Eric Boom is bunny hopping across your screen, finding a 2-piece, and then coming in to clean up with Beans and DC, Eric Boom is just a special talent. Always has been in challengers, continues to go on a roll here. 17 and 11. He's gotten better and better as the years gone on. He's reading it like advanced warfare scum. Oh my god. He's absolutely on a tear. 4 in a row. 19 and 11 for the Spaniard. And it just keeps going. 182 and counting. It has been non-stop. P7 Notorious, a stranglehold on this hardpoint.
Yeah, Felony and Paul struggling at the moment. And whilst I was talking about building a roster who are finding players who are going to really elevate you in certain maps and modes, Felony and Paul, maybe we look towards them for S&D. Maybe we look towards them when it comes to Overload. But right now, seem to be struggling here on Hardpoint. But I think they are just some of those players that have been caught out on some of these rotations, found themselves in a lot of a numbers disadvantage fights. And sadly, their KD reflects that. But I think the whole team will take this one on the chin and say, look, it's no one's fault. We just couldn't, as a squad, actually find any sort of success. As I say that, this is the most control we've seen so far from For Fun and Fellow, as they will now set up in this hill.
Getting into the second level of the playbook for P7 Notorious, Eric Boom can now afford to waste time and go on long routes. Waste time being very much a subjective term here. He's afforded the opportunity because they have such a lead. It's just been non-stop pressure to where you can throw everything and the kitchen sink at this. And if you're For Fun and Fellow, it's not just perfect hardpoint. It's we have to be the best slayers on the map every single second for the next 2 minutes. Can they do it? The players are capable. But they've yet to show in this map that they can really hold on for a couple of waves at a time. Pick up the opening spawns. Fellow gets tagged, gets stunned, and gets traded from the back. That's another 2 dead. And the pinch already into new. Afro for a third. The fourth is left alive, and not long for this world. And there's the break. 210 to 82. P7 Notorious can win it here.
Every time I see Eric Boom, I just think of Guile from Street Fighter, and maybe that is how Eric was actually able to get his name. We'll have to find out as it goes on. But Beans finds 1, actually gets 2. Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, they are just working together so successfully at the moment, Notorious. As soon as any damage has been done, the trade is instantly there for them, and that's so difficult to play against. It seems like For Fun and Fellow are just constantly at this numbers disadvantage right now.
Many men wish death upon me. I'm going to stop singing because copyright. But guess what? Beans is on a heater. 23 and 23 for Real. RCD 17 and 19. Fellow, 13 and 24. Still, a lot of the seasons play, and we know that Fellow is good at flexing. We know that he's been in situations where he's had to step up in seasons and lead the charge as the main slayer. He's done it all. But this is definitely a tough map to swallow for map 1. Finally, a couple of kills start to go the way of fun for Fellow. They get 3 in the kill feed, some time in the point. Only one stacking now is RCDs. You have your AR outside. Fellow watching the cross from the mid-cut. And again, if he gets pressured at all, this is a weak side that collapses quickly. Back to, again, player number 8. It's DC. DC's already on the move. DC finds the pick. And there goes the entire structure of that mid-map hold that For Fun and Fellow were really banking on from the likes of their defense. They might just lose the year.
4 more points required. And it should be a formality at this point, unless there's anything miraculous. There is a last-ditch attempt. Sadly, is not going to happen, as P7 Notorious will take the first here and are looking like a dominant force. Hardpoint looked comfortable, but of course, it is only match 1. We still have plenty to go here in this series.
Stock is its own thing. We can do sample size. It's map 1. It's day 1, week 1, season 2. But also, P7 Notorious. In terms of hardpoint teams, in terms of cohesion today, synergy, competency, comprehension, other words they begin with C. P7 Notorious and Bush Gaming are at the top of the list right now in terms of what we've seen on our side. It's just been literal perfection from Eric Boom. I look back towards a couple of those rotations from P2 to P3 for Eric Boom. You're taking mid-route, mid-rotation gunfights, not only hitting your shots in the hill, but then combining with Beans and being able to break from the back, flip those spawns, win those rotations, rotate late, still win it, and break. These are the moments where P7 Notorious individually can just work their way through problems other teams can't, and they looked so damn good doing it. A minute 29 for Beans in the hill, a very quiet minute 29, but everywhere involved. A minute 26 for Eric Boom. That duo together, it basically overshadowed the excellence of Afro's 30 kills, and Afro for the last 2 hours has just been the slayer to watch. But Eric Boom and Beans, this duo is absolutely disgusting. And right now, as we take a quick pause and we're previewing the action, we're going to jump over to a second half of Overload onto a different match. We jump over and take a look at Falcons Academy Green. OMiT Brooklyn tied up 1-1 in their series. We jumped over previously, I believe, as they were on Exposure, if memory recalls.
That was the one.
OMiT Brooklyn was able to bring it out, and now they move into
Yeah, can they find another comeback here, but this time over on Overload? EMP down middle of the map. Everything slows down a little bit. Falcons Academy get the first 2, and now they can look to take control of said EMP, and they can start to move left over towards A. A lot of responsibility for Cammy, but Cammy does get the first, and that means that this EMP is probably going to be stopped in its tracks, and they can start to surround.
Would you like to play shipment? Because that's kind of where this lane becomes. You're going to try to play for those back spawns, or just play for the kills alone. I hope you have fun playing shipment. It's dangerous and dicey. Already off the start, playing defense up front. Flames able to find 1. 2, not enough though to shut it down. A goal will go through. 1 goal game.
1 minute remaining. Brack on a killing spree at the moment. And still going, and Rio does get 1 more as well. EMP grabbed, A open if you find this kill. Can't quite get it though. That's a huge response, but it is just enough of a distraction to maybe put this EMP in. Or maybe not.
Really?
You dip, you dodge, you dive, you dance, but can you get the EMP in? Off the wall!
Wow.
It is a slam dunk 4-4.
99 times out of 100, that is a kill. That is a stop on the goal line, but still, OMiT Brooklyn commit to the cause. I bought enough time from Real just on the gunfight alone. 38 and 26. By the way, leading the lobby close to a 40 bomb. The dude has stepped up. So many times we used to talk about Real and Challengers being a playmaker in opportune moments. Same thing in CDL, same thing here. They'll tie it up at 4-piece into overtime.
Chance to win
This
it.
touches the ground. It's GG's. They'll try to punch it through, and they will. 5-4 off the reset. Can anybody from OMiT Brooklyn get in there in time?
Don't think so. Look at this hold. They are throttling them, strangling them right now, and Falcons Academy will take the victory here. A late resurgence from OMiT to take us to 4-4, but sadly, when you commit that much resources to trying to get the goal, it does find you in a position where you're a little bit vulnerable to the counter cap, as it were, and Falcons are able to get the job done. Falcons Academy, you know you can understand.
We should be making stuff up here. Esports is
the green team.
Whatever you want it to be. That's right. The green team. Notoriously not the red boys in red. But listen, the fact that it was that's kind of how Overload gets interesting, is because you can have those moments where as long as the EMP doesn't touch the ground, the game keeps going right into overtime. It was a quick counter cap as well from a 4-4 game. That is the beauty of Overload down to the final seconds. Let's go over to FOXTROT now as we have ourselves CABAL versus a CABAL. That's right. It's going to be a fun one.
It's every org's worst nightmare. Your two teams having to play against each other. Well, we are going to see who is the better CABAL, and at the moment, it is Death by CABAL who are 2-0 up in this series, may I add, Sir Spaceman. Looking to try and take this in a 3-0 sweep to become the better CABAL that rules them all.
There was a time where being the brother team of a main roster was when you would beat them. It's a good try. I'm going to keep that tradition going. We'll see if we get it here. Epsilon White, for those who know. Epsilon Black back in the day. Manny, well, it's a couple. Rewarded. Quickly traded out. Over Solar. Here we go. Civic, excellent all day. And just going to try to punch more kills through. We'll clear the lane and clear house. Death by CABAL. Another point on the board, and they'll tie themselves up.
Manny's moved fast over towards the new spawn of that EMP as well, and is currently just holding down the line. You can see on the minimap, waiting to see if anyone's going to be aggressive on the side of CABAL. And he is going to be met by one, make it two, but the second is able to trade it out. One thing we didn't mention, by the way, Afro had 30 kills in that previous game. 21 of them were untraded kills.
Of course he did.
Unbelievable.
Of course he did. Just an absolute demon.
Oh, might be an opening at A here, by the way.
Oh, they just need the kills to follow. And they're going to try to wrap it around the mid. Yep, they obviously going to get it. And right up front on the goal line. So close. So close. EMP, it should be fine. Let's get it out of dodge. 2 minutes, 22 seconds on the clock. And it will rotate. Just kidding. We're going to give you a quick look in at COD Challengers here on this stream. If you want to find more information on this match specifically, you can go ahead and check out that channel. We go back over to Alpha for our main match. P7 Notorious for Fun and Fellow. We get into map number 2, Raid S&D. We're going back to 2012 with this one. Let's get it going.
And we have some incredible S&D players featuring in this one. And we know how good Beans is on the side of P7 Notorious. He has a 69% OPD in CDL, let alone coming down here into challenges.
It's insane.
Look at Real here, being a little bit sneaky, having a little swim. Don't drown!
Dan loves the spot. Notoriously, he loves the spot.
I'm going to be honest with everyone. I hate it, but I like it when you do that as Beans caught off guard.
Afro, putting those skills to good use against RCDs, goes up gun to gun. And the AR wins this time. And this time it will be for Fun and Fellow, who take the opening round. Names/colors a bit flipped, so if you're a Notorious fan, you're looking for the purple stuff on the map. If you're a For Fun and Fellow fan, you're looking for the pale silver. Paul X with a snipe. I love seeing snipes in Call of Duty. For those who want to GA it, you are lame. Let's keep it going into Raid for round 2.
Now, speaking of impressive S&D players, when we looked at Paul at the Dallas Open, he was top 3 in terms of KD in S&D and had a 74% opening duel success rate in Elite 1.
But it's the balance between being a Challenger's Reaper on LAN and online and then be like, you know, having a 0.5 or a 0.6. It's just like, oh, you're so close to being Clayton Kershaw. I just need you to be a little bit better at times. And when he is, he's lights out. He's disgusting. Another 2 pieces to start. 2v2 back on the raid. This is going to go for spirals. Hold this. Right to the slit. There goes one. And Diamond in a perfect position to reclaim some territory from Cold War days as Beans goes over the top, gets punished, traded. RCDs can't dip out of dodge. Diamond way too smart for that one. Played this map many, many times. We'll tie ourselves up at 1.
When Beans cooks a grenade, is it baked beans?
I hate you so much. Yeah, why not? I wonder if Miles. I feel like they have to have said that.
They probably have.
I feel like that is just such an
I feel like everything's been said by Miles at this point. He's just a genius when it comes to those things. But I will say, when you're trying to lock down a game attack, to just go with Beans is a power play.
Dude, when he
that is an
people were
that
like,
is an early domination. Yeah, he
just.
That's the thing. It sounds like a silly game attack, but then you make it ring through the community, and suddenly everyone knows Beans.
I'm gonna be honest, same kind of thing when I was young, like listening to Roy. I was like, okay, Roy, yeah, that sounds cool with Roy. But then when Roy becomes a legend and is really good at the game, you're like, oh my god, Roy, yeah, single file, second tile, walk all the time. It's like Beyonce. Beans. Can't get out of that one.
Did you just
Tough
compare
angle.
Beans to Beyonce? Just want to double check.
No, I compared Roy to Beyonce in passing. It was a lucid dream that caught through my cerebrum.
Wow, we see the round going, and it is going to be Too Real getting the final kill with the Dravik. And I think this is really going to define this series.
Ooh,
I think if we see P7 Notorious take this S&D, I'm predicting a 3-0 sweep. However, if we see For Fun and Fellow take this now, I really think that they could go on to... Actually, no, I don't think it'll be a 3-0 sweep. I change everything I just said, because I predicted earlier that For Fun and Fellow were going to win the Overload, and that is going to be map 3.
Appreciate doing the math for us in real time. Careful. Too Real. Gets out of dodge, back to Lambo. We're going to wrap this one back. And right now, player 2, that is currently Beans with a sniper over towards Tiki. There goes the nade. That should maybe hit right on the front of the pillars. And another extra nade in towards, again, the garden side. We'll find first blood. Beans is successful. Chows with the pistol and clamps down from Afro on the pinch. That's another 2 dead. Notorious in a great spot.
Felony having to do the unthinkable here, and it's not even going to start to give us a little bit of excitement. It will be won by P7 Notorious to tie us up 2-2. As a reminder, teams are switched, colors are switched, so ignore the words on your screen at the end of each round. DC doing the final little bit of business to send us into the 5th here. No one really showing anything extra special, no domination that we've seen so far. It's been trading tit for tat right now. But we know how deep these playbooks can go.
Oh, how deep are we going?
We might have to go very deep between these two teams. And the history they have of these players in S&D, I could see this going all the way.
Are we thinking poolside deep? Or are we thinking
that pool isn't that deep, and it does concern me.
Short, so, okay, first blood. Afro again, what else is new?
Get it down
We're
here.
gonna stretch this. Oh yeah, stretch it. Oh yeah, stretch it,
Oh,
stretch it.
yeah. Love that. As the elite ball knowledge player, knowing that he can plant it with a little bit of cover, even though he got sprayed a little bit through the wallbang. Now we're going to have to see the break and the diffuse from the side of Notorious here. For Fun and Fellow, excuse me. Colors.
I'm dyslexic, so I feel your pain. Too Real, into the water. Eric Boom. My sweet Spaniard. Well, Afro helps, that does help. Too Real, traded, 2v1. Paul X. Big Paul. Time to shine, wall bounce into absolute death. This time, P7 Notorious take the round.
Great angles to be holding as well. You just pretty much sew that round up by holding both of those angles. The only downside is if you get flanked from behind, but I think they had enough knowledge that it was going to be a comfortable one, and even though Paul did come flying through, soaring through the air like a glorious eagle, was taken down very quickly indeed, making it a 3-2 lead now. A very successful plan, and from the opener from Afro. How does For Fun and Fellow respond? See, I made fun of Chris earlier, and I shouldn't have done it because now I keep eating my Fs.
Ever wonder what it's like to swallow your own tongue? Try say For Fun and Fellow against For Fun and Friends, or Fun with Friends. We've had a couple of teams in Challengers history that have been like For Fun with Friends, all kinds of stuff. It is a doozy. Also, I've seen a G2 versus G1 match. Very strange.
Oh, I hate those. I've seen that in many esport.
Very strange time.
Nice opener against Afro, though. He's not able to find it for his team, but there is the response. Beans once more. Beyonce does get the second, and actually there's going to be another one going in favor of FFF here.
I wonder what kind of lemonade he's cooking. Oh, dude, wall hop snipe, stop it. All right, welcome to Face Ilcam's number 19, presented by Hoodie Allen. We'll see if Beans can lock in any shots here. Telling you on your screen, looking towards Laundry. Bates. Call in the back. Paul's there for the pinch. Oh, baby. The snipe in the hands of Beans. And he's baking something. The oven's on. What are you cooking?
Nice little sneaky crawl at the moment. Wants to see if he can just nab that bomb. Time is against him. 30 seconds.
Do it for Beyonce.
Here's something. Spots the first, gets the second. Now it's a 1v1. Does connect as well. Beyonce himself does shut it down. And that's what you want from your veteran players. All right, I'm not going to call him Beyonce anymore. Sorry, it's Beans. I'll put some respect on that man's name. Goes huge for the team.
Many men wish death the
Stop it, copyright. We've already discussed this.
And he can still see. He can still see.
4-2 now, and that was the break. That was what we were looking for. Someone to step up and change how this was going to be going with the back and forth, the attack, the defense. And now P7 Notorious find themselves in a 4-2 lead. Beans to thank.
He's so good.
I've been confirmed that 10 seconds is your limit, by the way, on songs.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you're allowed to sing for 9 seconds. I will be cutting you off at least 3.
They'll never
But
catch
just
me.
so you know, for legal reasons, 10 seconds.
That's all I need. 2 real on your screen. 4-2 lead for Notorious. Can they build a 3? Surely towards our side. Uh-huh. Got a little mid-century vibe. Guess what? Helter Skelter. Wait a minute. 2 real. Afro on the chase. All right, got him. This time things looking good. And it's all turning up Millhouse here. P7 Notorious. Again, a first blood. How many times have we said that in this S&D? It just keeps going. DC, baiting, info, getting eyes over towards RCDs, but knows that the money pull is going to be there as well. And they have so much real estate, no pun intended, to work with here on this map. If B gets pushed, For Fun and Fellow have to play.
Beans again just locking in, seeing if anyone was going to take that angle, but there was ball knowledge on the other side for Fellaini. He knew exactly where the sniper was going to be watching, but this bomb is going to go down. It's a 2 versus 3. Bomb gets planted through the smoke, finds one. Could have made it 2, but Eric Boom does respond.
Yeah, stick and push. Stick and push. I mean, it's really the play here. Eric Boom knows it. DC from this side is going to peek out for money. Gets a couple shots on RCD. Surely this is cleaned up. Eric Boom over the top. Eric Boom!
Oh.
So close. Played it perfectly, but For Fun and Fellow have played this game as well. They're able to take it in the 1v2 situation. 1v1 down to the end. For Fun and Fellow will get themselves another round and keep themselves alive in this game. Again, back and forth we go, and it felt like a pretty necessary round win for this team.
You know, I was saying earlier that RCTs was the damage per round leader at the Dallas Open. He did that despite finishing top 12. Which again, like, think about how... Well, and I guess the stat can be slightly skewed because you were eliminated early, but he's just one of these players that if you have a player like RCTs on your roster, you just have that comfort of knowing... especially for someone like Afro, right? On the flip side, he has someone like Beans who backs him up. If you've got someone who is able to hold lanes and also deal that damage, it gives you so much more comfort as an SMG player.
He still has it in him, man. 2 world championships. 2 different organizations. Still got it in him. The United Legend. Continues to roll here. Hope Pristini's doing well as well. Seeing about throwing counters a couple of times. Shout out to Goats. Hunt down quickly from Afro. Nowhere to run for Eric Boom. And right into the Lion's Den we go again. 2 down, 2v2. Ball in the hands of RCTs. They're going to make their move.
They might just walk right into Afro here. Oh, but he checked it. RCTs, again, the experience just shines through. He says, I smell something a little bit fishy, and it's going to be Afro in this occasion. So now it's going to all be down to DC. In a 1 versus 2, but they are holding the angle. They are waiting for him, and wait they shall. And RCT's just showing his professional experience, tying us up 4-4.
Fastest index finger in the West, baby. Look at this. Can't hold a man. Again, just good shots all the way around. Killcam doesn't really prove it, but we know it was true. And RCT's picked up 2 massive kills in crunch time, in a clutch moment. Really closed that round out. And again, for a squad that was down 4-2 at a time, what else is new? Welcome back to an S&D between these 2 teams. Now all tied up going into round 9. We haven't really seen the impact snipe from Beans in the last 2 rounds. Maybe it changes here, but again, that first blood, when For Fun and Fellow have found it, they've been able to win these rounds.
Big nades. No connection, though. Maybe a little bit of information gathered. You see all 4 members over towards A now, but they are being surrounded.
Oh my god.
Swarmed like sharks at the moment. Is there any blood in the water?
He's cut off the entire map. You have Waits, you have Lambo, you have Spiral. He's cut off the entire map. Yeah, if DC gets that. Now he's got to play 1v1s. It's just down to trades. 2 fall. Paul X. Oh! So close. Gets alive. Stays alive. Excuse me. Gets out of dodge. Afro and Spiral. The numbers are split. Paul and Fellow could not be further apart if they tried. Bean's going to respawn. Afro as well. Now down to a 2v1. Paul, on your screen. Slide. The Chow. Rips a couple of shots. Tries again. Bangs perfectly around the bend and gets cut down. It was so impressive, but just didn't land. And in the end, P7 Notorious play their numbers, and they are 1 round away from going up 2-0 in the series.
We're up 2-0 and then going into Overload, where statistics would suggest that Triple F are going to be favorites, but also I wouldn't be surprised if P7 Notorious would be able to pull out just a little bit of a surprise for us as well. With how they're playing at the moment, they are looking so good working in tandem. Every single time that one of them goes down, the trade out is constantly there. They are so quick to it. I'm very impressed at the moment with the chemistry of this roster. But can they close it out, or are we going to 11? I did say we might go all the way here, while we look towards For Fun and Fellow to try and make that a reality. 2 Real's got the bomb. Where are you going to head? I think there's such good position at the moment from DC. Not able to convert any kills, though.
RC's in a dangerous spot. He gets caught. It was either get info, get out, or trade. Go 1 for 1. Go ban for ban. He does fall. 2 Real, Felony, Paul. They're going to have to get bomb down. Quick plant's probably your best option here. Here we go. And then watch the pickup from mid. 2 Real's going to get out. And now the decision for P7 Notorious. How do they want to hit?
Yeah, all 4 of them in the middle at the moment. And they could just all send it through mid pillars, and 3 of them are going to do so. It's a very aggressive push towards middle here.
They're on the bend. Not able to find the shot. Fellow does pick up the first, and trades are in Afro. DC working in tandem already through the back. They've got the numbers locked down in laundry. They know where the spawns are going to be at, or where these players are posted. 2 Real tries to dip out of dodge, but it's just not going to happen this time, folks. Plenty of time on the clock. And that is a GG's no re too easy. 2-0, 5-4, 6-4 win here in Game 2 of the S&D. A 2-0 lead in the series. And the Triple F getting body slammed through raid here. Not really, but we got ourselves a real series now. And folks, P7 Notorious just looked damn good. I mean, still very, very good gameplay from Triple F, no doubt about it. But just P7 Notorious, when they need to clutch up, they clutch up. When they need to find big kills from Diamond Connor or Beans, they do. They're just doing it, man. They look like they're playing Week 3 Season Elite in Week 1, and it's the perfect time to do it.
I do think this is going to be a fixture that we will probably see again, whether it be playoffs, whether it be at the Open, and when these two compete in S&D, it is always going to be a spectacle for that exact reason. They have those players that are capable of getting those openers, but also having that clutch factor in those final moments as well. As we take a look at some of those stats, I was saying how Arcites was up there as the #1 damage per round at the Dallas Open, and he is showing why here in Elite 2 as well. 1,333 recurring for P7 Notorious as they for Fun and Fellow, but sadly, it is not enough to give them the victory.
Just a margin or 2 away, and that is the difference between Challengers, Elite, top level, getting into the playoffs, getting into the stage, or the stage finals, I should say, for those who eventually do make it to LAN, if it's the Pro-Am, if it's not just an open event. It is a margin or 2, and that is the difference, and that's what scale teams are looking at, of course, and what really does spell the tail of the tape here. As things started to turn around, P7 Notorious, a couple of big, crucial wins. But again, I want to come back to this point of For Fun and Fellow, though their backs were against the wall in this S&D at times, when they did find those first bloods in rounds 6, 7, 8, if I'm being generous, when they found those first bloods, they were getting wins. They were keeping the game close. And they felt like they were kind of gaining some of that traction that they had so desperately been looking for, especially on this map with their AR presence. But then all of a sudden, P7 Notorious they find 2 left and right, and it's the pace of those kills, the ratio of those kills that just breaks an offense or defense down, and it just shuts really the door of opportunity here. And we'll take a look at the maps and modes again. P7 did what they do best on Hardpoint, and they follow suit in 10 rounds in S&D. We go to Exposure Overload. Haven't really seen it much tonight. Only once between Falcons and OMiT. This time, it will be Exposure Game 3, and P7 are in the driver's seat of a sweep.
And I do think that when we go to Overload here, we are going to see the opportunity for Fun and Fellow to get back into this one. Fellow has 3,098 average damage when it comes to Overload throughout the entirety of Elite 1. I think that kind of damage output is going to be very important for this roster as they look forward, and then combine that with what I was mentioning earlier about 2 Real having an average of 2.6 scores average per game, well, per 10 minutes, but pretty much per game. Just means that you've got the perfect recipe combined with the other damage we know RCTs can put forward, and also the breaks that Paul offers as well. For Fun and Fellow should be able to put things forward here.
I'm feeling a little bit spicy, so with that, let's go to Bravo, or Stallions and Huntsman for the second half of their matchup. 2-2. Into Overload we go on Scar. A nightmare scenario for most teams, but this one has been a doozy. Let's keep it going. This is again over on Bravo. If you want to check out the other action, Bravo with Charlie Delta, Foxtrot, Echo, you can. We have links being pushed around all throughout the night and all throughout today and tomorrow. But here on Alpha, we're going to do some red zone before we get back into our main matchup of the night. Ryan's been excellent today, really a standout back on that Black Hardpoint was one of the big reasons why this team felt like a real test for so long. Excited to see what the Stallions roster can do when they first form back in Vanguard. It feels like so much high hopes for what the roster could become, for what that amalgamation was going to look like. It's gone through many changes, but Stallions, again, a staple of the challenger scene. I'm excited to see what they can do against Huntsman on the other side. Renegade off to a very strong start, 22-19.
All tied up. EMP is in the hands of Huntsman, though, and they're trying to get these frags on the board so they can try and push it towards A, but sadly gonna have to back off, go to the mid-map once more, reset, and try and reassess how they want to break this one. Someone needs to be a little bit more brave on that right-hand side to take control of this map. Speaking of, tries it, but Peel is able to shut down. It's gonna be a 3 versus 1 against this EMP holder, and now they will gain control. Now they can start to push themselves.
Oh, these pistols just even the odds, man. It's just so disgusting. Over the hop, right at the goal line, pushing it through. Numbers are still up. Goal line stand remains intact. The defense holds strong for Huntsman. Millie gets caught over the top, and it will not progress. That EMP stays put and now begins to rotate out towards B. A chance for a counter cap here for Huntsman if they can find the kills.
Go all the way. It's a long old road down that left-hand side, but it's just going to be hesitating a little bit, waiting for teammates to press ahead, as you do if the EMP holder. You don't really want to be the one leading that charge, someone to make the gap for you. Sadly, that gap was not made. Instead, it was very much denied. 25 seconds on the clock, 2-2. Stallions are going to get control of this EMP now. Decisions to be made about how they want to try and approach this one, but good kills coming up mid-map.
Have to wrap it back. Do not have the numbers. Already on the chase. Renegade, he's going to fly at the kill. He's watching his career at all. You know how he plays, and players here in Challengers certainly do. This one's still alive, though. 2-2 into OT. He might go. If it touches the ground, there's an OT, and it will. 2 minutes on the clock. Sudden death.
Well, basically now we're into S&D. And one member was already down. So it's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Huntsman. They do have the EMP control as well, if that will matter, but mainly it's just about trying to shut down the opposition team and eliminate them all before you go down. Information gathered by that stun, they will now know which way they are going to be pushing. Can we see Stallions do anything here as a 3 versus 4?
Peel cannot become a victim of his own gamer tag. He needs to just throw shoulders and stay alive. Millie gets wall bang. Oh, come on. And the follow-up, they're all pushing, but it doesn't matter. Millie and Peel play the bait and switch. My goodness. Does it look good in the end? That is a Stallions black win. And folks, that is a beautiful bait and Peel from Peel and Millie, as they'll take the Overload here, up 2-1 in the series. And they're very rare that we see a proper Overload go all the way to the OT where it plays just S&D. But this time, good patience, good pressure, and not getting overzealous if you are the likes of Stallions. Not chasing after the car and doing something dumb. Recognizing you have the numbers, you have position, you just need the info. Once you got it, you can force the fight. They do. They are successful. They're up 2-1.
Another frustrating one, though, for Huntsman, I'm sure, because they probably felt like they had it when you have the numbers advantage there. But again, it's all lessons learned going forward. But how far forward can they go in this series, as now they will find themselves 2-1 down in that one as we move into map 4 for them. But plenty of matches happening at the moment on every single stream space, man. There's been so much COD on our screens. It's actually a pleasure to be able to red zone this much and be able to watch almost every single matchup that we have. And I tell you what, why not a little bit more? It's 2-2 in this series between OMiT and Falcons. This has been quite the barn burner as we go into S&D with, it looks like it was a 1-0 lead for OMiT. Bomb gets planted.
In case you were wondering what the map was, every now and then just got a reminder. Careful of solar sun. Flames goes for the lead. That is a ego chow if I have ever seen it, and Asim says, I have been doing this way too long. And he's right. He's still good, though. 4-0, perfect wipe, and a team wipe in the round. OMiT Brooklyn and take their time to get some of their time back on the trophies to regroup some of that cost. Hell yeah. Diffuse coming in. Give Asim the diffuse on a 2-spree. Good start for them. Good to see OMiT Brooklyn again. Representing challengers across the board, and for finding a very good squad. Asim, superstar player in his own right, rounded out by a wonderful roster. Excited to see this matchup specifically between Falcons Academy and OMiT as the season goes on because of Asim and Standy's history as well. There's so much to love about North American challengers. Season 1, Season 2 here, going into next season. It's literally CDL 1.5, right? Like, it's just, if you love watching Money 8s back in the day, you love watching high-level scrims, you love watching old-school MLG events, this is kind of what it feels like to be watching some of those cups back in the day. It's just great talent all the way around, great games, and so much fun action.
The question is, would this be considered an upset if OMiT are able to take down Falcons Academy Green here? As you can see, it's just going to be a little bit of a crawl-off. Oh, sadly, there is more than just one, as he is met by 2. And there's going to be now a 2 versus 1 on the map. Cammy last alive. Does find the first. Sadly, not able to find the second. Great response from Falcons Academy, as they will be able to get the defuse here and turn this into a 2-1 scoreline. I tell you what, from what I've seen of Cammy so far today, very impressed. A lot of clutch moments. Sure, not able to go all out here today, but there's been some key moments, whether it be denying rotations, clutching up in just 1v1 or 1v2 engagements, but just, he's very switched on when it comes to being in the right position at the right time.
One of the smartest players that's ever graced Tier 2, that then got pushed up into Tier 1, rightfully so, got called up, had a brilliant career, way too short at the pro level, and likely will be scouted for the future. Cammy, Pixie, Insight. I look at that old Toronto Ultra roster and I say, man, that was a team that really felt like it was a team for the ages, just the way that they played the game in Cold War. Cammy, right back in that conversation, has always been excellent. Hope to see him again circling back at the top. So brilliant in so many tight situations. Aluka gets out with his life. And one of the highlights of the Challenger season to start, Aluka, speaking of, the first blood. And the pick, not so much. Just a bit wide.
What a position to find yourself in, though, where you are having the extra player and you've got a sniper. But as I say that, Falcons Academy are able to turn it around a little bit. OMiT down to just 1 now. He's going to be Brack, though, in a 1 versus 2. Never mind. Quickly ripped from the map. And is not going to be able to be a part of exposure for much longer. 2-2. And this one looks like it's going to be a back and forth. Again, someone needs to try and break it. What do you prefer to do? Are you an offenser, a defenser?
Oh, I'm defensive. I am not confident in myself at all. I am posted up.
You're an angle holder.
Yeah.
Says a lot.
Yeah.
Says a lot about you.
I've had my fair share of hit scan and packet burst and connecting to host. I'm happy to post up and hold my sights.
A good worksman never blames his tools. That's all I'm gonna say to you, Spaceman. Maybe you're the problem. Thought about that?
A good hunter never turns vegetarian, but we are who we are, you know?
True that. Falcons Green are able to get 1, make it 2. It's a 2 versus 2 on the map here. And just like that, 2 players ripped away. Cammy was last, but Falcons Academy take the lead once more. Maybe that is the break that they were looking for as they now take the lead 3-2.
Good lord. There's something about Falcons. I don't know what it is about the organization. It goes across a variety of games, Call of Duty, Rocket League, and the like, where when they get 1 pickup, they have, like, when they're working in tandem, they get numbers around. They follow up on each other so fast. It is an oversimplification of many different forms and factors of their game, but it's just watching Falcons play in, like, any game especially here in COD. It's just you always bank on at least one more following up in a 1v1 situation. There's going to be a second player. There's going to be the second man, the third man to come in and try to make a play. There's something about that organization that just they instill the aggression in their players, and it really does pay dividends. They get themselves on the board again, up 3-2 in round 6.
Trying to take the B lane here, get on top of those Solars. They were unable to do so. They weren't able to hold the angle, so now they're going to go for a slightly different approach and move through mid over towards A. You can see that the entirety of OMiT bar 1 are posted up on B. So that is going to allow a potential plant here for Falcons Academy. OMiT are wise to it now, and here they come.
Oh, giving it away. Good peek. That's why Cammy was throwing shoulders around the bend. Standy. Too smart for that one. Hops over the top. I have the high ground now, buddy. Cammy for another. Following all the way suit up towards that P1 side. Trades continue. 2v1. And 2v0. There goes the last one, as we'll have a tie game.
Wow, they break back as well. Well, I guess it's not really a break. We probably favor the defending team on the most part. Map dependent, of course, but OMiT will tie us up 3-3. And despite that bomb going down, it was an attempt at holding window, hoping they were going to just get that easy round where you can kind of just keep peeking that bomb, waiting for a defuse to happen, but OMiT took the game to them, kind of recognized where that bomb had been planted and what they were going to be trying for there, so denied it instantly with some aggression. And now it's tough to call which way this one's going to go, because remember, folks, this is the 5th and final game in this series, and if you want to see its conclusion, you have to go to youtube.com/COD Challengers, because we are going to go back to our alpha game, but such a fantastic matchup that's happening over there. But now into some overload here, Spaceman, and I do think, for Fun and Fellow, on paper, have the advantage going into this one.
If they just put paper to pen to brass to put the gas pedal down, baby. You just got to find some success here on this map. Exposure has been a bit of a black sheep of the map rotation tonight, but it's always an opportune time to turn things around in the series. And there's one first point. Archdis will punch it through. Goal number 1 on the board for Fun and Fellow, proving Nostradamus Daniel correct.
For now. It can very quickly change, let's say that, but we are going to see EMP spawn over towards the Solar side. 1, make it 2, but it's going to great response. Oh my goodness gracious, almost made it a 3-piece. Eric will come in, sorry, Afro will come in. No, Eric will come in. Just had to go through with my eyes, going cross-eyed, just trying to look between the kill feed and the bottom right, but Eric will get that kill to just give control once more here, as now they look to try and get this one in, slam it home, tied 1-1.
I've seen many overload on Exposure. It can rally back and forth between teams, and we can have a 2-minute round 1. It can be a 4-1, 4-2 side in the blink of an eye. Might get that chance here. Eric Boom very awkwardly in no man's land for a rare opportunity. Don't see that too often. Again, one of the fastest players on the map, one of the most consistent shooters you're going to see in challengers. Then DC punishes quickly, takes out another, back to full health. EMP moves upfield. It's going to get caught quickly on rotation. They will stall out at the midline. Thrill's trying to make a play here, but for now, it's just about util out in front and kills the ball.
Bean's just holding that lane at the moment. It's going to be very difficult to try and get hold of that EMP whilst he's there, especially with Afro working alongside him. Now they gain control of EMP. They can start to move down towards these Solars. The spawns will be good, though, for Fun and Fellow. They can defend B comfortably. But they have to watch out for Afro, Eric Boom just flying through the map at the moment.
They're going to split it. It's going to rack back to A. Love it. Take some pressure off B, alleviate that Solar side, get back to mid-map. Even if you don't punch this through, you still have mid-map control. Thinking 2 steps ahead. Very quickly at that Afro over the top. Tried to play heroics. Defense steps up for Fun and Fellow. Too smart on this one, and they'll get it back.
Fellow's going to have hold of it and just moves it comfortably over towards B. No one on the side of P7 to try and change this one. Afro, though, just watching out. Hesitates for a little bit because he was just being disciplined in case there was a second player, but he knew he had to go for it a little bit later on.
Make a mark. Couple of trades. I like that. Purple in the kill feed. Fellow and company. 3F. Wrestling team. Gets a couple more. They'll try to move this EMP forward. 1 goal apiece. Really putting pressure through the corners, and last time, again, it was controlling that sideline that helped for Fun and Fellow maintain their hold defensively. Fellow over the top. Can't slide it through. It's becoming too predictable now. And again, that EMP stays stout and stalled. Stay out at the goal line, and we wrap it all the way back to A.
Pretty good opportunity here, especially if Afro can find another. Does do a little bit of damage, tickles them a little bit, and the follow-up does come through as well, but can anyone plant this? Yes, they can. Slams it home A 2-1 lead now in favor of Notorious for Fun and Fellow. Boy, did they try and defend that one. But after all the fancy footwork of people trying to dive over the top of each other to try and get the score, sometimes it's just about brute forcing it on the ground.
It's like once one player realizes that's the strat, it's like watching geese. They're just like, okay, I'm just gonna do this, man. We're gonna go for it. It works. Credit where credit's due. In the end,
Do you often see geese slamming EMPs into zones?
Well, maybe not in Europe, but in America, anything's possible. It's landed 3 home of the Brave.
Very true.
Boy, does it. There's a lot going on right now. So much. Fellow gunned Afro 2-piece. Under 60 on the clock. Through round number 1 here of Overload. Game 3. 2-0 lead for P7 Notorious, and they're going to get out again. EMP moves upfield. 1 goal away from a 2-goal lead.
45 seconds till halftime as well. Swapping sides and give it a chance, maybe. That's 3-1. It's a 2-goal lead, as you said. Notorious able to slam one home for Fun and Fellow, starting to fall off a little bit after a very exciting start. Just haven't really been able to find the same control on the map they did initially. Notorious have a very good game plan at the moment. It's dominating, finding control of the map, then getting the EMP, and hoping to get an easy push into the zone. And can they find another one here, especially if you get kills like that from Beans? And it will be 4-1 before the half.
What do we say? You can get 4-1, 4-2 games very quickly. Granted, it took about 3 minutes, some odd change. But while this was happening, Dan, there were moments where Eric Boom's controlling mid-map. We're seeing a lot of the routes here from Beans and company. Diamond Con was not quiet, but he was specifically positioned towards Solar side for most of this round. Yes, he's holding it down with pistol. Yes, his job was to kind of contain and then play approach. And as he's doing that, as he's both buying time and clearing out Solar, again, it allowed P7 Notorious to funnel their options into A, take their chances. When they couldn't hit the hop, you know, Diamond Con's buying time on the opposite end, they fall back to B, and all of a sudden they can take the risk of being up 3-1, go ahead and punch it through for the 4th over at that B site. It was Diamond Con playing very patient and being willing to die a couple of times to be in that spot, but committing to the game plan, and it worked out, and that's just the difference.
The real question is the side swap here going to be any sort of advantage for Fun and Fellow to get back into this game? They need an early one, I feel, just to give them that confidence. P7 Notorious can play this one a little bit different with a 3-point lead, can play a little bit more defensive and force for Fun and Fellow to try and do something a little bit more risque. And if they do not succeed, that counter is very deadly. We've seen it happen so many times. It's mid-map control now here for Fun and Fellow. Haven't yet gone for the EMP because there's still one player still lurking around. It's Eric Boom on your screens who is being a nuisance, a thorn in the side to them at the moment.
And on the hunt, there goes Boom. Little Eric. Not little, it's pretty tall. Felony on the exchange as well. Circling back. Gets some great timing. He'll tight down Beans and turns and burns Afro. Reads it to perfection and guns him even better. Gets the second. No, traded quickly. DC up for the follow. Guardian Angel out in front. Oh, caught timing without Art Heartless and Cruel. 11 and 13 for Arcades. Make it 12. And the EMP goes nowhere. Still a bit bad.
Yeah, actually, he's going to spawn over and give a chance just off the rip to try and punch this one home. But no, it's going to be a double to deny. And that is massive defensive work from P7 Notorious just to ensure that they keep ahead by 3 here. And now they get the opportunity to send this EMP over towards B themselves to get the initial picks. There is going to be a little bit of a response, though. And are they just going to brute force this one in? The answer is very much yes. It's a 5-1 lead now for P7 Notorious. Is this too much to come back from for Fun and Fellow? We might be witnessing a 3-0 sweep.
Spawn traps become deadly on exposure. If it's not broke, do not fix it. It feels kind of like we're going back towards Garrison Hardpoint back in Cold War with the way that some of these spawns work out and how close you have to get from spawn back into the action. P7 Notorious up 6-1, 2 minutes, 50 change on the clock. For those who know sports, that's not a lot of time for when you're trying to score goals and the pressure is not only working through the first level of defense, but the second and third. It's not a lot of time. 6-1, 2 points away from winning it outright on score alone. P7 Notorious are just manhandling for Fun and Fellow in this game.
Yeah, you just need to have the perfect set of events that happen in front of you that allow you to get the back-to-back-to-back scores. And even if that happens, you're still down by 2. And the thing is, Notorious can play this way completely differently now. They can sit back yet again here and force for Fun and Fellow to come out and come at them. And sadly, they're just going to be walking into crosshairs. They're going to be aiming right at their heads.
you're gonna sit back. I'm sending somebody like Afro on the road. Go
Yep.
be a nuisance. Go distract. Just go be a
Have
problem
fun.
and ruin their lives. Yeah, absolutely. It's worked out perfectly. You're back to playing TDM here. You can win off time. You can win off points. Minute 56. You need 5 goals to tie. To keep the overtime alive. 24-15 for Afro. DC picking it up just a bit. 20-17. And the man who has been just a walking scorpion submachine gun, it feels like, in this game, in this series, continues to lead the lobby. 26 kills for Afro. Still in possession of the EMP. Beans will be on the move. And all this time being wasted, all this time being pulled off the clock. It's just extra pressure for Forward Fun and Fellow.
2 versus 2. Over by B. Bean still waiting. Bean gives him the little dipsy doodle and hits the initial shots. It's going to be backed up, and it is just going to be a little hover around and say, well, you know, I'll put this in when I feel like it. I'll allow my teammates to get a little bit more control and get to the respawn area for that EMP, and then I'll put it in 7-1.
Literally perfect timing. Down to a T. A science has been made, and Beans is leading the charge 7-1. This one might be done. And
It's
so
done.
far,
There's no
it's
might.
Just, yeah. You know, sometimes you just gotta like throw a little,
Nope. Nope.
No. This one is over.
Thank you.
7-1. P7 Notorious are just on a heater, and they're not slowing down. For Fun and Fellow put up a hell of a fight, both in the Hardpoint to begin, in the S&D, the closest affair they had so far in this matchup. But this one was a approximation of both pen and paper, and at the end of the day, composition for the teams, what we expected going in. That is the final nail in the coffin. That is the 8th cap, and that is 8 points. 8-1 will be the final score here in round 2. For the end, P7 Notorious takedown for Fun and Fellow in a 3-0 sweep. Maybe not the most insane stat line of saying a 3-0 sweep. Who could have expected it? But definitely, we at least thought we'd go 4. The fact that it doesn't go 4, testament, of course, to P7, and also a hovering cloud over for Fun and Fellow of just saying there's things to work on.
Yeah, and I think it's funny they went 1-0 up, and you were like, well, look at Dan. He's a genius. He thought they were going to win this game, and then they lose 8-1, which in fact makes me look like an idiot. But on paper, it did look like there should be success. But at the same time, the success that we saw in Overload for the likes of Fellow and Real previously, remember, on a different roster, this team has changed up. It's going to be a little bit different. There are going to be things you're going to have to work on going forward, whereas they did look a little bit better on S&D, but sadly couldn't even convert that one. I think this will be a huge win for Notorious going forward. I think they'll be delighted to be able to close it out in 3 as well, not having to worry about going to 4, maybe even to 5. Yeah. And again, when we look forward to how this season is going to be progressing, Notorious are going to be up there with Bush. I think they are my current 1 and 2 from what I've seen thus far.
Yeah, map record is always, if we can control it, let's control it. Let's not lose a tiebreaker or head-to-head because of it. You'd love to 3-0 if you can. They did their job today, both Bush and Notorious. They came in, they handled their business, they did so efficiently, and if anything, for Notorious, again, it's still early in the year for Overload, and we understand that the Exposure's still going to get a lot of time to play, but it's scripture. It's a chance for them just to see what works on paper, and so far, the science says, the way they've been playing both individually with having Dynacon out on an island and kind of positioning as that second level of an option for an offense, and also focusing on playing TDM and hunkering down and focusing on those kills and the wall downs. Yeah, it's worked. I mean, they look great on Exposure. 8-1 to close out the series, 6-4 on Raid, and a 250-107 stomping over on Den Hardpoint. We don't even get to see the Scar or the Colossus, but it was a 3-0 nonetheless, and Team Notorious look so dang good. We're being told that Huntsman and Stallions are going to map 5, so I'm sure at some point we'll be giving that a go and looking over, but this 3-0. It was close at times, but it did feel like that was the exposures. Like, once they started to break away, once this P7 Notorious started to get to like 3-1, 4-1, second side, that's where it felt like the wind got completely knocked out of for Fun and Fellow. They didn't have much.
And I do think the picks and bans are going to change a lot as Elite 2 progresses, because teams are going to be like, oh, well, hold on. We just saw an 8-1 win on Exposure Overload. Perhaps we don't play that against Notorious. And things will develop and change very quickly as people learn what kind of maps and modes teams are good at here in Elite 2. So you might not ever get to play your best map and mode again with how the veto process works.
Dan, what's your best map and mode?
Honestly, probably S&D on Den.
Respect.
If I had to go for one. Yeah.
Respect. I've seen you shoot. I know what you're capable of.
I know. I'm a little bit of a sneaky beaver. Shout out Chris Puckett.
Yeah, you are. Shout out Big Man Puck. Shout out the next match, the last one potentially of this night. That concludes our matches here on Alpha, but we do have one more match we're going to cover to close up this red zone here tonight for week 1, day 1 of season 2 of Challengers Elite. It's been an absolute blast. We've had a couple of round 11s, some interesting back and forth, really no issue. Shout out production, shout out the observing team, everybody working on the back end. We know you love Waldo, Quinton, Prosper, everybody. Just John, wonderful team of people, and it's been an absolute blast, man. So far, the vibe coming in that we had hoped was we just want to see good Call of Duty and watch veteran players make veteran plays and just have fun, and that's really what we've gotten here for day 1, week 1. And I'm just excited to see where the season goes. But already, I agree with you. P7 looking fantastic, as well as Bush. I do want to jump back to a quick point that I had tucked away when we were looking back at that OMiT Brooklyn and Falcons game. Was you made a point, you talked about how OMiT recognized at some point they had to meet the moment, they had to step up into a certain position and take control of the game in certain ways. That sparked a long ADHD thought of just simply, and that's where in their hardpoint against Falcons on exposure, they did the same thing that you spoke to of. They needed to they recognized they needed to step up and be proactive, and once they did, the change was evident. They went ahead and win that. But until we get into our final match of the night, our final coverage of the last game, we're going to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, the final match of the night here for North American for Elite Series Season 2, Week 1, Day 1. Don't go anywhere. We're going to wrap up when we're back. Good evening, everybody. Welcome into the final match of the night. Wherever you're tuning in from, we appreciate your time and perspective. Huntsman, Stallions Black into Game 5, Den S&D. This one to close out the night here in North America and get us ready for Day 2 coming up tomorrow. But so far, it has been a back and forth between the two. And Dan, every time we've jumped in with this series, it feels like Huntsman so close yet so far. This time, they have a chance to right all the wrongs of today and put themselves in the position to win.
Yeah, real opportunity here. Although it's going to be a 1 versus 2 to kick us off here for Renegade. 1 versus 3, excuse me, and it doesn't matter how many numbers because the first player you run into does take you down. So, initial lead for Stallions Black. And remember, we've already seen Huntsman go to a Game 5 today and lose it. And they will certainly want to make up for that because we were mentioning you don't want to be 0-2 after today's action. Puts you in a very rough position indeed. But the same can be said for Stallions Black. They are 0-1 as it stands. So both teams, I don't want to say they are fighting for their playoff life already. We're not quite that dire position at the moment, but certainly it does set the lay of the land going into tomorrow's action.
This is the elimination bracket. Welcome into Elimination Day. We'll be eliminating both teams. Nobody gets.
Goodbye.
Nobody gets to get to Saturday. Renegade. Trying to make up some of the wrongs of earlier. And put this one true. A couple of early shots. They ring out. Get some tags. Recipe. Uncle recipe. Maybe. Uncle recipe. Recipe. So close. Not even. Out through the smoke. Still 3v3.
Johnny's dead. I was going to just mention a statistic about him, but I'll wait for it later as he goes down. As now, sorry, John. Millie are now going to push in to try and deny this bomb plant, but cannot deny it, and a quick slide across to deny any sort of shots being had as well. So instead, it's going to be a rotation around to try and get a different angle here.
Good hop from Ryan. Ryan's really stepped up for this team in this series. 1v1, Millie peeks, Millie burns. Oh my! Oh, we're shooting bodies, round 1. Oh baby! Oh, let's get it going. I'm pulling my buttons off my shirt. I'm so excited. Let's get it going. 18 seconds on the clock. The defuse in. And we are up 2-0 for Stallions.
Wow. I mean, that's a statement of intent here from Stallions.
It's happening.
Can the Huntsman respond? Now, when I looked across the statistics for every single player in this lobby when it comes to S&D from Elite 1, Johnny was the standout. However, at the moment, 0-2. So throw your notebooks away. Screw the statistics. Focus on the now, everyone. All right? 2-0 to Stallions Black. A chance to try and send Huntsman down to 0-2 for today, which would be, I'm sure, a very nice taste in their mouth. At one point earlier, Spaceman spoke about swallowing maps. Well, that was something. How about taking down the Huntsman? We will see the opener, though, against the Stallions. It's a 4 versus 3.
I was questioning if I did say that, but it does sound like something I
You
would
did.
say, so I'm gonna
You
roll
did
with
say that.
does sound
Yeah.
like something I would say. 3-3 for Millie. Come on now. Through the back, cleaned up. Recipe out, not for long. Millie for 5 and shut down. 2-1 Huntsman. They need this round. Oh boy, do they need this round. Dimension's gonna clean it up, and Huntsman get 1 on the board. It just has to start with 1. In general, like Dan was saying, you don't want to go down 0-2. It's only week 1, but there's so much on the line. But folks, Huntsman needed something. They finally get a round on the board. They can breathe. First points on. Now focus on the rest of the game.
And there is a lot of expectations and eyes on Huntsman for obvious reasons. And that is always going to be a difficult pressure to hold with that weight on your shoulders. And one way of being able to get rid of a little bit of that pressure, alleviate it somewhat, is by getting a win on the board. But that pressure is only going to build more and more with losses. This is, I think, could be a season-defining matchup here for Huntsman. I don't want to call it that early, but the more losses that come on the board, the more questions start to get asked. And they can maybe change their path here if they can find a victory against Stallions.
Of course, it comes down to the wire. Oh, hello. Your shots does so. Finds 2 in the spree. Nice job, Symbols. Stays alive. A little bit of Zuma action. Shout out the GOAT. Get in, get your trade, and stay alive. If you know, you know, and you're burning if you're Symbols. Stallions Black. Wipe the floor with everybody. 3-1. And just 3 rounds away from putting a win on the board.
S&D can be a very cruel mistress at times. You think you've done everything. You think you checked all your angles, but have you checked under the windowsill? Sometimes that's where your keys are, or sometimes in this instance it's where Symbols is, and does find 3 to send Stallions back to a 3-1 lead now. 4-2 for Symbols. A 3 streak. And a chance for them to try and really put themselves in a gap against the Huntsman now, as they do have the bomb. Where are they heading? Over towards B, it looks.
Somebody's saying, make my day. Nobody's gonna get it's okay. Player 8, Recipe, already out. Tag with a couple of opening hits from that nade. Enjoy this. Clock goes down. 3-1 split. Really up on the pressure of Recipe in the back, and Peel knows that something's afoot.
Yeah. Peel and Ryan both looking for him. They do find him just about, but sadly does not find the kill. But that, because they sent 2, they're able to get the trade. It's 3 versus 3. B has been taken now by Huntsman. They have control of it, and they force them back. But of course, those angles can still be seen. It's not going to be an easy defuse here.
Play that nade out front. Good follow-up, good trades, good precision. Good lord, from Dimensions, Renegade, and Johnny. That is a tight window of opportunity. And they turned off the radar tracking on that one. They just let that thing fly, and I can't blame them. It worked out. Huntsman, get it done. Nice job all the way around on the retake, the defuse. 3-2. Sometimes we gotta trust the force, and they got it.
With the pressure on, that is an unbelievable retake from Huntsman.
This shot.
I mean, naturally, we saw 2 players sent back to try and check on the flank, but it did take 2 players off of sight, which allowed Huntsman to then push up. So, job was done, really, by distracting the majority of Stallions Black. So, a great flank that we saw. But then it was the push that came afterwards, being able to dominate that site, and then also just hitting your shot sometimes. It is as simple as that in any FPS, really. But now Huntsman find themselves 1 back in, but now they're going to have to try and get a plant themselves. It's a very quick push into middle, and they might just be able to split this one and get behind, but look at the wrap you're seeing as well from Symbols and Peel. Peel is peeling.
This is a nightmare for Stallions, or excuse me, for Huntsman, if they don't trade at least 1. They need to trade. Okay, they do. Johnny at least keeps them alive in it, and gets 2. That's massive from Johnny. They're just going to stick the defuse. Is anybody gonna get there? Player 5, Renegade. He's gotta go. Renegade's gotta go! Renegade can't get there in time. Ryan picks up the cross and both. My god. Stallions Black. Read it to a T. Just perfection in the late round. And a 2-round lead in the S&D.
And I respect the quick aggression through middle to try and go for something a little bit different from Huntsman. I think on any other occasion it might have been perfect, but just by chance, the kind of counter wrap that we saw on the other side with Peel actually committing fully, so they knew full well no one was going to be approaching from that angle, just gave them the perfect way to come back in. And as you said, the trade was important, but sadly, Huntsman weren't all there. They needed that one extra player just to have eyes on. Renegade just a second too late and not able to win that duel, and now they find themselves 4-2 down here. Stallions Black have the bomb. It's a 2-2 split at the moment. Just eyeing up B to see if they can get any info, but they get the opener over towards A, but it is going to be traded out.
You've done your job if you're SP. And looking back to that last round, how important is Johnny's two-piece to buy time, Symbols in a similar spot. Able to keep himself clear off the back line, completely open at mid-map. Renegade in a 1v-odd situation. It's going to be a tough mountain to climb, but you better strap up, buddy. If anybody can do it, one of the biggest names on this roster and a world champion in his own right. 2-4 for him. Could go ahead and make this a 5-4 game in that stat column. We'll see if he can do it. Works his way down to A. Peeks. Shoots. Good for one.
We have seen many a men come from Halo to COD and find success. I don't need to name all the names. You've seen them, you've heard them, they've become world champions, the likes of Formal, Shotzi. We've seen Frosty come over and find a bunch of success as well. Is Renegade going to be one more of those names?
Timing is insane. No, not this time. Not this time. I was kind of rooting for it in my jellies. 5-2. The lead grows. Stallions get a little bit of COD timing bliss. Play the bunches. Pair up. Get a moving buddy. Everybody needs a moving buddy. Always get a moving buddy around the bomb. And we got that just here. Valiant effort from Renegade. Honestly, played the route and the reposition very well. I mean, as good as he could have. Just a tough round nonetheless. 7-4 for Symbols. Peel, 3-5. One of the biggest dry shoulder throws over on Scar overload we had earlier in Game 3 just to keep the overtime alive and play S&D. Millie's been excellent in this S&D. Ryan, a standout of this roster. Stallions Black. If there was ever questions about what this team could do in clutch moments, they've really shown up both in gunny, mechanics, and strategy. Very, very happy to see them continue to improve. For Huntsman, they will get themselves another round as we keep things moving now. Pressure on the Stallions to close it out.
Obviously, most recent one as well. Don't want to disrespect the name of Neptune. What an up-and-coming... What a success story that is as well. I mean, there's too many to name, and it really is interesting to see how interchangeable it has been between the two games, and obviously I have a personal reason to be mentioning that, but anyway, we'll move on. It's 5-3.
You're John Halo.
There is still life here for Huntsman. It's an uphill battle, that's for sure. Just take it one round at a time. Just all of the cliches at this point. And I think this man is one we have to watch because his flanks and his positioning has been excellent. He has really changed the round for the Huntsman. And it's going to be smokes out in mid just to try and gain some control. Also gain a little bit of information.
Oh, it's a bait. I love it. I love it. It pulled Ryan's attention, and they say, guess what? That was a joke. We're going the other way. The blind counter. And it's a beautiful one from Huntsman. And they might have read it perfectly. They just got to play patient. They just have to play patient. If they do, they get the offense running right into them. Millie responds with a couple of shots of their own. Huntsman, aggressive, looking for the opening first pick. 50 seconds on the clock to slide out. All three are there. It's going to be trades. It's going to be all white in the kill feed. Symbols finds the second. 3-2.
Dimensions and Johnny with a lot to do here. Bomb is going to be planted. How do you want to try and approach this one? You could try and go for a 1-1 split, try and catch them off guard with a little bit of a pinch, or you try and brute force it together, which looks like that is going to be the game plan. If you can get that first initial breakaway and then you turn it into a 2v2.
Done. Out for one, out for two. Beautiful burn. Dimensions. Symbols. 1v1. Dimensions tag. Pistol out and absolutely burns him. Oh my word. Huntsman, stand up. Huntsman, tactical crouch. We got ourselves a game, folks. Lock in. Pull your socks up. I know what you are. 6-5 for the young one. Huntsmen are alive. Stallions. Get off the papaya. It's time to lock in. 5-4. I want to go to 11.
The confidence to hold that angle with the pistol as well, knowing you don't have the ammo to be able to hold it. Instead, just switching out to that secondary and clutching up when the team needed you most. Keeping your hopes alive here for Huntsman. They really do not want to find themselves going 0-2 here in Elite 2. Especially on day 1. Bomb in the hands now of the Huntsman. They're not going to go for a little mid squeeze this time. Instead, it's going to be a fairly straightforward push over towards B. There's only one member at the moment of Stallions Black to defend. But of course, it's a very difficult one to try and assess and try and plan. There could be someone just hiding in the dojo. That's why the bomb's gone down with smoke covering them. And it's going to have to be a retake now for Stallions Black.
A two-man hit for Stallions through mid. Johnny, again, kind
Johnny.
of right place, right time, but the play doesn't develop further than just hitting back spawn. He might get lucky, though. I mean, this is a brilliant read from Johnny. If he just perfectly blind counters this, he anchors and he plays patient, and it works. Now they're going to try to stack to that mid-cut. Huntsman posted up. Stallions on the move. Stallions make their move. And first blood goes the way of Huntsman.
Renegade gets one, followed up by Dimensions. It's a 2 versus 4, but there is going to be some response. Symbols, can you pull it off? The answer is no. And we are going the distance here in S&D. I mean, it was never going to go any other way, surely, with how Huntsman have been playing and how today has gone. We have had so many 11s, and boy, it has been exciting to watch. But it is going to mean bomb in hand for Stallions going into the 11th.
Goldfish memory. Do not go full bonobo mode. You must lock in and play through the progressions as a team. Read through the first level, the second. A beautiful little blind counter in back-to-back rounds. Good patience from Johnny to sit posted as an anchor and to just let the round develop. Round 11, Huntsman, Stallions, underway.
Very aggressive positioning from Huntsman at the moment to take control of B already, but it is going to be a counter push that comes through. The nade does the damage, which gives them the advantage, and they back off. They say, we have the extra player here. Let's be a little bit more hesitant. Let's be patient.
Renegade. Oh, the timing. They spot him. Perfect.
Oh, team kill!
Ryan took Symbol out. No way. 3-2. It's a disaster, and then all of a sudden, a saving grace for Huntsman. Peel, Millie, and Ryan alive. Johnny and Dimensions last up for the Huntsman. 45 seconds or so on the clock in terms of getting to sight. All in the hands of Millie. One peek, Millie's good for it. In a trade, last alive Dimensions has to dig deep.
We've seen what Dimensions can do in a clutch situation before. It was the pistol last time. And now he has a full-on M15 to work with. 1 versus 2. B is going to be the target here.
It's out just in time. I mean, if he gets perfect timing, can just strip bomb on plant, he can just play his life. This should go down cleanly, and it will. Gonna check A just for good measure and all, but he turns around. Dimensions already done it once. Does he have another clutch in him? Silence is the answer. No. It's 6-5 for Stallions. They'll take it. 2-1 situation. Perfect post-plant positioning. Ryan, 10-7, 1,300 damage. An absolute poise in the biggest moment. Looked like a giveaway for Ryan on that team kill, and doesn't bite them, which is wild. For Huntsman, definitely a heartbreaker of not only so close so far around 11, but we were gifted an opportunity. Doesn't quite pan out, but credit to Stallions Black. They not only put themselves in a position to win, but they shoot themselves in the foot and then apply a tourniquet and get back in and do the job. This was a brilliant performance from Stallions. If you're watching this team or you've been watching Stallions for a long time, these are the kinds of performances that they had been looking for so long. These are the kinds of clutch, just pure ice factor that had been evading the likes of this team. Having Ryan step up, having Symbols, having Millie and Peel play the way they did, this was a team effort. They should be so proud of this performance. I mean, it's good to see all the way around. A heartbreaking loss for Huntsman for sure. But Dan, I mean, what more can you say about the way Stallions played this round 5? This game
And that's the thing. Sometimes silence does speak more than words could. And I think after the hard work that we saw from the Huntsmen to get themselves back into that game, to give them that opportunity in round 11, only for it to end that way, it was a heartbreaker for Huntsman, and I'm sure for many fans around the world as well, as Huntsman will fall to 0-2 after day 1, and we're going to have to see a big response from them to get back into this group and try and get a little bit further up that table and get towards playoffs. But for Stallions Black, that is going to taste even sweeter. The fact that you thought maybe you had thrown it away, but then you are able to clutch up in those moments, especially after the team kill as well. There's always that oh shit moment when you hit the team kill and you think maybe we're going to throw this one away, but they are able to stay calm, they're able to stay focused, and they will find the victory here, which again, I've said it a couple of times here. Some of these matches that we've seen today are going to be absolutely massive when it comes to these season standings at the end, and a win over Huntsman is huge here for Stallions Black.
That is one of the matches that will come back around to either haunt the Huntsmen or remind them of how close they were. And look, it's week 1, day 1. We've said it many times, but we also talk about what's coming ahead. The Pro AM. Here's a look at your standings so far for the groups over day 1 of NA. Looking at that match, it's clear that Huntsmen they can burn brighter than what they normally show us. They're capable. They're just a couple of components away from putting it all together, but it's very tough to go down 0-2 in week 1, knowing again how close those matches are, knowing how Huntsmen and Stallions will likely be playing each other a lot in some crucial games. And in terms of overall pack a punch, why not, COD terminology? Like, we look at P7 Notorious and we look at Bush at the very top of the league right now. Like, Stallions and Huntsmen are like kind of around each other, and that's one of those, like, you love to win that series because it could matter so much. But being down 0-2, this team is better than their record shows, but it's going to sting for tonight because they just had an opportunity in that round 11, and hopefully they can learn from it because this team's really good, but they ran into a very, very confident Stallions roster. And Gaskin, it's been a fun night of COD.
It has. I think the saving grace is that 4 of the other teams in the group are at 1-1, whereas you don't see in the other group, you've got 2 teams at 2-0. There is less of a gap to close to the other teams you are chasing to try and secure that spot in playoffs. So I think that is at least a little bit of something that they can go off here and say it's not the end of the world, but also there is going to be plenty they will look at and say, how do we get better? Sad for Huntsman, but I'm pretty happy with an excellent day. I enjoyed that thoroughly. We saw so much good COD action. Like, the amount of Game 5s and also the 11s we saw in S&D was an absolute pleasure. We also saw a 3-0 sweep. We had a little bit of everything today. Yeah. It's been fantastic to watch.
It's been a beautiful day of North American Call of Duty, folks. From everybody on the back end, from Chris, Danny, Fike, Kyle, Josh, Prosper, Quentin, Sean, Shibby, Waldo, all the way down. Everybody working on production side, we thank you so much for all the hard work that went in. Challengers is absolutely booming right now in North America. And to all the players who showed up tonight, thank you for your time, effort, and commitments to Call of Duty Esports. It was phenomenal here today for day 1, but that's the thing. It was only day 1, Dan. We got a whole another day of action coming up tomorrow for here week 1. You do get drops if you're weird about it. You get drops, just stay involved. And we got other casters coming in tomorrow for day 2, but that does conclude our matches here tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. From us here on broadcast, from the players, we'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe, stay tuned, and we'll be seeing you for more COD action later.